juiciest news, fast music, movie updates, and other trending conversations. Together on the show, we'll get personal with your favorite celebrities via phone call, Zoom, or even live here in the studio. Each Century could be shown on your TV screen on Western Spring Television, channel 190 on time.
Since assuming the mantle of leadership in Osun, the state of the Living Spring, Governor Ademola Adeleke has left no one in doubt about his avowed commitment to the overall development of the state. The footprints of his transformative agenda span through education, transportation, health, staff welfare, social and arts. Weekly diary on Rave 91.7 FM and Western Spring Television, channel 190 Star Times DTT will extract Governor Adeleke's development agenda for your listening and viewing pleasure. From the bustling market to innovative agricultural initiatives, from the testimonies of civil servants and retirees to the cheers of artisans across the state of the Living Spring, you will discover how Governor Adeleke's administration is driving the economic growth of the state. Stay informed and engaged with Living Spring Update, where we will delve deep into the details of ongoing infrastructural projects, new initiatives in healthcare, education, and other impactful strides being made across the state. Tune in every Wednesday on Western Spring Television at 6 p.m. and every Saturday on Rave 91.7 FM at exactly 2:30 p.m. You can follow us on all our social media platforms at Western Spring Television and at Rave 917 FM as we tell the story of how Governor Adeleke is shaping Osun into the beacon of development and opportunity.
Living Spring Update is a production of the Office of the Spokesperson to the Governor, Governor's Office, Oshogbo.
Western Television, as it is.
Kareem. Walali wasabi wasalim Jumatul Mubarak to all our viewers at home, and mashallah, it's another beautiful Friday. As usual, we welcome you, mashallah, to your program, Sabila Roshad. On Sabila Roshad today, we are looking at another topical issue. Yes, decency is what we choose, the merit in decency. We want to look on how we can live decent life as a Muslim. A Muslim without decency is not a good Muslim, because it will lead us to morality. And yes, it will assist us, mashallah, in modesty. So all these put together, mashallah, makes a Muslim, not just by our name. Our name is just by his side, it's just to identify us. But our character has to do with all these that we've mentioned on our program today. And mashallah, we keep doing the justice to this very particular topic. I'm your Sheikh Dr. Murtada Ibiyemi Asunusi. And as usual, with me, I have my brother, our leader, the leader of a very esteemed group in Islam called Darul Rahma. Darul Rahma is also known as Dharmat. Yes, I have the leader here in person of Imam Misbauddin Olawale. As usual, we'll be doing it together on our program, Sabila Rashad. Imam, your taslim to our people at home, mashallah.
Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen, wa salatu wa salam ala Sayyidina Muhammad wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa man salaka masalakahu illa yawm al-haq. We thank Almighty Allah, the Lord of all, the creator of the universe, that continue to extol and praise Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala for his guidance. Alhamdulillah, we are witnessing another Jummah service on the head, in the good head, in a very serene environment and atmosphere for Allah. We thank him for that opportunity, and we thank our viewers at home. Once again, I say Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. As we are looking at another unique topic, as rightly said by my esteemed brother, the anchor indeed. We pray to Almighty Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to accept all these activities as an act of ibadah. Once again, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. MashaAllah, yes, decency is defined from the Western world and from Islamic perspective. So we want to look at the two to see how we can balance it. So for our viewers to understand that you can't be a good Muslim if you are not decent. Decent in talking, decent in dressing, decent in approach. And all these have been taken care of by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala in the book given to us. That's Al-Quran. Imam, over to you.
Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen, when we look at the whole situation, it's just like a manual created and made by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala for all the people, not only the Muslim. We are talking about the humanity on the head. That's why he said, Idina Siratal Mustaqim. When we say Idina Siratal Mustaqim, it's not only Muslim. Allah is talking to the whole entire mankind on the earth, that the guidance belongs to him, and he has shared the content of guidance with every one of us. That's why he says, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, Allah wa Rasulih laylakum turhamun. So Allah has made the Quran as like a manual to us, so that we need to follow the rule of Allah. We need to follow the principle of Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. So then we can be among those blessed, those faithful by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So that's the content of Quran created by Allah, serve as a content, an ingredient for all human being on the head. So when we follow it, there's no how. We start from the decent behaviors, decent talking, a decent relationship with one another. So after making everything possible by relating with one another, there's no doubt about it, we shall all be among the faithful of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So we are talking about the relationship which start with man and woman coming together as one family. So when we're coming together as one family, that means 2 persons later will become 3, 3 will become 4. That means we are trying to establishing a family. But there's a concept which we need to be established, and we need to have that reflection of that unionism, being wife and husband. What is it? That is decency. Decency is something that we need to acquire from one another, so that we proceed to certain mechanism in order to have a relationship with one another, so that we build our home on the strong of faith, responsible duties, and also a father and mother. Then we share the same objective together. At times we may have the different opinion, but when we come together as one, that the descent will be there. So the tool of that descent will be used to build our family as one on the strong rock.
Alhamdulillah, we've had Imam. Yes, he has defined decency for us. And yes, he has told us that, yes, we need decency in our homes in order to have a very good home. Yes, actually, we are from different background, socially, economically, and otherwise. So we have to tolerate with one another on the platform of decency. Right. We have to be decent enough. In fact, someone you met on your way, you have to apply that rule, the rule of decency. So Imam, now these days we've had a lot. We have some certain people with all insultive words to one another. Like last week, you remind me of what is going on within the circle of imams, al-fas, who's supposed to be there as a model, but you start hearing them insulting one another. So what does this really implies in the larger society?
Sincerely, Imam, it is worrisome and pathetic. You know, looking at the social media nowadays, we see A and B, and in fact, there are some cases of alpha with alpha scholar versus scholar, not even intra. We are now having inter-religion conflict among us. So I was looking at a channel yesterday. There was a case, one Afar and an Afar, they took themselves to court. You can see how indecency we are facing in Islam. So instead of teaching the old book of Allah, teaching the Prophet Muhammad, so we are now having conflict within ourselves, fighting one another. So we have neglecting the teaching of Prophet Muhammad, a teacher of Allah to the world. So it is now that A is not right, B is right here and there. So we don't realize that our main job as a dying, as a dawah worker, is to dish out the information, contain the Quran, contain the Sunnah of Prophet Muhammad. So for the world to learn, so that when the world learns, so that the concept of decency can be divine as someone that makes our society grow. Instead of doing that, it is otherwise we are expressing. We need to appeal. Like some days ago, someone just called from Ede, and he said, Imam, I want you to emphasize good moral standard among the Afar. He said in his area he has been facing a lot in this archaic attitude, in this bad attitude from Afar here and there. That's why we are said, even though you are Afar, you just have to have a decent in yourself. It doesn't mean that you are not a fact Afar. It doesn't mean you are not a scholar. So having something doing X, because of our environment, if you are not having anything doing X, that means you will get involved in a bad attitude. So people will look down at you because if they see you money and nice roaming about here and there, definitely you have to eat and you have to feed your family. So those are things we are saying that their Afar must be decent, their Afar must have a good moral, they must have a behavior like Prophet Muhammad. Quran says, "Innaka la'ala khuliqun
Azim." That is exactly. Yes, mashallah, we have to see Muhammad as the model.
You have the best moral. So when you are submitting yourself to Almighty Allah Subhanahu wa Taala, even though you are not going to be in the mosque for the whole day, He says, "Faiza faragita fansab wa ila rabbika vargab." When you finish your salah, pray to Allah, and then you walk out, interact with people with decency. Sincerity is what we are saying. So, sincerity is what we are saying. So once we are sincere, people are looking to the trustworthy people around themselves in order to transact, in order to do business with them here and there, because otherwise they are facing our society.
Alhamdulillah. So we thank our Imam, mashallah. What he has been saying is that decency involved all kind of good character, decent character in all our dealings. And we should see ourselves as a model. As we need to see Muhammad as model, we need to see ourselves as model for others that are coming behind us. Mashallah, we go on short break as usual. When we come back, we shall continue because we want to look at how decency can change our society for better, because it seems in everything we lack this very particular concept of decency in our dealings. So, mashallah, I see you after this time out.
من صليت بكل الأنبياء يا من في قلبك رحمة للناس يا من ألفت قلوبا بالإسلام يا حبيبي يا شافعي يا رسول الله بأمي وأبي فديتك سيدي صلاة وسلام عليك يا نبي حبيبي يا محمد أتيت بالسلام والهدى محمد حبيبي يا محمد يا رحمة للعالمين يا محمد يا من حليت حياتنا بالإيمان يا من بجمالك علمت الإحسان يا من نورت قلوبنا بالقرآن يا حبيبي يا شافعي يا رسول الله بأمي وأبي.
Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen, mashallah. You are welcome back to your program Sabil al-Rashad. And yes, what we are discussing today is nothing but decency. How we can practice decent life. Decency will lead to modesty, as we said, and yes, it will improve us in morality. So, and that is exactly what religion is all about. It's not about fighting one another. It's not about correcting one another. It's not about intimidating one another. We have those who believe that they actually know more than others, and through that, they are intimidating other people. So, and yes, Muhammad has never done that. Despite the fact that the Quran came through him to us, he didn't look down on anybody. Whenever any person come to him, they ask any question, he give them with respect. But these days you have ṣé kò yẹ kẹ́ ẹ mọ̀ ni,
He
kò
managed
yẹ
the
kẹ́ ẹ ti lè
content.
mele now.
He managed the content of the response to the people.
MashaAllah. So let's start from there before we go to the mode of dressing. Let's talk more about this mode of approaching our speech, our response to people.
Alhamdulillah, Imam, when we are talking about this concept of decency, you know, we look at it in two ways. The first one, personal quality of decency, is one of honesty, good manner, and respect for one another. If you can maintain these three factors for now,
Okay,
in our
please,
society,
can you...
we are talking of personal quality
Okay,
in terms of honesty,
okay,
good manners,
okay.
respect for one another,
For one another.
moral standards.
Okay,
Those are the four concepts we are going to deal with.
okay.
So when we're talking about the personal quality, if you are seeing me as your friend, as you see as my friend, that's what Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam said, "La yumina adukum atta yuhibba li akhihi ma yuhibbu nafsuhu." None of you is a believer until you wish to order what you wish to yourself.
Okay,
You don't want to be injured. Actually, injure one another.
let's dwell a little bit on that. A lot of our people understand this as this, but they didn't understand the deep concept of this.
So if you are talking about the honesty, as you see, you are someone that when I have any business with you, I shouldn't have any problem.
Okay.
That's where we started.
Okay, decency in dealings with one
dealing
another.
with one another, transacting with one another. See me as a friend, let me see as well. Because there's no how. The last verse of Surah Al-Baqarah says, wherever you are going to a business, find a two woman to sign for you. Find a one man to sign for you. Allah knew that no matter how, you have mindset in negative and positive. The positive mindset will go free, while the negative mindset will not even go through. It will challenge.
It's not just about trusting.
No,
You have to write it down.
No, you have to write it down. Let be in black and white.
Okay.
Let me see what I want to achieve in the future. That's where Quran enjoy law that abiding in the business. So we're not talking about honesty. Let's have honesty. If you have honesty, all of us here in studio, if we build our life on honesty, definitely we shouldn't have any fear of dealing with one another. I should have a mindset of positive with Afa Abdurrahman, based on Mr. Oyede. Please look at this day after me. They let me go and sleep. They shouldn't do anything head on what we agree on. So the second one, we are called of good manners. Manner matter, whatever you want to do. They say manner approach. So when you want to approach one another, let it be in respect. Nobody is another of knowledge. We are one another. We need help of one another. So when I was coming to studio, I look at the narrative of the life. It is one thing to another. It is a fair to ride a vehicle. It is a vehicle to go where you are going. And someone will drive you. Look at the connectivity of the life. So no matter how, if you get a sector right, that means other sector will get it right. Tinubu cannot do it right. With due respect to our president, they have minister, they have PA here and there. So are they honesty? Are they have good manner? So if they have good manner, are they have respect for one another? You know, there's what they call a language of sabotage. They will sabotage your effort here and there. No, okay. We have three religions: traditional, Muslim, and Christian. Those are the three religions that are very famous in our society. But are we getting it right, or are we getting it? We should ask ourselves. So, talking about the quality, personal quality, we are talking about personal quality of one another, because it is our product that made the society call a society. It is our product that make environment call environment. Environment cannot just be without a human being. Get it right, Imam. So that's what we are saying, that decency require to be honesty. Decency require to be good manner. Decency require good moral. Decency require faith in Allah. Norms, some behaviors that will translate the society to the highest one. Okay, we all travel here and there. We see what is transpired among the white men. They love themselves. They transact on a true way. If you paid white man, they will say, thank you for coming. You know? So that means we should have mindset of being a good, kind to one another. Be kind to one another. Then our society will be okay. Because we made the society to be a society. That is exactly what we are saying about the decency here and there. And don't forget, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala told Prophet Muhammad sallallahu, he said, Isibiru wa sobiru. That warab bitu is the language we want to use. Warab bitu, that's the exact language we want to use. The good manner, the modesty, the respect for one another. You do not, you know, do not deny me my favor. I shouldn't deny your favor.
Alhamdulillah, Imam, someone says that, yes, to achieve this modesty or decency we are talking about, one must avoid greediness and must imbibe fairness. So if we are fair to one another, we want to be decent to one another.
Exactly.
But in terms of, well, I want to have it all, we will try to change one another and it becomes indecency.
Exactly.
So in this manner of approach, just I want our people to clearly understand this concept that you have to be decent. That simply means that, yes, you have to leave what is not yours.
Yes.
There's an hadith that says you leave what does not concern you to what concerns you.
Yes,
Is it? So please, can our people get better understanding of this hadith as a concept?
I think
also?
with the limited time we have, Imam, we just have to get it that a boss is called a boss because he will direct.
Okay. and
when the boss is directing, he's directing someone to work on his behalf.
And for his own benefit.
And we must not deny that followers their benefit.
Okay.
Quran says, give them their benefit.
Okay.
Once they are working for you, give them their benefit. You can't do it alone.
And they too must be sincere to do the work as being stipulated for them.
In a sincerity way,
okay,
in an honesty way,
okay,
in a good manner,
okay,
with moral standard.
Okay.
They shouldn't do the job that it's not here. Let's do it in another way that will not make a company grow. So we are not being honest. You know, the first time youth for Prophet Muhammad is being trustworthy. Prophet was totally trustworthy.
Rasulullah Amin.
Trustworthy. So that trustworthy is part of the ingredient of decency that we are talking about. So we are in a company now. It's owned by someone. It might not be around for 10 months or 3 months, but people employed are working there. So it's in 3 ways. A boss will direct. When you direct, you are directing someone to work for you. Give them their benefits.
Okay, that's part of decency.
That's part of that. They too, they should not deny the company the benefit that to make a company grow, because it is working for one another. So when we are talking about decency, it's going to be like we have a word in Arabic. We call it motarod difat. Motarod difat means a chain that connects one another to make a success, to clear a way for others to pass.
Okay.
So, you know, you get it right. So if someone is with a knife is now slaughter a cow, he can't eat it alone. That's what you are talking about. So a boss should know his duty, the followers should know his duty, the degenerate of people should also apply the decency on whatever we are saying. We are all going to market, we are all going to pharmacy, we are all going to buy some things. Are we trust one another? His husband trust the wife, his wife trust his husband, is the children trust his father. None of us can show our kid where we are kept our check at home. That's part of decency we are talking about. So we should even go back to Quran called the Aflaha Mansakaha. What we are talking about, it has to do with mindset. We talk to ourselves. It's not something we are having a sponge and soul to wash. No, you just have to assimilate the content of that faith that it did not mistake. Fine, it's a prayer, but we work out the possibility. Let us work out the talk of the prayer we are saying.
Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alamin. Yes, to be decent simply means that you must accept what is your responsibility, and other people also must accept what is their responsibility. So the responsibility of followers and the leaders now, as we find ourselves in Nigeria these days. Someone called me this morning and says, I could be Nigeria Shida. And I reply him, I say, I could be Nigeria Shida. Because a lot of kini role to play lati jekoda. So everybody must start playing his own role now. To make sure that from his own angle, Nigeria become good. So instead of now shouting on the leaders and start raining causing on the leaders. So your parting shot to our people.
Imam, what we are saying is that's in the five ways. Number one, let's have faith in Allah. Let's have faith in Allah.
Instead of shouting on the leaders or calling on the leaders.
Let's have faith in Allah. Let's be honest. That's number two. Let's love one another.
This next to Min al-Amwal is one of the trials.
Let's love one another. No, let's be committed. That is number three. If you are committed in whatever you are doing, even though you are selling a pure water,
before you go to number three, when someone died, it's only when we say Inna Lillahi wa Inna Ilaihi Raji'un.
Yes.
But that's not the only time we say Inna Lillahi wa Inna Ilaihi Raji'un. So during the time of scarcity, during the time of famine, during the time of
Even though during that one recession.
recession, we
It's
say
a-
in the
it's a-
land when
you
they
know, when they
resume,
resume, because-
and it will solve our problem.
Yes.
So where did we Muslims kept our faith?
You know, I said if they turn Nigeria like UK and you invited UK to come to
To
Nigeria, they
Nigeria.
will turn Nigeria to UK. Then when you're not moving all Nigerian men to UK, they will turn UK to Nigeria. Because we are talking about morality, decency, moral standard, the way we approach manner here and there, whatever we are doing. That is exactly what we are doing. Like I actually said, be honest to one another, love one another. Let us be committed, whatever we are doing. If you are asking to monitor just a simple like orange, sell orange for me. Sell it the way the owner said you should. Do it.
Do it.
That's number 4. Wherever you are, at home, even though you are at bus stop, be honest with one another. You know, there are some people that bought a mini, which we will call a mini board, you don't want to pay. Even though when the driver forgets, you just have to recollect. That is what we call
Alhamdulillah,
then
yes.
finally, whenever we find ourselves in the sector, do it and get it right before you don't know what will happen to you tomorrow.
Alhamdulillah. So, mashallah, the continuation of the program will be tomorrow on our radio station. That's the Yoruba edition of your program that we call Atenzil. Mashallah. So you can meet us, mashallah, tomorrow on Rave 91.7 FM. Mashallah, where we continue. We shall be telling you more on what should be your responsibility, not just be looking to the leaders. You as a leader, within your own right, what are you doing
Not
right?
just because in the leader.
Not just because in leader, mashallah.
No,
So on this note, I thank my Imam for being here as usual, Imam Misbauddin Olawale. Thank you so much.
You're
And
most
the
welcome.
crew, yes, our fathers in the house, everybody, and our mothers in the house. Thank you very much for coming, mashallah. To the producer and the director, I sincerely thank you, mashallah. So until next week, I say masalam.
Wa ila
Wa ila
liqa.
liqa.
As a player, there's nothing better than the roar of your crowd. But in Nigeria, there's a roar that may not be heard again. With fewer than 50 lions left, they could be extinct in the next few years from loss of habitat and prey. So please, say no. Let's roar alive, Nigeria. Because poaching steals from us all.
Arrested, affected, sound, found. What do we say? Flowing from a spring. A fact A to Z. Check and confirm. Ever is pounding current events. Traveling down from the business gist to the globally arising happenings, to the sports news, to the bitter info. Guided transmission, even diffusion. Vast affect. Winskins, nuggets of words that flew wrapped in bundles of words, broken and dissected as it is, except misheard. This is the news as it is.
Television gives everyone an image, but radio gives birth to a million images in a million brains. People say video killed the radio star, but here in Osun State, radio is life. It is not just about tuning in, it's about tapping into the endless possibilities of human imagination.
Welcome to Rave 91.7 FM. The airways come alive with a symphony of voices, music, and ideas.
Nestled in the heart of Oshogbo, it's a storyteller, a magician, and with listeners. As Ali puts, radio allows us to make our own chairs, to create our own words with every spoken word and every note played.
Inside the Rave FM, the magic happens. From the clarity of morning shows to the soul-stirring melodies of playlists, everyone's invitation explore, to dream and create.
Whether it's news, music, or discussions, Rave 91.7 FM is more than just a radio station. It's a companion, a confidant, and a catalyst change in the community. Fast forward to Rave 91.7 FM, beacon of youth culture and innovation, and we'll find ourselves just a couple of days away from a momentous occasion, the birthday of Western Spring Television, WSTV. With hyper-local reach and language, WSTV speaks directly to its audience in a 60-40 mix of Yoruba and English languages, ensuring that you are prepared and included.
Built on a tested and trusted WSTV opposes the value of truth and integrity, serving as a beacon of objectivity in a sea of media noise.
Reflect the journey that brought us here from humble beginnings to a trusted source of information and inspiration. WSTV stands as a testament to the power of media to inform, educate, and empower. So join us to continue to break barriers, challenge norms, and pave way for a brighter, inclusive media landscape. Western Spring Television, where and every voice is heard.
Our music is gaining plenty of support, but the music for what we hear at home. Hungry they're so consumed in our cities, and they're still just as we preserve our culture, let us protect our pangolins. Let us say no to illegal bushmeat, because protecting nature protects us all.
Arrested. Affected.
Morning, Nigeria. Good morning. Well, it's good into the back of the day, especially at these very, very special day. Every day is the Lord's Day, by the way, but today is the 1st of November, year 2024. So happy. Before I greet the people, let me greet you. Happy New Month to you.
New Month.
Happy November.
Yeah.
You know, they say charity starts at home, so let me start with you. And happy New Month to our esteemed viewers as well. We pray, we hope. We have the well wishes that these will be a very prosperous month for us all. This is Morning Spring on Western Spring Television, and we're starting with you on a new platter this morning. Good morning, Evelyn.
Good morning, Femi. How are you doing today?
Very well. I'm alive.
Good morning, people. It's the month of November, and I am super excited because it's 55 days to Christmas. I woke up this morning, and when I got out, I was like, I can smell Christmas already. And I know that
smelling Christmas on the 1st of November.
Yes, I mean, we're inching closer to it.
Your NASA strength is top notch.
But really, I was super excited about today because I know after November is December, and in December we know what it is. It's Christmas. I don't know if you're always as excited as this when Christmas is coming now, but I know that everyone loves Christmas. Who doesn't love Christmas?
Yeah, well.
But I'm good. I'm high. You know, I have my energy up there today.
What's the matter?
It's a new month, and it's just days to Christmas.
Just days?
Yes. My name is Evelyn Okiola. Welcome on board to the very first edition of Morning Spring for this month of November, and the last one for this week. We appreciate you for doing this with us all throughout this week and starting your month with us. Of course, we pray that this month of November is going to usher in blessings for you. It's going to be productive, and your heart desires will come to fruition.
Right, exactly. You know, maybe after the show, I'm not sure it's just the excitement of the Christmas.
It is, really.
There is something behind. 55 days away, you are getting exiled. 54 days away. What exactly is the matter? You have to tell me. And I'm sure many persons might be saying, okay, fine, Christmas, as you said, who wouldn't love Christmas?
People start shopping for Christmas.
That is the part. There is the part of the shoppers. There is the part of the people identifying things to buy. There is the part of the payer.
So the preparation has already started.
Wait now, which part do you belong? You know, you don't understand. There is the part of the shoppers. There is the part of the people that identify whatever they need for Christmas. Yeah. And there is the part of that you feel you have a potential above some person, so you feel you can do whatever you want. Not just about that honorable member, and do whatever you want. Not just about that honorable member that performed dishonorably, behaved dishonorably, by the way. Well, it was arraigned in court and given a $500,000 bail, by the way. And on the matter, you see people with, seemingly big cars, and the ones who call big man, and then you see the one, Weep, the one we call Koboko, in front of their dashboard, you know, and you wonder who is for. And I've seen one or two persons do that before. Maybe one bike man who is not really respecting their car, or one keke man, or somebody who is in their minds misbehaving. They just put it out. Why? Like you have that audacity, especially you now see people with army stickers, Mopo stickers, or one big man somewhere. We just wrote down and say, I will whip you. And, you know, many persons will say, we are talking about Alex Ikweche and the misbehavior of his, but there are many persons who do that on a daily. It's only their camera is not in their face. If actually camera is not there, possibly would not have had that thing went down that same way. So let's just be human and do the best that we can for ourselves. And this is the time, you know. Have you heard the price of rice right now? Rice. I don't know. Maybe the rice thing that federal government used to. That one that they said they want to sell 40,000 naira per bag. Where is it?
Oh, I have no idea.
With this your connection, with this your social status and this thing.
Please, don't put me in trouble.
No, I'm saying you have not heard of it. You don't know where they are selling.
I don't know.
You have not gotten any.
I've not gotten.
And you don't know somebody that knows somebody that knows.
I've not
so
seen
who are they selling it for?
I have no idea. They have their social register. You know, I heard in the report that they have been making a conditional transfer, and about 25 million Nigerians have gotten.
I've gotten a lot.
I'm wondering, how come we never know?
I'm not even talking about the social register thing. The 40,000 naira are supposed to be for the public.
Yeah.
That one is not the one that be given to people that are on the trash transfer. Maybe you know. Can you please let us know? Go to our social media space, Facebook and Instagram and X, all at Western Spring Television, or our YouTube channel at Western Spring TV. Let's know where you are getting yours, so that at least we can say this is happening. Trust us. We will come to this same space and say, yes, it's being sold here, it's being sold there for 3,000 naira. And by the way, the core members were paid like a few days ago, and we learned it was still 33,000 naira. Well, what is happening? And some of them passed out. Is that the language they use? Because that language used to sound somehow to me that you pass out. Was it yesterday? I'll be 2 days ago now.
Yesterday.
And they could not benefit. They had 2 months to benefit from that 77,000 naira. But alas, ta-da.
Why do I think that probably they were, the federal government was waiting for this particular batch to phase out so that they can start, with a new, I don't know, because the people they are going to start with, they are not really necessarily new batch, but probably they didn't want to pay those that were already leaving. Why are you looking at me like that? I know it's not proper.
You said you had a feeling.
It's not proper because you said you were you're going to start payment.
You announced
October, and you're going to backdate the job.
Yeah.
And these people are federal government employees, whether you like it or not.
They are serving their fatherland. Somebody will be taken from Osun State to Potiskum, to Iseluku in Delta, to somewhere.
They deserve their pay.
Come on, now they are passed out. I'm not sure those guys who will say, oh, my government has gotten me. I mean, has got me. They had my back. You know, a lot to talk about. Because it's Friday, I feel we should just gist all throughout the program, but then that's not what we do here. Exactly. The papers are in, and we roll it out in a jiffy. It's Morning Spring on Western Spring Television. Good evening. On our. We'll be back. From third world to superpower. From third world to superpower. How to lift millions from poverty to prosperity via local initiatives. How to lift millions from poverty to prosperity via local initiatives. And you can see the picture, the flag of India and Nigeria, and with the Indian leader Narendra Modi, and with our own president Bola Tinubu. Economic reforms that changed India from being a third world country to a superpower. All right, okay, we hope maybe the leader, President Bola Tinubu, can take some lessons, you know, from Narendra Modi or the Indian system and have it, because as we have the numbers, India has the number, in fact, bigger numbers than we do, almost 1 billion people in India. And so these are the issues as well. So, third world, a superpower, how did it happen? We hope we get the lessons, and not just to take the lessons or to now put committee to go and understudy, and when they come back, nothing happens. We don't want that. Proscription. Appeal court reserves judgment on IPOB's appeal. Newspeak 28 and Forex crisis. Federal government gives Nigerians 9 months to deposit dollars in banks. Evening, you can hear the federal government now. Federal government gives Nigerians 9 months to deposit dollars in banks, in whatever form you are having it, in whatever denomination. People in Oyele, please go and deposit your dollars at the proper place. You have 9 months to do that. So before we confiscate those things, and I will lead the team.
This is not the first time this administration is doing that. They had this at the beginning of the year too.
Now you should confiscate. I mean, you go and deposit your dollars.
Yeah, people should bring their dollars to the bank.
So why are you not depositing yours?
Why am I not
depositing the dollars you have?
Who says I haven't deposited mine?
Oh, so that's an admittance of dollars. Now you are caught. All right. All right. By the way, we banter a lot here. I don't know who's watching. There is no dollar anywhere. Because the way you have said, all right, because you don't know where this will travel to. And somebody will see it and say, so this guy like this. All right. You know, we banter a lot, so trust me. Tax reform bills. National Assembly adjourns plenary abruptly as NEC advises immediate withdrawal. All right. And maybe if time permits, we'll look into that as well. The proposal, these tax reform bills and whatever it means, and all of the northern, system came together politically and the traditional institutions in one voice and said, no, we are not having this. This is discriminatory. This is against us. And, the proponents of that proposal are saying, no, this is for everybody. But, what if we take 19? Yes, of course, we have 19 northern states, all the governors, political bigwigs, the traditional institutions to say, no, we are against this. But then, let's see how this goes. So the NAS has adjourned plenary on it. Now, HFCC recovers 248 billion naira, $105 million in 1 year. All right. Recovery, 248 billion naira and $105 million in 1 year. Okay. I think, and I just be asking, where are these monies? Where is it being, domiciled? And how does this help our economy? Or we just recover and just put it somewhere? Let's see how it goes. Zenith Bank PLC records 1 trillion naira pre-tax profit in Q3. These are the things that Nigerians, not because they are bad belly, the way we say it here, do not like to hear. Because this particular bank now showed people some level of frustration.
Yeah.
Talking about this particular bank, like a few weeks ago. And the Nigerian banks will do anyhow, do whatever they want to do, frustrate you at will, and then come and say, yeah, we have made something billion naira. Nigerians will be asking, how does this show that you have really helped and then do what you are supposed to do before you are making all these profits? Pre-tax, 1 trillion naira. That's a lot of money. All right. And it's not just about this particular bank. It's almost all the Nigeria, especially the conventional deposit money banks. Now, moving on. Government, media are partners in nation building, says Information Minister. We are supposed to be, isn't it?
Yeah.
Supposed to be partners. But sometimes it appears like there's intentional, way of people in power trying to tell the other parties as the media to look away. And whenever the media, in fact, is trying to hold them to their responsibilities, then you see all kind of tantrums being thrown, journalists being attacked. Some of them being killed just because some guys are just not having what they are doing. And how we improved the land administration in Edo by Obaseki. And our relationship must be win-win. Tinubu tells France, China, and Denmark. That's all from The Guardian.
And from the Guardian newspaper, we head on to The Punch. The Punch newspaper this morning, and the big one there is on tax review. Presidency mounts defense as 36 governors reject proposal. NEC asks President to withdraw bill from NAS. Tinubu panel says bill not against governors. And one would think ordinarily that before such bill is passed to the National Assembly, there has been some form of discussion with the federating units, because we run a federation, and the states actually are the one that pass on powers to the federal, not the other. The states make up the federation, not the center making up the state. I don't know if you get what I'm saying. Yeah. So definitely this taxes would be gotten from different states. It's not only from the FCT. So I think they should have. It's an executive bill. They should have been carried along, really.
Well, they might, and some might say maybe it's not necessary. That's why the representatives of these states are there, the National Assembly, to speak on the matter. But it seems there is a loud voice for that bill to be withdrawn. And what is inside that bill, summarily, is about whatever you are making in your state is what to be used here in giving you FAC. No
more equality. No more.
Whatever. Was there equality in the first place? Because but for the persons, okay, maybe because of the program I talk about it, is if actually there are products that are being made in a particular place and transported to a particular state, and those states are not having that kind of product, let's say alcohol, that is banned in some northern states now, but those producers of those beverages, alcoholic beverages, they are paying tax through the states that they are allowed, through the state of their production, and all these things are being accrued to the federation account. Now, when it is shared, the federal government will not come and say, oh, the ones you got in state A and B that allowed the drinking or the production of alcohol, please remove it. Don't give it to the states that don't allow it. Everybody, the state that don't allow it will still benefit.
Yeah, that's equal sharing.
So, well, now, all right.
That's equal sharing.
Yeah.
But of course, the NEC, National Executive Council, has told the federal government to withdraw that particular bill from the National Assembly and, let them look at a review of the bill before it's sent back to the National Assembly. The thing is, what was the intention of the bill? Because even in law, they will tell you the law, what is the spirit behind such a law, and some now what is the intention of that bill? Well, why is it being proposed?
What is it meant to address? These are some of the things. Well, it's fine that it's being withdrawn. But I wish this uproar from these state executives, I thought it was 19 before, Punch is reporting 36, all of them, and the big guys, traditional institutions, I wish you can use that strength as well. Whenever there is a bill that is not really favorable to us, everybody will just come out and say, oh, we don't want, and then it will be reviewed. How come this voice is so loud at this time? Because possibly some states are thinking they are going to be OYO.
Of course, there would be, as you are.
Things are going to dry up very soon.
But I think if this bill is passed, probably it would actually encourage the spirit of competition, healthy competition among states. And the governors will start to think outside of the box and start to generate revenue for themselves. Because a whole lot of
people that are dependent on FAC all their lives.
Depends on this allocation. Away from that, federal government striking varsity workers talks end in a deadlock. And flooding, NEC plans new dams for southeast, south. And crashed helicopter wreckage found. 3 passengers remain missing. That's the crash that happened in Port Harcourt. Spain flood deaths rise to 150. Hundreds displaced. That's another sad news coming from Spain. The flash floods that hit the country, and we hear that the death toll has risen to 150. And away from that top strip, Ipman can't lift petrol without NNPCL approval. This is coming from Dangote Refinery. There was a time Dangote Refinery says the marketers are not coming to buy fuel from our refinery, and we've got loads and loads and loads of PMS available. But the marketers came and said, do not even try to push the blame on us, because we were at your refinery for days. We slept there and we did not get PMS. Now, Dangote is pushing on this to the federal government, or the NNPCL rather, saying that they cannot lift petrol. The marketers can't lift petrol without NNPC approval. Why is NNPC not giving this approval?
And these are the issues as well. 2 days ago we talked about it. I said, obviously something is wrong. For you to leave somebody selling a particular product in your neighborhood and you went outside to go and get the same thing, that means something is wrong. Is that the price is bad, or the quality is impeded, or something? They are not just telling us, only for the marketers to come out and say jointly, as marketers, they have maybe paid like 40 billion to get this supply, and they are not getting it. So they must just get it one way or the other. These are some of the issues as well.
Okay, 12 federal government MDA salaries to be delayed. Why? Get on page 19 of the Punch newspaper and read this reason for yourself. FG offers 9-month window for free forex deposit. And Ondo governorship poll corner, INEC records 72% PVC collection. And APC PDP differ over Ayedatiwa's scorecard, which is actually expected. We do not expect them to be on the same page. That will from the Punch newspaper this morning.
All right, we'll move to the Daily Trust. The Daily Trust newspaper. Presidency to withdraw controversial tax reform bills. With riders, NEC demands more consultations. Proposed legislations not against North Ononuga. All right, and you can see a glimpse of the villa here. With some gentlemen. This is Wale Edun, this is Kashim Shatima, and Atiku Bagudu, and a couple of other gentlemen. Their criticism trails Ekiti lawmakers' planned a retreat to Canada. I saw the news 2 days ago, for capacity building and, what, and all of them, the State House of Assembly, the guys are traveling to Canada, to be empowered with the knowledge, requisite knowledge to perform their functions. Why are people complaining? Why? What happened?
Because this is not the first time you would want to probably talk about
is it because they are from Ekiti?
a particular document, and you go outside of the state. Some even go even further than outside of the country. What happens to different locations in this country that you can go to? There are different locations in Abuja, in Lagos, even in that Ekiti. Isn't that in Ekiti we have because goes
What do you mean by that?
Why
Ekiti?
can't they use that place? What is wrong with Ekiti?
These guys doesn't want distraction.
Distractions. Really?
They have to take it out of the country.
They say charity begins at home. Their own charity
They have
wants to
always been
start from
home. The
abroad.
State House of Assembly complex is at home now.
Why do they want to start from abroad?
They are
Charity
not starting
begins-
from abroad.
They
have
should
been
start
wait
from
now.
home.
They have been having
Even
their
if Ekiti has mod houses, let
they
them
have
stay
been
in those
having
mod
their
houses
plenary
and have their
at
retreats.
home.
Yeah.
They have been doing so many things.
Yes.
You people doesn't understand what it means to be empowered from a different place.
So what will happen? What is the difference in them, going to Canada to have this retreat? They're going to have a clear head.
Let them return. You will.
They're going to have a clear head. I mean, it's so funny when I hear, government officials or public officials go to another city, another state, outside of the state or another country, to present a document, talk about a document that concerns the state. I mean, it's funny.
Let me, I told you I'm in a very relaxed mood today. So let me joggle your memory a bit. There's one particular project that has to do with, airliner in a particular country not too far away. That when they wanted to launch it, a national carrier, purported national carrier, for the first time they went to London to go and launch. The country I'm talking about. You wanted to launch an airliner, a national carrier, for the first time. These people, they took it. That was under Adi Sirika, under Buhari. They took it to London, Nigeria Air, and they wore his cap. They do. Ekiti people, I don't know why Evelyn is beefing you people. Empowerment is very important. That you call Gosi, there are people who still be disturbing them there. Their Nigerian line will be going through. These are the things
they put it on TNT or airplane
These are the things that you don't know from this end. Just read do your media and go and see it somewhere. All right. Criticism trips Ekiti lawmakers plan the retreat. They call it retreat. It's not jamboree. Why are you people complaining? It will retreat for that matter. Now, we would like to even see that list because it's possible that some of these people will stay up +1 that will follow them.
Yeah, definitely.
If you know what I'm talking about. On a rather sad note, 16 die in Ibadan building collapse. These are the things we don't want to hear. We don't want it to happen. But sadly, it has. Now, Nigeria gets 2.8 billion naira from Google for AI talent hunt. Interesting. 2.8 billion naira. AI. And moving on, we have not received any payment for petrol from marketers. Again, the marketers say they have paid up to 40 billion. Dangote is saying they have nothing as far as payment is concerned. Now, top bank executives under probe EFCC. These are the issues. Why are you telling us this particular thing? Under probe now. We'll ask for the name now. You said we should relax. And how is the prosecution going? You say you are waiting for time to get your what's it called? Evidence. And you're interrogating the matter. Is it possible to get to a point in this nation that prosecution agencies, either the police, EFCC, ICPC, will have a hint about a particular person or an organization or cartel, and they will swing into action very swiftly, take every time that they need to have a thorough investigation, evidence that is well casted in stones, and by the time they come to the media to say, we have done this, straight, you know that you are ready for court and you are ready to go, even if it takes 1 day, 2 days, 1 year, 2 years. But now, top bank executives are under probe. Those ones now go and be tearing evidence.
You know what they say? Someone once told me that if you are in an office and you want your boss to see that you're working, just be walking around. Just moving up and down. If you think,
to be seen, Abby?
To be seen, you would think, no. And when you're walking, you're not walking slow, you're walking fast.
You think this is what's happening?
So you will be like, no, this guy is a hardworking guy. But the ones that are really working, they are not seen there. They are inside doing their work.
Top bank executives on that probe. Flood kills 321 in 34 states. That news affect 1.4 million people. That'll be all from the Telecom.
All right, let's get on to Nigerian Tribune at this time. Withdrawal tax reform bill, NEC tells Tinubu proposed reform will correct VAT distribution inequalities. It's not against the North, presidency clarifies. 3 years after, wires for burial November 30. FG appeals to NASU, SANU to suspend strike. For the rider, we will call it off when our members receive a lot. Joint Action Committee. I mean, it's evidence we'll need. Let us see the proof that you really want to work with us. You really have agreed to our demands. Then we will call off the strike. That's what these varsity workers are saying. And how 80-year-old lost 5 grandchildren in Ibadan, building collapse, 10 killed, 7 injured in the 2 a.m. tragedy. You know, it's a sad one. And you can see 5 grandchildren lost in one night, in one day, and 10 more people also killed and several others injured. We can only pray for God to comfort the families of those who lost loved ones, and may the souls of the departed rest in peace. All right, away from that, we have improved land administration in Edo, says Governor Basaki, and Dangote Refinery says no payment received from Ipman. Nigeria's inflation made worse by import dependency, large informal economy. Edo. You don't have to explain it away, just since you know that we are not producing much, I think this is the time where the federal government should focus on more production so that people can have alternative to products. You can't say people should stop importing and there are no alternatives to these products. And not just production, made in Nigeria production, but made in Nigeria quality products. You know, people buy quality. If it doesn't have quality, people would want to opt for another alternative that's got quality. So I think the federal government should invest heavily in homegrown production, home-based production, and also services that are provided from Nigeria for Nigerians. Right. That will be all from Nigerian Tribune.
And of course, that will be all for this segment, especially for this first day of the month of November. We take this quick break. When we return, we'll be talking about law, legality, and how it affects, human endeavors. There was this judgment, court ruling rather, that we got earlier in the week, and of course, which has been generating controversies. We'd like to look into the matter as well. It's the words of Milot at the courts, and is it really what it's supposed to be? Not that we are second guessing because we don't have the power to do that, but then if it's the law, it has to be about the Constitution and the ground of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. We'll speak to a lawyer in a jiffy. Stay with us.
Arrested, affected, found. What do we see? What do we say? Flowing from a spring. A fact A to Z. Check and confirm. Vice pounding current events. Traveling down from the business gist to the globally arising happenings, to the sports news, to the bittersweet infos. Guided transmission, even dilution. Vast, fled. Within seconds, nugget of words of flew across border fire. So it's shut down, model of words. Broken and dissected as it is, except misheard. This is the news as it is.
Amos Adenke was a prominent figure in the for Nigeria's independence. He was for Nigeria and Cameroon, a political party that has lawfully touched liberty for the West African countries. He carved a niche for himself as a wordsmith and a creative speaker, The nickname Kwenkelemes was a natively corrupted version of Peculiar Mess, his bombastic English language style, often used to score proceedings at the parliament. The author of Africa in Ebullition, a handbook of freedom for Nigerian nationalists, was Nigeria's Federal Minister of Natural Resources and Social Services between 1955 and 1956. He died in an auto crash on the 25th March 1958 at 42. Western Television identifies Adegoke Adelabu as a watershed character in history.
Turn it up! It's the Wild Wild West, and Western Spring Television is pulling out all the stops to make sure that you don't miss out on every of the fun and happenings around you. Yup, we've got you covered because your girls got all the juiciest tidbits and entertainment news from around the world. Cross over to the chocolatey side of entertainment. Join me, Chocolate Cassie, on Eccentric as we take you into every bit of the juicy news, fashion, music, movies, and all trending conversation. Together on this show, we'll get personal with your favorite celebrities via phone call, Zoom, or even live here in the studio. Eccentric will be on Western Spring Television and only on Tapa.
The pangolin performs a crucial role in the environment. They eat and destroy our crops. Sadly, kill meat and kills. If we might lose pangolins forever. Let's say no bigger bushmeat from pangolins because protecting nature protects us all.
Every moment of when you need a break, fast and clarity. News are reported. It is
in Africa, and all those who must have made the wait happen have to pay a price.
Enjoy Western programs, projecting culture and tradition to the world.
How to put your word is very important to me.
Produce you in a unique way in Western Spring Television, in color and culture.
Biodiversity extinction is everybody's business. So I grew up on farms. So in my early life, I was exposed to a lot of biodiversity and natural environments. And as I grew up, I started to notice these environments disappearing. My main mission was to protect this area from excessive poaching, both of wood and of the animals that live within the forest. Every member of the ecosystem is playing a critical role. The trees are carbon sinkers. The forest and vegetation give us oxygen. Natural vegetation like this is responsible for rain. During the rainy season, you have trade winds that are coming off the Atlantic. The forest creates a barrier to that wind. If you don't trap that moisture, then you don't get cloud. And you less rainfall over time, and that's what we're doing now. We also need to keep the carbon dioxide levels within a normal range, otherwise it becomes a greenhouse gas, and that's what's responsible for global warming. Climate change and loss of biodiversity is a significant global security issue. Excessive logging is a major contributor to global warming and depletion of wildlife. Around me has been a gradual but consistent logging out of the environment, except where we are right now, which we've protected with every possible means. We've used the community, we've used the vigilantes, we've used every kind of opportunity. The International Institute of Agriculture, the biggest organization, and they're responsible for a lot of research into agricultural environment. They got to know about this protected area. So, this reserve is actually a seed bank. So what we plan to do is use the richness of the seed banks, turn them into a nursery. It's tough to enter the community initially, They didn't understand what we were doing here. Why would we want to protect a forest? But by protecting this environment, we will be attracting ecotourism and resources to the community. The community are beginning to understand this collection of biodiversity is earning you a livelihood on a continuous basis. What we would like to do is form a cooperative. So the environment which we're protecting will just start getting bigger and bigger. And as it gets bigger and bigger, it will attract more and more. It's important that our children can come here and see what a natural forest actually looks like. We convert people from people that take advantage of the ecosystem to people that protect the ecosystem. So a hunter becomes a game ranger. A person that logs wood now becomes a protector of forests. Life is actually much better if you're protected.
On the 6th of December 1910 at Ra Village, Sokoto, northwestern Nigeria. His father was a district head and heir apparent to the Sultanate throne from the house of Usman Dan Fodio, a religious and social reformer who brought the Habib dynasty under the Fulani Caliphate in the beginning of the 19th century. He engineered the establishment of the Northern People's Congress (NPC) as the first political party in northern Nigeria and the rallying point for politicians in the region before independence. History will not forget Agbel's charisma and political success. This man and has a face of 200 currency among one architects of Nigerian independence. West Spring Television identifies Ahmadu Bello as a watershed character in history.
Here are 5 amazing fun facts I bet you never knew about Christianity.
Number 1, there are over 2.4 billion Christians worldwide.
Amazing fun fact number 2. The Bible is one of the best-selling books of all time, with more than 100 million copies sold.
Most Christians live in heaven and hell.
The Bible is the most translated book in the world, with more than 3,000 languages.
Amazing fun fact number 5. Most Christians throw science out of the window without realizing that most scientists are Christians. Hello, I am Pastor Steve Akinwumi.
And I am Dr. Adeoye Oyewole.
Join us as we highlight and discuss day-to-day issues pertaining to the day-to-day living of every Christian.
Issues in Christendom shows every Sunday on Western Spring Television, channel 190, only on StarTimes.
With our conversation, that is about the law. Is how the what is coming out from a course. A few days ago, it was reported that the court has stopped the Central Bank of Nigeria from releasing allocation to Rivers government, and it came from a federal high court sitting in Abuja. Stopping the CBN from further releasing monthly financial allocations to the Rivers State government. The court held that the receipt and disbursement of monthly allocations since January this year by Governor Sim Fubara is a constitutional somersault, an aberration that must not be allowed to continue. Justice Joyce Abdul Malik, that's the name of the judge, my lord, Joyce Abdul Malik, who issued the order in a judgment in the suit filed by the Rivers State House of Assembly, and Right Honorable Martin Chike Amaule, as the Speaker, on Wednesday held that the presentation of the 2024 budget by Fubara before a 4-member Rivers State House of Assembly was an affront to the constitutional provision. And the judge specifically held that Fubara's action in implementing unlawful budget smacked gross violations of the 1999 Constitution he swore to protect. And so she consequently restrained the Apex Bank, the Accountant General, the banks, that's Zenith and Access banks, from further allowing Fubara to access money from the Consolidated Revenue and Federation account. And Justice Abdul Malik held that the CBN was under obligation to ensure that the right thing was done before money from the Consolidated Revenue and Federation account are released. And the judge also held that the action of the 4-member Rivers State House of Assembly being held on to by Governor Fubara as yardstick to justify unlawful budget had since been nullified and set aside by the Federal High Court Abuja and the Court of Appeal Abuja Division. So we are talking about legality law this morning. So who else do we talk with than a legal practitioner? And that's why we have Chitam Thierry Nwala here. He is a lawyer and also a Pan-Africanist. He joins us virtually this morning. Good morning, Barrister. If you can kindly unmute. All right. Once again, can you hear me? Good morning.
Good morning, and thank you for having me once again.
All right. All right. You heard the judgment. I'm sure possibly you've taken a brief and read it. And this is where we are. The Federal High Court has stopped the CBN, Zenith Bank, Access Bank from disbursing funds to Rivers State because of what we have read out. What's your impression of this particular judgment? Barrister Chitam, are you with us?
It is unfortunate, and it is once again a mockery of what is happening in the judiciary today, or the judiciary. Like I always say, we can do better. We can do better. We can do better. When I got the news, I felt it was just about the allocation and the consolidated revenue. But when I took my time to read through the judgment order, I wept, because what the media houses are reporting and the orders the court gave are two different things. Not just two different things. It is deeper than what the media houses are reporting. The court did not just order the seizure or withholding of allocations. The court went further to say that monies in Zenith Bank, Access Bank, Rivers State government should not have access to them to spend them. This is how, for me, we felt that judgment sounded. It's nothing like that. We have not had it this bad and terrible. How can you imagine that this particular judgment that is given, the matter in question is still before the subject matter in question is still before the Supreme Court? On what ground, on what basis is the Federal High Court giving such a judgment, such a deadly and a very draconian judgment against Rivers State? This only shows that there is a pure hatred for Rivers State in all ramifications. There's no way that you cannot say you are trying to bring, this is not justice of the United States. This is not justice of any form. It's not justice of any form. Now this has gone beyond whatever disagreement there is between the executive minister and the governor of Rivers State. This is now an issue against Rivers State. After the issue against Rivers State, to bring hunger, to bring death upon Rivers State. Because if you say that government should not work in Rivers State again, that's exactly what you're saying. If you say that Access Bank and Zenith Bank, which are the major banks where Rivers State government bank with, that even ministries and agencies, they should not have access to funds within that belongs to Rivers State, then we have a problem. We have a problem because, like one person said, he said, the judiciary one day will plunge this nation into a serious war. And I tell you for free, that if care is not taken, the thing the judiciary is doing, they will cause serious anarchy. They will cause serious anarchy. It is sad, it is unfortunate. It's unfortunate. Right. People cannot just wake up, make decisions and give court orders of this magnitude without giving any cost on the law. Let me ask you a question. You are relying on Justice Omotoshaw's judgment relying on the Court of Appeal judgment that also upheld the Omotosho's judgment. Do not forget, these judgments are currently being stayed at the Supreme Court. When a judgment is stayed, when there is a stay of execution on a judgment, there is a presumption that that judgment does not have life. Until the stay of execution is removed, that is when the judgment has life. As at the time when the stay is still there, the judgment does not have life. Sadly, a court is relying on the judgment of Omotosho and the Court of Appeal to make such an important decision that does not just affect Rivers State, but the entire federation, because it's the precedent that is being set. It is laughable. It is highly condemnable. And the Chief Justice of Nigeria need to do something serious about it. Some of us were saddened. We are really saddened by this particular development in this country. It's unfortunate. It's unfortunate.
All right, let's take it one after the other. And there is a Latin phrase used constantly in law, ex nihilo nihili fit, means nothing comes from nothing. And, nothing can stand on nothing, and maybe that is, the logic behind this, that the action of Mr. Governor Sim Fubara when he presented, I think in December 2023, the 800 billion naira, budget to the Edison, then the Edison led house. There were four of them, it came out of that issues, political issues, the defection and all of that. The 4 members of assembly led by Edison, they were the ones that passed that particular budget, just 4 of them before, Honorable Edison left, to other capacities. And Martin Amaule in July, Martin Amaule led House of Assembly, took the case to court to say these cannot stand. These are some of the issues. And I think stemming from that, that is how we got here to say it is illegality. That presentation was null and void. And because the proper things were not done, henceforth, the CBN should stop disbursing fund, and the bank should not give access to the Rivers State government. So looking it from that point, the constitution of the assembly that Mr. Governor presented that budget to, was it properly done? That's why I brought that Latin phrase, that can be described as nothing stands on nothing. So let's take it from there before we take the other things that has happened this week. From December, a 4-man House of Assembly, out of almost, is it 22 or thereabout, 30, and they were the one who entertained, who screened, if actually there was anything like screening, and that was how we got here. So let's take it from that point.
Now, if you're taking it from that point, let me also explain to you. I have been an advocate of no matter how rightly or wrongly done, a thing is done. When an order of court is given to support that particular thing, then that order of court should be obeyed. Even no matter how badly these judgments were criticized to the east, of course, I am one of the persons who also tell you that this judgment must be obeyed one way or the other. Because court judgment, I believe, if you don't want to have anarchy in the state, you don't have anarchy in the country, must be obeyed. Now let's look at the what brought us to this particular point.
Yeah.
The governor presented budget to about 4 assembly members, and the issue of what constitutes quorum is what is currently before the court. The Omotosho of the Federal High Court gave a decision on it. It went to the Court of Appeal. The Court of Appeal affirmed the judgment of the Justice Omotosho. That particular judgment has been stated. You cannot say that there is no appropriation law. Please, let's get this point. You can't say there is no appropriation law. I don't believe in what it's supposed to be. I am dealing with the part of what is right now. Then we'll look at what is and what is supposed to be. The law as it is and the law as it's supposed to be. Now, as of today, you cannot say that there is no appropriation law in Rivers State, because there is an appropriation law in Rivers State. The problem is Was this appropriation law properly done? Was this appropriation law properly passed? Hasn't been passed by 4 members or general of the Liberty Member House of Assembly? These are the issues before the court. And this issue is also at the Supreme Court. What is the haste in which the High Court is now, the Federal High Court in Abuja is now rushing to give judgment on this same subject matter that is before the Supreme Court? Why are they in a hurry? What is here to achieve? Can't we wait and say, let the Supreme Court finally make a decision on this, on the strength of the decision of the Supreme Court? Whether the CBN, because of course the judgment is simple. The judgment is simple. Go back and represent your budget before the Matamewule House of Assembly. Then agree the judgment from the Omotosho's court down to the Court of Appeal. And some of us feel that the Supreme Court would also make decisions in that, might also make decisions in that particular direction. However, we should be able to wait for the Supreme Court to make its decision. If the actions of the 4 members of the House of Assembly was wrong, it is not for us to sit down here and decide it. It is not for the Federal High Court to sit down and decide it. They should have stalled that particular judgment without giving that judgment and waited for the Supreme Court to give this judgment, because the matter is before the Supreme Court. We cannot just throw the gun, and now you are now relying on a matter that is before the Supreme Court, and where there is also a fear of execution. You are now relying on the judgment of the Court of Appeal and the judgment of the Omotosho to still give a judgment, to still reach a decision. No. We can do better as the people. It's not rely, because see, the main fact that matter is before the Supreme Court is enough for the Federal High Court to have said, please, you have to hold on. This subject matter is before the Supreme Court. We have to wait until the Supreme Court decides. Then we will definitely follow, which is the fair decision. We just follow as this.
Okay.
But this one, we have a situation where the Federal High Court decides to jump the gun, take up the responsibility of the Supreme Court. Kudos to them, and kudos to Nigerians.
Barrister Chetam, the Martin Amaewhule faction that brought the case before the Federal High Court in Abuja alleged that Governor Fubara has been making unauthorized withdrawals from the Consolidated Revenue Funds in Rivers State, and it's in breach of Section 120 of the 1999 Constitution as amended. Don't you think that's the reason probably the court made this decision to restrict CBN from further allocating funds to the River State government, and also to stop the River State government from getting access to some funds in some of these banks?
So 120 down to 122, which is people are relying on the provision as stated. The law is simple. The law does not in any way state that where you fail to, where the governor fails to present, an appropriation law or an appropriation bill before the Permanent Constituent House of Assembly, that the funds should be seized. It is actually supposed to be a ground for impeachment, where he is spending without an appropriation law. It is supposed to be a ground for impeachment, and not for the seizure of the funds of Rivers State government. Remember, there is a Supreme Court judgment between AG Lagos State and AG Federation. Well, of course, the court held that the president does not have power to seize the funds. Of course, the CBN, we all know, is under the purview of the president. Does not have power, or the executive as well. Does not have power to seize the funds of any state. So, if there is a law, to that effect, if there is a judgment to that effect, can now the CBN seize the funds of Rivers State in the consolidated account of Rivers State? That's one of the issues that we should be dealing with. These are issues before us. But you see, what we have today now, it is unfortunate that the Federal High Court sitting in Abuja is not looking like the Federal High Court of Wike. Where everything that Wike brings to the court grants it. So we no longer have the Federal High Court of Nigeria again.
Are you saying, Barrister Chetam, that this judgment was influenced by Minister Wike?
Well, if you say it was influenced by Mr. Wike, then it was influenced by Mr. Wike. But I will tell you for free that what is it looking like? It's like we now have the Federal High Court of Wike. And it's an unfortunate situation. Completely unfortunate situation. It is very unfortunate. Judges should learn to look at the laws and to give judgment based on what is on ground. You cannot give. See, what is baffling me and most public analysts on this issue the more is that a matter before the Supreme Court, you can't jump the gun and give judgment on it in lower court. It's not possible by our law. We have laws in this country. So whether they are making withdrawals, illegal withdrawals or not, allow the Supreme Court to make its decision. When the Supreme Court makes its decision and makes a decision in your favor, what do? You return back home, carry out impeachment process against the governor, and properly impeach the governor. Let the governor fails to obey the orders of the Supreme Court.
All right. So,
but you cannot say that there is no appropriation law. I'm one person who will not agree with that particular argument. As of today, we have an appropriation law until the Supreme Court says otherwise.
So there is an appropriation law in Rivers State as of today, because there was a budget that was passed, even though it was passed by a 5-man national State House of Assembly. Until the Supreme Court states otherwise, for it to be represented to the Martin Amawule led State House of Assembly.
Exactly.
All right. So with this judgment now, do you think Governor Sim Fubara should be shaken with this judgment? Because he has responded to it and he said is unperturbed by the judgment of the Federal High Court given by Justice Joyce Abdul Malik. He says, I'm unperturbed by that. In fact, I'm going to be still continue payment of salaries, continue payment to contractors. But do you think, as a lawyer, do you think he should be worried about this judgment? And what should he be doing? Is it appealing the judgment or waiting for the Supreme Court to give a verdict?
Truth be told, not just Governor Sim Fubara at this point now, every Nigerian should be worried about what is happening, about this judgment. Every Nigerian should be worried about this judgment. Every Nigerian should be worried about it, because today is Rivers State. Tomorrow, someone else will rely on this particular judgment to give another judgment that could affect another state government, and the people will suffer. So everybody should be worried about it, not just the governor. But the governor saying that he's not better, because he also has an option. What are the options? Approaching the Court of Appeal, staying the execution of this particular judgment by approaching the Court of Appeal. And when the execution of this judgment has been stayed at the Court of Appeal, of course, they can still access the consolidated revenue fund of previous, pending determination of this matter, both at the Court of Appeal and possibly at the Supreme Court. So, for me, I see why he's coming with the fact that, he's not worried. When Nigerians must understand this, that when there is a stay of execution, a stay of execution is an arrest of judgment. It simply means that, yes, you have gotten judgment, but hold on. Don't take any step on that judgment until we look at this matter a second time. That is what a stay of execution means. So, if there is a stay, it simply means that status quo remains, even if you have gotten a judgment. Status quo remains until a higher court looks at it, whether the lower court erred in his decision or not. So that is why we are saying that because if the reason why the court provided for this particular principle of self-representation is that if a judgment is given by a lower court and the person has an opportunity to appeal, and the person is not able to appeal, but before the person appeals, the judgment of the lower court has been executed. There is not even if the higher court gives his judgment, you cannot enjoy the judgment because the judgment is because the subject matter in question has been abated. It's no longer available. The subject matter in question is no longer available. So the appeal, you can no longer enjoy the benefits of the appeal. That is why the principle of self-execution is there. And it's saying that wait until a higher court looks at it and decide on it. It is not the fact that there is a stay does not in any way eradicate your judgment, but allow things to be just the way it is.
All right.
It's a very simple, beautiful principle of the law.
Okay, Barrister Chatham.
Of course, I'm not to throw the eyes the other way around.
All right. In the past 1 year, Nigerians have been worried about conflicting judgments from different courts. And for some, this is threatening our democracy. Earlier on, while you were talking, you talked about precedent. There are people that believe that this particular judgment from the Federal High Court in Abuja is contradictory to judgments given in the year 2004 between the Lagos State government and the federal government, between the Attorney General of Lagos State, Professor Yemi Osinbajo at the time, and the Attorney General of the Federation. And, in that particular judgment, Lagos State won, and the court said the federal government has no right to withhold allocation to any, to Lagos State and by extension to any federating unit. Now we are seeing a judgment from a federal high court in some sort of contradiction to the Supreme Court to say you can go ahead to withhold, the CBN should withhold the allocation to Rivers State. How do you react to that? Or do you think these are just different contexts?
No one can say that they're not different contexts. They're not different contexts. Even if the crux of the matter, the main subject matter has to do with the allocation of each of the states. Now, one has to do with allocation of the states that pertains to local government, which was seized by Obasanjo, and the other one has to do with the allocation of Rivers State, which the court is now acting like the seized as a result of non-presentation in court of the appropriation law. Now, truth is this: judges at the lower court are bound to follow decisions of the higher court. That's the doctrine of stare decisis and judicial precedent. They are bound to follow the decision of the higher court. A judge cannot go on a frolic on his own to decide on a particular matter and make any decision he likes when there is a decision of a judicial precedent already set by a higher court, especially in the Supreme Court. They are bound to follow through it. Now, in this circumstance, the court went on a frolic of its own. And this is what we call in law judicial rascality. When the lower court decides to down the consequences, down the judicial precedent, to make its decision. To make a decision on it. And it becomes a challenge. It is sad for our judiciary. It's an unfortunate situation. And that's why some of us are saying that this decision by the Federal High Court was really unnecessary and unfortunate. Now, beyond the fact that the subject matter in question is still at the Supreme Court, there is also a judicial precedent in this particular direction.
Yeah.
So, two ways it is still against the decision reached by this court, but still very wrong. And unfortunately, unavoidable. It should have been stalled. The decision should have been stalled. But unfortunately, we now run a banana republic. Get anybody sticks and decide to do whatever he likes to do.
All right, Barrister, we hope we don't get to that banana republic part, because that would be an extreme thing. But then, so that we don't get there, that's why we're having this conversation. And this is not just to castigate or throw expansion the integrity of the judiciary, but then when matters are arising, we must discuss it. And that's why we have you here. Now, I will ask you this question as a legal practitioner and the other one as a riversman. But firstly, as a lawyer, people have said the way this judgment was given, that assuming without considering that, yes, what Governor Stephen Fubara has done is illegality, assuming now, without considering that, shouldn't it have been taken in another way? Because the judgment has said Rivers should no longer, the longer short of the story is this, to an average person, is Rivers State will no longer have access to money from the federal allocation, and then in as much as they won't have money, then salaries will not be paid, contractors will not be paid. Everybody that's supposed to have payment through the state government will be denied that access. And what that will throw the Rivers State, the entire state, into a state of hunger and some of the things that could happen, security breach and all of that. Now, I want to ask you as a lawyer that if this is the implication of what might happen due to that judgment, was there in place in law for Milords to foresee, that if actually I give this particular judgment, it might have a bad implication on the society? Is there a place in law to look into that and say, okay, maybe I wouldn't do this because it might throw the society, the Rivers State, into turmoil? Or in law is just law. How it affects the people doesn't matter. Is that a way it works?
Well, it doesn't work that way most times. Because you look at the greater good of the greater number. That is what you look at before you reach certain decisions. And that is why sometimes there is this judicial activism. We saw the Supreme Court do similar thing in the matter between AG Federation and AG 36 states. Just recently, during the local government autonomy, the Constitution has stated clearly that this is how local government funds should be carried out. A joint account between the state and the local government. But the Supreme Court in this wisdom saw that this provision of the Constitution is not doing justice. It's not doing justice to our people. And the governors have been stampeding the amendment of that section of the Constitution that deals with local government autonomy. What did the court do? The court immediately swung into action and make sure that there is local government autonomy. Today we are having elected local government officials across the country because the Supreme Court looked at what is good for the greater good of Nigeria and carried it out. That is exactly what the court does. What will be beneficial to all? What is best for the greater number of people, especially in circumstances of this magnitude? But withholding the funds of Rivers State affects the average man on the street. What is the essence of making some of these decisions? Is it not to benefit the average man on the street and to take away income from the average man on the street? Will my decision affect the man in the farm in any way? Would it also affect security breach? But sadly, in this particular situation, the court did not put all those things into consideration. What the court was looking at, because what is even unfortunate is that the court did not put both the feelings of Rivers into consideration, did not also put the law into consideration. It went about school shopping and brought about its own decision. That's exactly what happened. It is sad. It's unfortunate. Because the interest of Rivers people, the interest of Nigeria should be paramount and more important than even the law itself.
All right. And let me ask you this. As a Riversman right now, many persons will say Edison led the House of Assembly, possibly are fighting for their integrity as well because they might be feeling smacked that the governor has just jettisoned them. And according to them, what Evelyn read earlier, is doing extra budgetary spending. In fact, there is no even budget to recognize as far as they are concerned and has been making withdrawal, which is illegal. But then they went to court to say, henceforth, the court, please, in their prayers, don't give Governor Stephen Fubara and the Rivers State money again because he has not done what is right. Now, as a Rivers person that he is, I'm talking about Right Honorable Edison Stephen Fubara is a Rivers person. Edison is a Rivers person. Many of those bigwigs, in fact, all of them are Rivers person. You yourself, you're a Rivers person. Now, if a section, now the Martin Amaule-led House of Assembly went to court to say, don't give our state money again, does, for whatever reason, and they've stated their reason, and it is their right, by the way, where does that put the Rivers spirit in such a person? And that's why I'm saying this is not about the law. And I'm asking you as a Rivers person to say, if you go to court and say, don't give us money because our governor is not doing what is right. Now, if they are not giving you money, where does that put the Rivers spirit, if there's anything like that, in you and all those persons who signed that petition, and instead of finding a way out of what is happening, you just went to court and said, don't give us money again because the governor is not doing what is right. As a Rivers person, does that show the spirit of a Rivers person, if there is anything like that? I hope you understand what I'm saying.
The first question you should be able to ask yourself is, this fight between Wike and the governor, is it for the best interest of Rivers people? How does the Riversman benefit from this fight? Ever since the first fight, what has benefited the average Riversman? The government is interested in the average Riversman. They're only interested in whatever benefits them as individuals, including the governor. So you cannot say these people are politicians. They are politicians. They are after their own interest. Forget the fact that they are merely from Rivers, merely claiming to be fighting for the interest of Rivers, merely claiming to be fighting for the interest. We all know, those of us who know the truth know that this is about, it's power play. It's about what each person gets in the circumstance. So this whole talks here and there from these people makes no sense and has no bearing. Completely and absolutely has no bearing on the Rivers people. That is why they are not even considerate about what affects the Rivers people and what does not affect the Rivers people. That is why somebody will go to court and ask the court to withhold funds that will benefit the farmer on the street or in the farm. So when you look at these things, you now discover that the wickedness of politicians in this country, you now see it clearly in play. That they are not interested because the impoverishment of the people is to their own benefit, because the people will forever remain indebted to them when they throw peanuts to them. So let us make them hungry, so that whenever we throw peanuts to them, they will come running after us. For how long do we continue like this? See, these people do not have the interest of Rivers people.
Yeah.
They are always interested in their pocket, and that is not it.
Yeah, a quick one before Evelyn takes it from here is, so many persons, maybe laymen like us, have been saying, if that judgment that came from a federal high court, by the way, has stated this, and this is what it is, that the governor too might do principle of retribution. If the federal government will follow that law and the CBN will act on it, and I will not be given money that is due me, is it possible, because these are the words of the street, to say the taxes that are supposed to go for the federal government as well, it could have well stop it and say, in as much you won't give me money, whatever I'm supposed to give you, I won't do it as well. Would that be conceivable? Would that not be another illegality?
No, that will not happen. What you just say is going to bring all of us to anarchy, which I think that even the Rivers State government is not interested in. They're just going to be in a state of anarchy. It's not something that one should encourage. And we are trying to deal with one evil that has happened. Let's not bring up another evil and place it upon us. So taking that, going towards that route would only lead us to a very serious anarchy, not just in Rivers State, but in the country. So that's why I'm saying that everybody has to be careful. This matter should bother everybody. This matter that has happened should bother everybody, because people should stop taking laws into their hands and stop making new laws when there are laws on it. It is unfortunate. I just feel the government should go ahead and take the normal judicial route to get this crossing off to his leg and let us make progress as a state. But unfortunately, what is happening right now is avoidable, and it's a shame to not just Nigerian initiative, but Nigerian democracy and Nigerian state.
Barrister Chatham, we have to let you go, but before then, I'd like to ask you this question. What do you think the president should be doing at this time in this whole crisis that has lingered for 1 year? Governor Sim Fubara celebrated or marked the 1-year anniversary since when this oil crisis started. Remember that on the 30th of October 2023 was when he was set to, that impeachment plot rented the air, got into the public space. And, 30th October, he celebrated 1 year. He said they thought it was not going to last a month or a week after this oil crisis started, but this is 1 year of him. And in this past 1 year, the president has actually meddled in these affairs. Were provided for a peace agreement to be signed and all of that, but that did not douse the tension. What do you think the president should be doing at this time to bring peace to Rivers State? Barrister Chetam, are you still with me? All right, seems, is no longer there. All right, I mean, we are already out of time, so we can as well, end the show. But it's an interesting one, by the way. But for the people of Rivers, a whole lot, they are sacrificing at this time. But we can only hope that things can go the right way, and the people can benefit from
it should be the real
governance.
beneficiary. Either it's a court judgment, either it's executive pronouncement or whatever. The people should always be the one to benefit. In fact, I wanted to ask him as well to say, does it worry him? Because for many persons, it's worrisome. Like, the courts have largely, or is fast becoming, carefully speaking now, like a supermarket in which politicians just go to just shop for court orders, ex parte order, restriction order. Oh, you are doing this, let me quickly go there. And they keep getting it. Whatever they just throw at the court, they just keep getting it.
I think this is...
And our constitution is supposed to be the grand norm.
Exactly. I think this should be more worrisome to the newly appointed Chief Justice of Nigeria, Kekere Ekun, because really she took over a sector, a judicial system that Nigerians believe that is largely and rapidly becoming a sector that is going down the drain. And the judiciary is supposed to be the one that upholds,
they call it the last hope of
the rule of law. And it seems Nigerians are fastly losing hope in the judiciary. And I hope she can quickly put things in order to make it better. That's the show this morning. Thank you for being a part of our world. We make a return on Monday for another interesting time on Morning Spring. Remember that you can watch a recap of this show on our YouTube channel at Western Spring TV. You can connect with us on Instagram, Facebook, and X at Western Spring Television. My name is Evelyn Ohiole, and of course, Spring Trends comes up right after this podcast.
Yeah, and it's been an absolute pleasure having you all week to ourselves, and then we are very much even more delighted that you have started the new month with us as well. We hope, we wish to be a very prosperous month. Femi Ojo's my name. God willing, we will be back next week to do these as well. And whatever you do today, keep yourself happy and please be alive.
Nigeria is blessed with iconic wildlife. Elephants, gorillas, pangolins, and so much more. But these beautiful animals are threatened by illegal logging and poaching. And we will lose our national heritage if we don't stand up for wildlife. So please report wildlife crimes and say no to illegal bushmeat, because protecting nature protects our future.
Since assuming the mantle of leadership in Osun, the state of the Living Spring, Governor Ademola Adeleke has left no one in doubt about his avowed commitment to the overall development of the state. The footprints of his transformative agenda span through education, transportation, health, staff welfare, social infrastructure, among others. Leaves update, a weekly diary on Ray 17 and Western Spring Television, Channel 190 times DTT, will extract Governor Adeleke's development agenda for your listening and viewing pleasure. From the body market to innovative cultural initiatives, from the testimonies of civil servants and retired to the chairpersons across the state of the Living Spring, you discover how Governor Adeleke's administration is driving the economic growth of the state and engaged. Living Spring, where we have the details of infrastructure, action, and other infrastructures in the state. Tune in every Wednesday on Western Spring Vision at 6 p.m. and every Saturday on Rave 91.7 FM at exactly 2:30 p.m. You can follow us on all our social media platforms at Western Spring Television and at Rave 917 FM as we tell the story of how Governor Adeleke is shaping Osun into the beacon of development and opportunity.
Living Spring Update is a production of the Office of the Spokesperson to the Governor, Governor's Office, Osogbo.
Ẹ káàbọ̀ sínú oṣù tuntun, oṣù kọkànlá. Ìkànnì Western Spring Television ló ń wí pé nínú oṣù yìí gbogbo ìlàkàkà rẹ yóò já sí rere. Àlá búburú ò ní ṣe mọ́ ọ lára lóṣù kọkànlá yìí o. Nígbà tó kù díẹ̀ lọ́jọ́ sí kójú ó ti ọkọ ìyàwó ní àná ọmọ Ọlọ́run UC ó sì dìde fún ìrànwọ́ ní wákàtí lóṣù kọkànlá yìí. Ọlọ́run yóò dìde nítorí ọ̀rọ̀ rẹ o. Ní wákàtí gan táyé fẹ́ fi ọ́ ṣẹ̀sín láti dá ọ láre. Àníṣe lásán ni gbogbo àwọn tó fẹ́ gbìyànjú láti wá níbi iṣẹ́ o. Ẹni Ọlọ́run padà dẹni àpésìn aṣíwájú ẹ̀dá lóṣù kọkànlá yìí. Ọlọ́run yóò mú ọ yán yọ bí màrìwò ti ń ṣẹ̀ṣọ́ láàrin ìgbàgo, bí àgbàdo inú ìgò ti ń yan lójú adìẹ rẹ̀ o. Aláwù ti jẹ́ Asbunaláwù. Ọlọ́run yóò fún ọ nísinmi lóṣù yìí bí ìpè ló máa wọ́dà omi ọkọ̀ kì í yí. Àní lóṣù kọkànlá yìí àsọ rẹ̀ kò ní yẹ̀ mọ́ ọ lẹ́sẹ̀ o. Ìkànnì Western Spring Television ló ń wúre fún ọ pé ìrànwọ́ kan ìrìnàjò ẹnu àìbọ̀ o. Ìran ẹsẹ̀ kì í torí bẹ́ẹ̀ kú láì jáde. O ò ní lọ ìrìn àjò àlọ́ ìdè lóṣù yìí. Àlọ́ ire àbọ̀ ire nígbà tóṣù kọkànlá yóò bá parí ẹ̀rí yóò dá sí. Àmín 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 àṣẹ Ìdùmarè. Ìwúre oṣù tuntun rèé o láti kàn ní Western Spring Television fún gbogbo ènìyàn.
This iconic African presents the narrative of a man destined to exert an imperishable global influence in Western education. His was a story of a freeborn, captured and sold into slavery. He was born in Oshogun, a native Yoruba village near Iseyin in Okeogun axis of southwest Nigeria. Samuel Ajayi Crowther was the foundation student of Fora Bay College, Sierra Leone, the foremost university where the pioneer set of native Africans were educated. Samuel Ajayi Crowther's greatest contribution to humanity was his translation of the Holy Bible into the Yoruba language. The man who authored the Yoruba dictionary was also credited with the translation of English classic hymns into Yoruba and the Ekwere languages. Samuel Ajayi Crowther's private residence in Badagry, incidentally the first story building in Nigeria, is an archival museum dedicated to the memory of Africa's first bishop. Western Spring Television identifies Samuel Ajayi Crowther as a watershed character in history.
Happy New Year to you people. Welcome back to the very first edition of Spring Trends for the month of November. I am excited about this month. I hope you are. I'm always excited when it's the new month. And this month, it's, a month closer to Christmas. And I'm just super, super excited. Femi thinks there's something else, but there's nothing else. I'm just excited. Welcome on board on Spring Trends. We'll talk to issues trending on social media, Facebook, Instagram, X, trying to get reactions from people. We talk about who is trending, what is trending, where they are trending. My name is Evelyn Ohiola. Welcome on board. And of course, to Femi, welcome to.
Thank you very much. Happy New Month to you.
Happy New Month.
Happy November.
It's just 54 days to Christmas.
Whoever your dealer is, the person is not really trying for you.
All right, let's move on. The very first story this morning, we hear that the federal government said that 25 million Nigerians have benefited from the 25,000 naira conditional cash transfer. The Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy, Wale Edun, disclosed this while briefing the State House correspondents shortly after the National Economic Council meeting chaired by Vice President Kashim Shettima. Let's check reaction of people. Because a lot of people say 25,000 naira, I have not collected. I don't know someone that has collected. I don't know someone that knows someone that has collected. So please, who are those that are receiving this money? Tough says, the only thing I have received in a maintenance fee debit. All right, let's see who else has received. January 27, that's at Empire Divine, says, LOL, just LOL. How come I do not know any Nigerian that has received this money? And he has that face, that funny face of Lasisi and Lenu there. And Doe Wizard at David Oge says, where and who are the 25 million Nigerians? How come nobody knows any of these 25 million Nigerians? Only you people know them. And Daniel Obajima says, their money, now audio money, we received the alert and we do not have access to it. They create the bank account in their bank, and we do not have access to the account. And when I messaged the bank, they told me that when they are ready, they will let us know. Okay, so he dropped a receipt of the 25,000 naira Renewed Hope program credit alert, and it says, but they do not have access to it because there is an app used for it. And he mentioned the app there. So we finally saw someone who received the money. So Femi, my question is, have you seen anyone that has gotten we've just saw Daniel Obajimo say, okay, yes, I got the 25,000 naira credit card. I have to access it through a particular app or through a particular bank.
That's it. If actually somebody will come and say, I had it. The thing is, you people that have not seen people that have access to that fund, is because you are early. And some of these people that these things are meant for, they are vulnerable. The vulnerable of the vulnerables that might not be online.
Okay.
So you have to go to the interior, somewhere in Aura Namuda, somewhere in...
Do those people have bank accounts? You have to ask yourself.
The person say...
This is one, but where you are mentioning, I doubt if they even have phone that browse, or
in
even if they have a bank account.
Or somewhere in the interior of Edo State. I don't know. These are the issues. But then, we have been on this road before.
Yeah.
Actually. Yeah, from the Sadia time, the Minister, Humanitarian and Affairs and Disaster Management to Antibeta. And this person there right now, I'm not sure if actually I even resumed. But these are the issues where many persons see it as just a way of just frittering away money. Because since Sadia time, almost 10 years ago, thereabout, there has been no accounts. Who was given what? Okay, 25 million household has already been given, and then 1 million persons show up. That's not a success rate. Did you give them? They will say, okay, this is one person that out of maybe how many other persons. So these are some of the issues. Is it getting to the right place?
As also, we need a breakdown. If you're saying, okay, you've given 25 million so far.
Which state?
How
many persons per state?
How many persons per local government? So that we can...
Do you know that's the way it's supposed to be?
They have their records.
On the official website. They put it on the official... You might not put the name. You don't have to put it so that you don't be like you're shaming those persons. But give us data that we can work with. That's it. 1,000 per Osogbo local government. Olorun da 1,000. Which one? Ilesha West and Ede. These are the way it is done. So that people there will say, oh, we don't have it. Oh, yes, we have it. That's the way it's done. Not just to tell us 25 million people have gotten 25,000 naira. That's not the way to run a country.
Right.
And, you know, for people in that system that might want to do things that are not right, it's easy for them to do because there will not be a way of accountability. That's just if you give 1 million to somebody and he goes ahead and distribute 1,000, the person will tell you, I've done the work. In as much you can see 1 or 2 persons, you know, pasting some of these things. That's not the way to run a functional country.
All right, let's get on to the next story this morning. All right, the Central Bank of Nigeria was still going to be talking money this morning. The Central Bank of Nigeria has charged the youths to cultivate the culture of saving for a fulfilled future. The Apex Bank celebrated World Savings Day. Actually, World Savings Day is October 31 worldwide, but it was celebrated in Abuja. The acting head of Consumer Protection Department of CBN, Mr. Ibrahim Yahya, told journalists at the event that the CBN was committed to savings awareness creation, as according to him, savings provide the necessary pool of funds for investors to borrow from and grow the economy through productivity and job creation. So yesterday was World Savings Day, and the CBN has charged Nigerian youths to cultivate the culture of saving for a future. Before I take reaction, from January to date, how much have you saved?
Be able to save my life.
Why do Nigerians save?
Through the grace of God that has kept all of us.
From time memorial, we have been a people that know how to save.
Here are 5 amazing fun facts I bet you never knew about Christianity.
Number 1, there are over 2.4 billion Christians worldwide.
Amazing fun fact number 2. The Bible is one of the best-selling books of all time, with more than 100 million copies sold.
In heaven and hell.
The Bible is the most translated book in the world, with more than 3,000 languages.
Amazing fun fact number 5. Most Christians throw science out of the window without realizing that most scientists are Christians. Hello, I am Pastor Steve Akinwumi.
And I am Dr. Adeoye Oyewole.
Join us as we highlight and discuss day-to-day issues pertaining to the day-to-day living of every Christian.
Issues in Christendom shows every Sunday on Western Spring Television, channel 190, only on StarTimes.
Evelyn Ohiole,
Hi.
King Eve, how are you today?
I'm good, I'm fine, I'm alive.
I really feel like she's not giving the right answer to the question. When one asks you, how are you, and you said, you're saying, I'm alive. It's very annoying, seriously. How are you? I'm fine. I feel I'm fine will be the right answer instead of I'm alive. Not that I asked you if you're dead before.
Go and check all these 14-year-old, 15-year-old, 16-year-old, everybody, they are extraordinarily sexually active.
I feel is being unnecessarily hyper when it comes to the issue of sex, because we talk about other topics and he feels so reserved. He really doesn't have anything much to say when it comes to other stuff. But when it's the issue of sex, I believe he's being unnecessarily hyper. That's when I have to pick an issue with him. I mean, it's just being unnecessarily there when we're talking about sex. Just like a child, his mom just got him his favorite chocolate or ice cream, very happy, doing as though if he doesn't have sex for a day, he's going to die.
When it comes to finance, women also support their husbands financially. You need me emotionally. You need me spiritually.
Cassie is an amazing person, but I hate what they need spiritually and mentally. I can get this to them. If the topic was, who does marriage favors the most? I know how many jobless women they marry every Saturday. They are saying it favors you. Are they vex so?
Growing up, when I was in the world, we've heard of
Who are you now?
Well, MC Too Much said
He likes saying when I was in the world. And the last time I checked, but it looks a bit innocent, facially, but deep down, he's actually out of this world. We're all in the world now. As long as you're alive, you're in the world. So, empty too much, I beg when you talk about that. I don't want to hear that. Next time you talk about I kiss my words.
I think they have a problem with you saying ladies are champion, and that's the problem. Always trying to attach so much importance to that gender.
It's giving insecurity, it's giving low self-esteem, it's giving a blatant display of egoism. Because at the end of the day, a man who is secured in his words, a man who is confident of who he is, will not really be disturbed as to whether women are being referred to as champions or not. I mean, at the end of the day,
it's one of all time.
It's now pointing to everybody. Here's a way to do balancing, that's all. But it's good to save. You can. If you can't save 10 naira, maybe you can save 1 naira. Saving is not saving.
Just save something. You don't have to save that humongous.
And you don't have to save to prove a point.
Yes, definitely.
That's what some people
Let's move on to the next story this morning. The Nigerian Education Research Development Council has announced the introduction of financial literacy program into the curriculum of secondary schools in the country. You might be asking, why is Evelyn giving me all stories that has to do with finances? Because I care about your finance. It's the first day in the month of November, and I want you to make money this month so that you can have a dirty December, as they call it. You know, we are inching towards Christmas, so you have to have money by December to do dirty December. But of course, this one is for school children, and the Nigeria Educational Research Development Council has announced the introduction of financial literacy program into the curriculum. Let me take reactions very quickly. This actually makes sense and is very necessary. I hope it is well implemented, though. This is coming from at Empire Divine. And Amoda Abbas Oluwadamlola says the NERDC should add history and gender studies too. I'm tired of seeing young people on this app present historical fallacies and skewed gender ideologies in half-baked tweets. And Bitbox says, should have been done since. And Rita Sunshine says, solves nothing until history is added to the secondary school curriculum. What do you think? Financial literacy in our educational curriculum. For me, I think it's very good. Kids, as they are growing up, they need to understand how finance works. And they need to understand that they don't just start learning about their finance when they start earning money. They start at a very young age so they can prepare ahead.
I think adding life skills in forms of curriculum it's 100% a very good thing, actually. But I'm not sure they should take that as a different subject. Actually, there are curriculums that can be updated. Business studies, can be updated, and there was a time I don't know, maybe they still have to now, because we went to primary. These ones, I don't know the ones.
They've changed the subject.
We had family living.
Yeah.
In Yoruba they call it bagbe kweda. You just, I think it's a good one.
So, but you do not think that you should have a subject?
I'm not sure it should be
financial literacy. You should have other subjects broadened, expanded.
And just that particular aspect added into it and broken down to what they can comprehend per time.
Yeah.
So that your son will not come back and be asking you funny, or your child or your daughter not come back asking you funny questions about dollars and pounds and stock exchange. Because some of the subjects they do in primary school these days, especially in private schools, those children have no business, because somebody is learning geography at primary one. Geography.
You don't think it's okay for them to learn, at least break it down to their own level?
No, there's nothing you are breaking down. Let me give you a short story. Okay. I have a child, by God's grace, in crèche, and they told me that she should buy book and buy textbook. Less than 2 in crèche. I told them that if they will come to that school, they will hear from me, because a 2-year-old, she's not even 2 years, has no business with book. She should be playing and be scattering things and be doing toys and be listening to rhymes.
Yeah.
Let them just teach. They say you should buy book. How many? They say 4. So what they do, they say stroke, dash, they will put that. I say, we use that hand. I will pick that girl's hand and be doing what? Sometimes we try to do too much. At the end of the day, we are not even doing what we are supposed to be doing. Sometimes you just...
You don't think that's for brain development, really?
the brain development is for her and her mates to play, sleep, scatter things and make noise.
Okay.
That's the only thing they do.
And that's the show this morning. But then we would not end the show without saying rest in peace to a veteran actor, Abdusalam Sanyaolu, who actually died at the age of 102. Is popularly known as Agbako in the Yoruba movie industry. And I mean, he has done his time dying at such a ripe age, 102. A lot of people find it actually very, very
hard to believe, right?
Hard to believe, unbelievable that he is 102. You know, his name Abdusalam Sanyaolu.
He used to play the part of the villains.
Yes.
That means, bad guys.
That means at the time where he was playing that bad guy, it was around
possibly in his 70s.
60s or 70s. Yeah. Because a lot of people find it hard to believe that he's
it was that whole.
Let me hear your reaction.
I think by all standard, that means a veteran, an icon. I watched this man, while he was alive, do the villain part. They are the bad guys with the charms and everything. And I'm very agile, but he has really been missing in action for like 10 years or thereabouts.
Yeah, of course.
You see the younger guys go to his place sometimes to celebrate him.
Yeah.
He has played his part. He has left the mark, and he's gone. We are left in the race to do what is right. So,
of course, he has made his mark, like Femi said. He has contributed his own quota to the public, to the entertainment industry, and we can only live on with the memories he has created. And to the family of Mr. Sanyaolu, we hope that God gives them the comfort and the fortitude to bear this loss. Thank you so much for being a part of our world. We'll make a return next week, Monday, for another interesting time on Spring Friends. Until then, have yourself a beautiful, productive, moneyful month of November. Femi, and that's also to you too, because you have to get to December, whether you like it or not.
In Jesus' name, I will have clean December. Very healthy one.
All right, bye. My name is Evelyn Okiola. Bye-bye.
All right, yeah.
While life is precious, you're working for things that will never say thank you. You're working for things that may not even understand you're working for them. But we do it anyway because of what drives us. As far back as I can remember, it's basically been a love that I've had for wildlife. When I was 10 years old, my dad took me to get an African grey parrot. It was a wildlife market, a place where animals were sold for pets, for rituals, but I didn't know that was what it was. To me, seeing all the animals, it was heaven. Many years later, and I went back to that same place, I could see that this is a problem. The conditions were terrible. This is not how animals should be kept. 2012, we decided to start off a sanctuary so that any animal which we are able to get alive will be able to give another chance. We were lucky enough to receive about 70 African grey parrots that were seized by the government for us to rehabilitate before being released back into the wild. But the problem here still persists. No matter how much more we put back, they are still being taken out of the same forests again. Their tails are being plucked off to use for traditional purposes. Then also people wanting to have them as pets because of their ability to mimic what people say. These are the things that are fueling this trade. And if we keep that up, there will definitely be nothing left anymore in the wild. The rescues we do vary for every kind of species. We know, especially here in Lagos, there are some hot spots where people, when they get these sitters, they take them to. If I see that the turtle is bleeding, maybe it has some cuts and bruises, we take it away and we have that treated up. We've kept one for about a few months to learn about it, to understand what it feeds on. This looks like a water sachet and other plastic fibers, all found in the feces. problem. This turtle was excreting plastic over and over again. Plastic is filling the oceans. This is a turtle. That means even all the fishes you get will have plastic in their system. And does not come back to hunt every one of us. If we didn't want to consume these animals, the market would have died off a long time ago. But the trade goes on. It's entrenched in the Nigerian culture. They say our fathers used to do the same thing. But back then is different from now. We have to be sustainable in our consumption. We have to think about the future. Okay, so today we're going to do a few things. Engage some animals, feed them. So if they come out and they come to you, no panicking, right? Nigeria needs more conservation heroes. We cannot have enough. We do bring the children from different schools to the sanctuary where they get to learn about the animals.
So it's called a flat-neck chameleon, okay? Because of this thing on its neck. So I'm going to let it go onto your hand.
If you educate the young people, they're growing up without the mentality of, I must eat that animal. The first question they will ask, is that not an endangered species? We use every means possible to see how these children can learn. We've used them working with the animals. We've used sports. We've used art, even fashion. We take the children out to the beach to get out all the plastic. We now begin to work with it, attach them to fabrics. Then we created this shopping malls and places where we know we can raise that much awareness. Get somebody to love something with life. Just get them to love it. These animals to the wild, it really gives that comment. Especially, we have to be very certain by taking it out offshore where I know there are no other boats that would catch it and bring it back. It's not all bad. We've seen a glimmer of light can actually achieve something if we can see it short. But who should be part, whoever who is a part, should ensure that we achieve this for wildlife.
Affected. Sound. Found. What do we see? Do we say processing at A to Z? Check and confirm. Eva is pounding current events, traveling down from the business gist to the globally arising happenings, to the sports news, to the bittersweet info. Direction, even direction, vast, facts are fled. Within seconds, nuggets of your products are fired. Stories shot along, wrapped in bundles of words, broken and dissected as it is, except misheard. This is the news as it is. Our country is winning fans globally, but we are losing our wildlife to illegal bushmeat, and this is not funny at all. If we continue this way, we will risk losing all our animals and leaving nothing behind for the generations to come. Tell your family and friends not to buy or sell illegal bushmeat, because protecting nature protects us all.
Turn it up! It's the Wild Wild West, and Western Spring Television is pulling out all the stops to make sure that you don't miss out on every of the fun and happenings around you. Yup, we've got you covered because your girls got all the juiciest tidbits and entertainment news from around the world. Cross over to the chocolatey side of entertainment. Join me, Chocolate Cassie, on Eccentric as we take you into every bit of the juiciest news, fashion, music, movie updates, and other trending conversations. Together on the show, we'll get personal with your favorite celebrities via phone call, Zoom, or even live here in the studio. Eccentric will be showing on your TV screen or channel 190 only.
Western Spring Television. Ours it is.
Hello and welcome. Yes, to Pertinent Questions on Western Spring Television. Agombelewo Oshobo. It is my first as alternate producer of this program, and so I can't afford to say happy birthday to, rather, happy new year to everybody who is a viewer of this program. Yes, incidentally, my co-presenter has the 1st of January as his birthday, so if I decide to call it a birthday, I'm not 100% wrong. This is the first time we're coming your way in the new year, which is 8 days old. All I can say is that it shall be well and profitable to us all by the grace of God. We will waltz through the year, 365 days, 8 of which we have spent with a confidence and a hope that is anchored on God. My guest on the program today is a lady. She's one woman who is of many parts. In both secular and unsecular fields of endeavor, she has proven to be able to hold her head straight. Mrs. Aduke Obelawo is my guest on P&Q, Pertinent Questions. She is the Osun State Coordinator, I should say. Rather, she is the Osun CSDA Information, Communication, Training, and ICT Officer in charge. That's not the only field. She is also a lady who is into gender mainstreaming. She's a lady who loves to empower the girl child and everybody in particular. She's also a pastor. She runs a church. She's a mother and a grandmother, I should say. Mrs. Aduke Obelawo, you're most welcome to Pertinent Questions.
Thank you so much, sir. Good afternoon. And very well done.
Thank you. Today, we want to look, I'm more or less going to be in the conversation mode because I will try to touch as many parts. I've described you in about 4 or 5 different parts, a woman of those parts. And I want to pick on at least one aspect of each for our presentation today. Let me say Happy New Year to you.
Thank you, sir. The same from me.
Right. What are harmful traditional practices affecting homes and in particular children? What are they?
Thank you so much, sir. When we talk of harmful traditional practices, we are talking about the practices that are passed down by our forebearers. From generation to generation, these practices are passed down. They are construed, do I say, they are preconstrued in a situation of ignorance.
Okay.
They never knew they are going to be harmful to the people. So when you talk of harmful traditional practices, we are talking about practices that are detrimental to the growth, to the development, and to the life of individuals, especially women and children.
Now, these traditional practices, do they, you mentioned especially women and children, that presupposes that men also are affected, or boys, I should say. Is that so?
And when you talk of traditional practices, you know, we are in a patriarchal society where we see men as being superior to women, right from the time of our fathers. In fact, they are the one that brought us to the level we are, because they felt that because you are a woman, because you are a girl, you cannot be equal with the man or the boy, the male child. And so it doesn't affect men so much as it affects women, because all those practices, they are put in place to checkmate women, to put them at the background, you know, to subjugate them. But as we go by life, as we go by this development, societies are changing. These practices were discovered to be, why are we here? So many of them. You know, for instance, in the past, you know, when you are born this part of Nigeria, you have to carry some marks on your face.
It didn't matter whether you were a boy or a girl.
It didn't matter whether you are a boy or you are a girl. But as time goes on, we discover that it is no longer relevant. You know, what is the meaning of the marks? And if you have our father, they say, they will tell you that, so that you will not get lost. Maybe it is what you find that you know that that you can say, okay, I'll find it. If you get lost and they don't see you, where would they see the mark that is on your face? We now grow to that level that we discover that this is irrelevant in this generation. And so it died naturally like that, even without nobody campaigning about it. And it died naturally because it affects men and women, boys and girls. That's why I said, when you talk of traditional practices, it affects the female gender.
More. Because with boys or the male gender, you have only been able to tell us about facial marks.
Okay, there are so many of them.
Are there some others? Tell us.
Oh, there's many others. For instance, now, widowhood malpractices. Female genital mutilation is one of the harmful traditional practices. Wife battering. You know, you use your wife, you see your wife as a commodity. You know, as someone, you equate, in some cases, you equate your woman, your wife to your child, to your children. The way you can discipline your children, the way you can deal with your children, you deal with your wife. You know, many others like disinheritance. She's never profitable in the father's house, in the mother's house, in the husband's house. They say women are not to inherit anything. Even where there is no male child, you know, they prefer it like that. You know, that you don't inherit. They will look for someone somewhere that's a male that is related to you in one way or the other to be entitled to the inheritance. Okay, cousin. You know, so women are not allowed to inherit things. Even owning of properties. Whatever you own in those days, in the olden days, you are not permitted under your husband's wife watch to have properties because of our tradition. How will you have property? How could you build house before your husband built house?
It was an abomination.
It was an abomination. You know, like child labor. You know, we said against women and children. When you talk of children, it affects boys, it affects girls as well. So when you talk of traditional practice like child labor, you see a child that's supposed to be in school, hawking from morning till evening, you know, from one village to the other. You see them at the motor park, you see them at, and you throw them into the labor market at an age where we're supposed to work for them and make sure that they get the right footings in life. So there are many of them. I talk of tribal mark, I talk of, you know, there is what we call body scarification. Body scarification, like the one, they now modernize it to call it tattoo.
Tattoo, yes.
They call it tattoo now. You know, they are harmful traditional practices.
If they were harmful, would the younger generation turn it from scarification to tattoo?
They are harmful.
No, I'm trying to ask that question.
Yes, we listen together. They are harmful because anything that brings out blood from your body is harmful. So many things can be introduced into your system unknowingly. You know, but you know, our boys, the generation that we are in, everything they see, why are they wearing rags? We are there wearing rags, and they call it crazy jeans. They just fret anyhow and they behave anyhow. So
that is not a traditional thing.
it is what I'm talking about is traditional thing.
Yeah, I'm getting your point.
It's traditional. When you, in fact, when you give birth to a baby, be it a man, a boy or a girl, you must have some traditional mark. So that anytime they want to circumcise that boy or that girl, someone must come around to collect the blood in form of marks on your face. If you look at my face very well, you see some of the marks I have on my body. It is a collection of blood because of the one that is being circumcised, so that it will not be too painful. Out of ignorance. Ignorance. So most of these traditional practices we are talking about, they are preconstrued in a situation of ignorance. There is nobody to question it. They just pass it down. And when you ask, why are we into these practices? They will say, they will tell you, it's our father's tradition.
Yeah, in those days.
In those days.
With this scrallination that we spoke of, it was always used to know where Mama Aduke came from. You are not a young lady. Where you came from, sometimes they will put there the town that the person came from.
They even put dates. And because of the fact that most of the circumcisers, they are illiterate, sometimes they
turn it over.
They want to write 1960. They will write 60, 19, you know, things like that. And come to think of it, who will now open my body to see the mark? They are all there, including my tummy. And the man that did it, after doing it, he put okay, that is satisfied from my chest down like this. They are traditional practices. Someone just sat down somewhere and felt that this thing, we must be doing it. And without questioning the person, the source, or the...
No, it was a concept, it was an idea to
beautify.
No, not necessarily beautify, but to make sure that the society didn't lose its creme de la creme.
Creme de la creme. But when we are talking of life...
I'm not holding brief for it.
I know.
I'm just saying, at that time...
At that time, that was what is vogue.
Today you have your passport to identify you. You have your BVN, etc. But they didn't have anything like that.
Picture, I have everything.
They didn't have pictures then, when they started.
Well, I don't think they started it on the note of identification. They just felt that this thing is good for our women. This thing is good for our boys. For instance, female genital mutilation. God did not prescribe it. No religious book prescribed it. It was just maybe one person. I feel they just sat down. Oh, if we don't circumcise our female, they will be promiscuous. They will just be jumping from man to man, you know. And let's checkmate them by chopping off that organ that they believe is the most sensitive part of a woman. Whereas it is not. It is not. You know, experience has shown us, people's testimony have shown us that in a woman there are so many charging points. Yes.
Okay.
In fact, I got that word from our, you know, campaign efforts on radio and television. Someone just called and said, there are so many charging points on a woman.
Not only
the genitals that you are chopping off, that you are cutting off. You know, if you cut the genital, are you going to cut the breast?
No.
So women touch their nipples, they are gone. Are you going to chop off the nipples? Some touch the back of their hairs like this, they are gone. Are we going to scrape their hairs?
Or the tongue.
Or the tongue. Are we going to cut off? You know, they didn't know the implication of what they were doing.
Okay.
As I used to tell people, I said my father was not wicked. I have the best father in the world. If he knew that it would affect me negatively in one way or the other, my father would never dabble into it.
Like some other good fathers.
Good fathers, like some other good fathers.
That's the time.
And that's why our campaign effort is yielding dividends.
Okay.
You know, parents are now knowing because they didn't know. They did not know the implication. They did not know that this thing has no benefits. They thought it has benefits, but doesn't have benefits. Because those that we circumcise, they are the most promiscuous.
Evidence has been led to show that.
Yes, they are the most promiscuous. I give you an example. The Inter-African Committee conducted a survey many years back at Ojuelegba in Lagos among the commercial sex workers. We discovered that more than 90% of them, they were from one part of the country that I will not mention. And they were the ones that were into promiscuity. And if they are not circumcised, even before you give birth, you are pregnant and you are not circumcised until you become pregnant. Before you give birth to your child, you must be circumcised.
Wouldn't it affect the little baby?
And even if you manage to escape that, if you die, they will circumcise you before they marry. In that part of Nigeria. And they are the ones that are into commercial sex work. They are the ones that, you know, and even here, those that we circumcise, we see how they enter and they find themselves carrying unwanted pregnancies. And we have circumcised them. So circumcision is not an antidote to promiscuity.
This program is not essentially a campaign, but I can understand you because it's an issue that bothers society. You have always been a campaigner, especially equality, gender equality. What is the difference between someone who is a feminist and who is the other who is a gender equality campaigner?
Let me start by saying that they are interwoven, and but we can also separate them.
All right.
When we talk of feminism, feminism involved women fighting for the rights of women, women protecting the rights of women. We discovered that over the years, the rights of women were being, you know, infringed upon. They were not being recognized as human rights. The human rights of women were treated as if they are lesser being, you know. And so some people have to stand up and be their mouthpiece, speaking for them, being their voices, galvanize support for them to make sure that what ought to come to them gets to them. You cannot pay me less because you can't pay me less because I am a woman. You know, when we have responsibilities and we are involved in responsibilities, men and women alike. When there is benefits of that responsibilities, I must not be treated as if I am lesser than the person that is a male counterpart. You know, we are talking about the rights of women. In the olden days, women don't even have rights over their own body. They don't have rights over their own body. They don't have rights over their properties. They don't have rights over their children. You know, so many things like that. You know, when you talk of education, there is particular area they can go. They cannot touch some other areas until people that are feminists rise up and say, this cannot continue. This cannot continue. What is good for the Jews is also good for the other. So don't say because she's a woman, okay, well, no money to go to school, you sit down. Even when she's better academically than the male counterparts. And we can see the result of all the efforts of the feminine.
In those days it was that the woman needed to be prepared for the kitchen.
They are meant for the other room.
The kitchen and the other room.
The kitchen and the other room. But you are saying no. And so when you talk of feminism, feminism is when you see women rising up to speak on behalf of women folk that this thing cannot continue. Because if it continues, it will be like that. It means my daughter will, experience everything that I experienced in life. My granddaughter will do that. It cannot continue like that. So that is feminism. When you speak out for other women, like the Aba women of 1929, that are yachted, when there was excessive tax put on women in the north, they rose. They said, no, it cannot continue. About more than 10,000 of them went to the streets to protest. And then we have results. So it has been there. Feminists have been working to ensure women empowerment, women, mainstreaming into issues. But when we talk of gender, gender is a social construct. We construct it well through growing and growth and then interrelationship. When we were born, you see a boy and a girl walking and playing. They never knew whether you are different from
Ignorant.
me.
They didn't know anything.
As they grow up now, we now construct this gender. And we now assign responsibilities. There are some roles that are biological, that cannot be changed. Although science is proving us somehow now, we have a man now carrying pregnancy.
But it's always with challenges.
It's with challenges. There are some roles that are biological. A woman is the one that can carry pregnancy, that can breastfeed. A man can spoon feed. When you talk of gender roles, there's no role that a woman and a man cannot do. So gender campaign now is to ensure that in whatever we do, we put on our gender lens.
Gender lens, okay.
Gender lens. That this in my action or inaction and inaction, what impact will it have upon men and women, upon male gender and upon female gender? You look at it. When we want to do anything like we are in Western strength television, in your programs, I know you are gender-sensitive people in this media outfit. In whatever you do, you want to interview people, you want to bring up people, you want to set up committee. How many men, how many women? That's gender issue. Look at it. You don't put...
You have to be gender sensitive.
You have to be gender sensitive and gender compliance.
Okay.
You look at it. What percentage goes to male gender? What percentage goes to female gender? Even in appointments, even in employment, you look at it. That's what we are talking about. But because it was not so in the past. But the effort here, effort there, is what brought us to the level we are today. And we now discover that, these women that we are looking at as people that must be at the background, they have something to offer. They have brains. They went to school. They are enlightened. Why did you send me to school? My father sent me to school so that I can stand soldier to soldier. I can stand as far with the male or the boys or men, But if I now go to school, I am enlightened and I am exposed, you want to treat me as if I am a lesser being? No. So that is what informed gender campaigning that we are doing. And the narratives are changing.
Yeah, I want to know one or two. What challenges have you faced, and to what extent has percentage ratings? Are you satisfied with what you have? I know Oliver Twist concept is always there asking for more. How much has this been tamed?
Yes, we are not where we used to be. The first baseline survey that was done in Osun State in 1997-98. It's a national baseline survey of harmful and positive traditional practices. We discovered that Osun has the highest prevalence rate, 98.7%. But as a result of efforts that we put in, the support we get from development partners like UNFPA and UNICEF Joint Program, they really did fantastic work in Osun here and some other states in Nigeria. So the prevalence rate is reducing by the day. Today we have 45.9% as against 98.7% of them. You know, so
They are narrowing the gap.
We are narrowing the gap. We are narrowing the gap. The rate is going down. It is not as very high as it was in the past. And thank God for all other, the support of everyone, including you, sir, including Rave FM, including Western television station, you know, the media, the youth, the civil society organizations, the NGOs, development partners, you know, plowing resources into it, making sure that we campaign, we speak out, we speak up against all those harmful traditional practices. So they are dying. Some are dying natural death.
Okay.
Some
are dying artificial death.
When I say natural death, for instance, the issue of female genital mutilation, you know, we have traditional circumcisers. And then we have the medical people, the Jews, the patent medicine store, medicine people. They are the ones that are circumcising our children. But it is traditionally that area is dying.
The Olola.
The Ololas. The old ones are dying. The younger ones are not so interested. So that's why I said some are dying naturally. Some are dying because of our efforts that we are putting in to campaign against them, to mobilize the people against the practice of female genital mutilation and every other traditional practices that are harmful to our development, to our living, to our every aspect of life.
Thank you. You have always, when I say you, people in your group, you talk about empowerment. What is empowerment? Why do you focus your empowerment on gender-based?
Empowerment is, you know, bringing people up from the level they are. Below to an appreciable level. Okay. You know, we said that in the olden days, women are at the background. Yeah. They are not to be here, to be heard. They are to be seen. They don't have a voice. But today, through empowerment, they can now talk. You know, not until recently, the issue of rape. People that are raped, the culture of silence kept them there. They are just passing through the agony, the brain trauma, you know. But now, because of empowerment, they are now speaking out. They are now speaking out. And because people are now speaking out, the rate of
rape.
That's not what I meant. People committing suicide.
All right.
It's going down because once you speak out your problem, it is half solved. It is believed that it is half solved. So people now speak out to let them know that this rape thing, it happens everywhere, even in the house of God.
Yes, yes.
Even among so-called men of God. When I say so-called, the men of God that are not real men of God, they are not men of God.
They are men of men.
They are men of men. They just call themselves men of God. They are men of men. You know, we now know that every church has to wake up. Pastors have to wake up. Parents have to wake up. You don't just leave your children in the hands of nobody. That everything can happen at any time. Even your female children, you have to open your eyes very well to ensure that nothing is going on under your nose in your own house. Father, you know, we have all those nonsensical behaviors going on. And so with empowerment, the society is now aware of it. We now see that it's a societal problem. Societal problem. In fact, there was a time they declared a state of emergency. And Sokoto, I think Sokoto is now promulgated a law that if you rape, they will castrate you. Just to let them know that raping is bad. You are destroying life. The life of that God so much plays high premium on. You are just destroying them, maiming them, killing them while they are alive. And so that's part of empowerment. And it has to be gender-based because we now have males that have been raped.
Okay, by women.
By women. But the rates, you can't compare it.
Yeah, very
minimal. Very minimal.
Because it is women, very few of them.
Very few of them.
Who do that.
Male also rape male.
Yeah, because today the world has gone
to something else.
Yes.
To something else. So it has to be gender-based. Based on the prevalence rates amongst gender. Some has to be gender-based, some are not gender-based. For instance, now when you are talking about boys going to school, you go to the East to campaign it. You know, it's a gender issue.
Yeah.
When you
because
talk of,
they are not going to school much.
They are not going to school. They are into business.
Yes.
When you talk of girls going to school, you go to the north. So it has to be gender-based. I was going to Abuja one day, and we stopped over, and then I saw those boys and girls, beautiful girls. They were selling kuli. I said, why? You didn't go to school? The boy said, we went to school. Guys, they said, guys, don't go to school here. I said, why? They can become commissioner tomorrow. The boys laughed. They said, commissioner for kuli. Minister for kuli. You know, so that's why it has to be gender-based in some situations.
Well, we moving towards breaking the show up. Just one last question on that. Are you getting those I will call, because it must be based on volunteerism. Are the young men and women today volunteering to serve the way some of you elderly have served?
Well, we have some of them. We have some of them that are serious, the serious type. We have them volunteering with NGOs, CSOs. We have some at Value Female Network, very vibrant NGO in Osun State, recognized worldwide. You know, we have some of our female and male youths serving there. We have some with VAS, Value Reorientation and Community Empowerment Organization, VAS. We have some there. We have them all over. But the largest percentage of our youth, they are not ready to do any for volunteering. You know, they want money, quick money, easy money, which is not it. Exposure can take you to any level. Exposure. If you have right exposure, it can take you to any level. But that kind of exposure they don't want. The exposure they are interested in is the one that will bring a quick money, instant money.
Well, maybe later on the show you will have the opportunity to talk to them, because it will give you an opportunity to talk to young boys and girls, especially in this new year. That will be much later. For now, we'll go on break. We have ended with part 1 of our presentation. The part 2 will come. Don't you forget, as a viewer, I have with me in the studio Mrs. Aduke Obelawo, a gender empowerment, a feminine crusader, a mother, and an award winner. Is a multiple award winner in the field, one of which is the African Hero Award presented by the Global Skill Hub, United Kingdom. We'll be back. Thank you very much.
Zazzau is best known to historians as Queen Amina of Zaria, an old world town and capital of the Hausa state of Zazzau. Amina was a great warrior and the first woman to rule the ancient kingdom of Zazzau. Her 34 years as queen witnessed an unprecedented expansion of Zazzau by conquest. Queen Amina of Zaria belongs to the class of Amazons by the might of her army and her strings of conquests. She opened Zaria to trans-border trade and was said to have initiated kola nut cultivation in the ancient kingdom. The Hausa Muslim figure was born in 1533 and died in 1610 at the age of 77 years. Folklores remember Aminatu, the queen of Zazzau, as a brave, smart and talented leader, whose giant statue now adorns the National Arts Theatre in Lagos, Nigeria, while many educational institutions bear her name. Western Spring Television identifies Queen Amina as a watershed character in history. Fumilayo Ransom Kuti was an educationist and advocate of women's rights. She was recognized for her vitriolic comments against colonial policy of taxation as it affected the Nigerian women. Bere, as fondly addressed by her women followers, Fumilayo championed the initiation of universal adult suffrage, which gave an unprecedented leeway for women to contest elective offices and power to exercise voting rights. Married to a foremost educationist and teacher, Israel Oladotun Ransom Kuti, the first president of Nigeria Union of Teachers, Fumilayo Ransom Kuti was the mother of children who inherited her spirit of activism. Olufela and Be Ololari, the former, a renowned musical legend. She was the first female student of Abeokuta Grammar School and the first female to own and drive a car in Nigeria. The award recipient of Member of Order of Nigeria MON and Lenin Peace Prize, was born on 25th October 1900 and was killed on the 13th April 1978 by rampaging road soldiers in Lagos. Western Spring Television identifies Fumilayo Ransom Kuti as a watershed character in history.
Welcome back to the second part of the presentation today. In the studio with me is my guest, whom I described much earlier, the beginning as a lady of many parts. One part of that you have already seen, a women's empowerment crusader, a giant one who has been winning awards in all those fields. This second half of our presentation will focus on Mrs. Aduke Obelawo as the project officer in charge of information, education, communication, and training at Osun Community and Social Development Agency. We'll also have a way of looking at her talk about her role as a pastor. That will be much later on. CSDA is a community development-based outfit. You are the lady in charge of project, in charge of information, education, communication, and training. What is community development? How does your establishment encourage it?
Community development is community empowerment.
Okay.
Community development is when there is provision of social infrastructural facilities in the communities that can make the lives more meaningful to the rural dwellers. Any efforts that is carried out in a given community to ensure that the lives of the dwellers are made better is known as community development. Community development is empowering community in such a way that they are able to take their own development in their hands. You know, that is community development.
Okay. Recently, your organization marked Community Day in Osun State. It's just about 2 weeks old. The governor sent in a representation in the person of the deputy governor. It looks like you do these things annually. what statement do you always want to make yearly in this carnival-like presentation that you present to the people?
So many statements. For instance, the Community Development Day celebration is an avenue for communities to come together to have community cohesiveness. You know, is an avenue to give feedback.
Okay.
For instance, our own agency now, we are agency of government, of state government, being supported by the World Bank. And then when we intervene in communities and we have results, Community Development Day is an avenue for us to showcase results. You know, if you say, God sees me, let men also see you.
Okay.
Is an avenue for us to let people know that the money that is being plowed into the agency to assist communities really get to communities, and communities, they didn't swallow it.
Okay.
They use the fund released to them to carry out their projects that are their fatness. Projects that are their fatness, because the system we use is known as community-driven development approach, wherein the community at the center. We put them at the center. You know, it is they that will tell us what they lack.
Not you, the authorities, telling them.
Not the authority, not the state government. The community are the one that will say, okay, this is what we lack in our communities, and this is the order we wanted it. So when we assist them, and they would say those things that we can call as output. Output. The outcome is the effect of the output in their lives. No, so we cannot just keep on telling people that we did this, it has brought about this. We may, nobody will call him or herself, you know, poor marks. So, but let the beneficiaries come together and then interact with them. Before the Community Day of this year, we call the media. Go and meet the Torah inside the stadium. Go and ask whatever question we want to ask the community. Go and ask them. Go and hear from the horse's mouth. And you were there, sir. You saw how happy they were. You saw how they are singing praises about, about the government. So they are not rented crowd. They are people that have benefited. They are people that appreciated the work that the state government is doing in their various communities. So it's an avenue for feedback. It's an avenue for encouragement. You know, to encourage them to take their development in their hands. The government cannot help them for forever. It can't be a forever thing. The government is there. There are so many things at the table of the government. But when they are encouraged, that with light that you have in your community, with the water you have in your community, with the school to raise your children, your life must continually be better. So what is your role, your responsibility? Is a way of letting them know. It's a way of getting their, getting them being more committed, to be more committed. And it's a way of saying thank you to God and thank you to the funders.
Okay, you mentioned in passing that I was there. Yes, I was there, and I want to use the opportunity to thank the entire organization for celebrating me on that day and inviting the Deputy Governor to assist me in cutting the cake.
Yeah, a man of honor anytime.
Thank you.
So
very much.
when you not talk of your birthday, falling into that day, you left your comfort zone to come and do your own, your responsibility to the community. You must be appreciated. I thank God for our governor, thank God for the deputy governor and the commissioners that were there and they celebrated you. You are a celebrity anytime.
Thank you.
We are proud of you, sir.
Yeah, thank you so much, ma'am. The community contribution, before long, in the last few years, it used to be 10%. Now we know it as a matter of fact that it's been reduced to 5% as an incentive to them. How has this affected communities coming to you for one project or the other?
Thank you so much. You know, the community counterpart contribution was reduced from 10% to 5% because of the kind of program we are doing now. It's an emergency program, you know, to cushion the effects of COVID-19. The project we are doing now is known as CARES. CARES, COVID-19 Action Recovery and Economic Stimulus. And so if you say we want to reduce the impact of COVID-19, then community cannot be asked to come up with 10% again. Let it be reduced. So the authority at the World Bank at the federal level, they reduce the counterpart contribution to 5% so that community can be able to afford it. And the implication of that is that we have so many expressions of interest on our table now, more than 1,000 on our table. People that are begging us, come to Macedonia and help us. We need your intervention in our communities. You know, different, even the projects that are not within the scope that we are looking at under Osun Cares. You know, that some projects are not there, like electricity is not there, civic center is not there. People are still bringing expression
because you
expression
for
of interest.
many years you were running.
We were running all those things. So many communities that doesn't have light, they are pressurizing. Those are those.
And you carry their plans to government.
So I thank God for the governments that we have. They have hearing here.
Okay.
And they are doing good.
Time is not on our side, but I mentioned that and described you as a woman of many parts. One of them is the fact that you are a pastor heading a church, Victory Life Ministry. Where is your center?
I'm the location minister at Victory Chapel, Abere.
Good. The question is, do men feel free to come under your ministration? They, in all honesty.
Thank you so much, sir. What is important, what I saw in it is that people that are called by God are different from people that call themselves.
By men.
By men. You know, when you carry grace and you carry anointing, and people are under your ministration, and their lives are being transformed, they will be forced to cooperate.
They are getting what they want. Through God.
Through God. They see there is a physical thing. The effect is seeable. You know. So they respected me, and I'm getting maximum cooperation. Initially, you know, they were women. How can a woman lead a church? But when they saw results, only a proof would deny proofs. So, so when they see the work that God is doing, I thank God for the assembly where I am pastoring. They are fantastic people. They are good people.
You're a great woman. And that's why I call you the hard bargainer.
Thank you, sir. And let me tell you this: the effect of the church in the community is being felt by all. The Kabiyesi Alabere of Abere did his 1 year remembrance of his coronation. Towards the tail end of last year. He chose our church. He came to our church to do Thanksgiving. He's a Muslim. He is a Muslim.
But he has heard much of the impact of the church under the administration of a lady.
So he has to come. It was a very great event.
Good. We thank God. You are a mother and a grandmother. The world, our nation. Tell your grandchildren and sons and daughters. Put them the year 2024. It will be our last question. What challenge? How do you want them to see their country and face the challenges coming?
Thank you, sir. I like to talk to the youth out there at this juncture to be very patient and be focused. Don't cut corners. If you cut corners, you are cutting short your life. So be focused. Develop yourself. If there is no white-collar job, there are so many things you can be doing to keep your life, you know, alive, you know, and to better your lot. Don't look for shortcuts. Have God. Go to God. You know, they say go to court. To me, I'm going to say go to God. Go to God. Enlist yourself in the ministry of God.
And there are many ministries.
And many ministries, you know, so that your capacity is built. The Church of God, the religious center, be it mosque or church, they are a place of reformation, a place of empowerment, a place of exposure, a training center. Once you are trained and you are channeled into the right path in life, you can never fail. You can never derail. Align yourself in the ministry of God, in the work of God. Be closer to God. Don't shun every peer group influence that can turn you to something else that God has not made you to. You have the potentials. Youth, they have the potentials. They have the energy. You know, channel it right and be focused and be patient.
I'd like to thank you very much.
And believe in that there is dignity in labor.
Thank you very much. This is not this is a studio and not a pulpit. But thank you. That has been a lady of so many parts, as I described her, Mrs. or Pastor Mrs. I can now call her so, Aduke Obelawo.
Thank you,
Project Officer in charge of information, education, communication, and training at Osun State Community and Social Development Agency, CSDA, and a woman empowerment campaigner. Thank you very much. That's about all we can afford to bring you on today's edition, which is, from my own perspective, the maiden edition. We have so many weeks to come. The year 2024 has just begun. This is week number 2. We will see you subsequently. I'm Adeto Esheshitualamo, thanking you for being with us. Goodbye for now. God bless us all in the new year.
Yes, sir.
Èdè Yorùbá jẹ́ ọ̀kan lára àwọn èdè tí wọ́n ń sọ ní agbègbè Niger Congo. Èdè Yorùbá gbajúgbajà ní àwọn orílẹ̀-èdè tó ń bẹ ní ẹkùn ìwọ̀ oòrùn ilẹ̀ adúláwọ̀. Ó kéré tán, àwọn ènìyàn bíi mílíọ̀nù 14 ló ń sọ èdè Yorùbá lónìí. Ètò akọ́mọlédè ló ń dé sójú ìwòran yín láti iléeṣẹ́ móhùnmáwòrán WSTV ìkànnì 150 channel 190 lórí Star Times. Yorùbá dùn púpọ̀, Yorùbá ò lè kú, Yorùbá ò lè parun, tiwa làṣà, tiwa lèdè, tiwa nìṣẹ̀ṣe, akọ́mọlédè. New York nílùú ńlá tó tóbi jù nílẹ̀ Amẹ́ríkà. Kódà iye ènìyàn tó wà níbẹ̀ ló fi ìdá méjì ju ti ìlú Los Angeles lọ. Ó jẹ́ ibùdó fún oríṣiríṣi àṣà, ìgbafẹ́, iṣẹ́ ọnà, ìmọ̀ ẹ̀rọ, òṣèlú, ẹ̀kọ́, ọrọ̀ ajé kódà tó fi máa rẹ́ ìdárayá. New York yìí ló gbàlejò ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ olùdókòwò kárí ayé tó sì fẹsẹ̀ múlẹ̀ gidi gan ni. Ìdí nìyí tí àwọn kan fi máa ń pè é ní olú ìlú orílẹ̀-èdè àgbáyé. Ohun ìdámọ̀ tó gbajúgbajà jù ní New York ní ère òmìnira Statue of Liberty, eléyìí tó ń ṣàfihàn bí ìlú náà ṣe fàyè gba onílé àtàlejò. Bẹ́ẹ̀ sì ni afárá Brooklyn kò lẹ́gbẹ́. Ó kéré tán ẹgbẹ̀rin ní oríṣi èdè tí wọ́n ń sọ ní New York. Èyí ló sì fa bí wọ́n ṣe máa ń sọ pé gbogbo èdè àgbáyé ló pé sílùú New York. Ní nǹkan ọdún 1624 ni àwọn èèyàn ẹ̀yà Dutch tẹ̀dó sí ibi tó ń jẹ́ New York báyìí. Amsterdam ni wọ́n ń pè é tẹ́lẹ̀ nígbà náà, àmọ́ lọ́dún 1664 ni wọ́n yí padà sí New York lẹ́yìn tí ọba King Charles kejì ti ti ilẹ̀ Gẹ̀ẹ́sì fún arákùnrin rẹ̀ ní ilẹ̀ ìyẹn Duke of York. Láti ọdún 1785 ló ti wá di olú ìlú ilẹ̀ Amẹ́ríkà títí di òní olónìí. Ó jẹ́ ìlú ńlá tó kún fún ọ̀pọ̀ iṣẹ́ ọnà àti ibùdó iṣẹ́ àtinúdá oríṣiríṣi fún gbogbo ìran ọmọnìyàn. Ìlú New York lórílẹ̀-èdè Amẹ́ríkà. Ẹ káàbọ̀ sínú oṣù tuntun, oṣù kọkànlá. Ìkànnì Western Spring Television ló pé nínú oṣù yìí gbogbo ìlàkàkà rẹ yóò já sí rere. Àlá búburú ò ní ṣe mọ́ ọ lára lóṣù kọkànlá yìí ó. Ẹgbẹ́ tí ìyàwó ní Káínì ọmọ Ọlọ́run yọjú sí ìdẹ́rọ̀ wákàtí kọkànlá lóṣù kọkànlá yìí. Ọlọ́run dìde nítorí ọ̀rọ̀ rẹ o. Ní wákàtí gan táyé fẹ́ fi ọ́ ṣẹ̀sín láti dá ọ láre. Àníṣe lásán ni gbogbo àwọn tó fẹ́ gbìyànjú láti pinwọ́ ànábì ṣe o. Ẹni Ọlọ́run padà dẹni àpésìn aṣíwájú ẹ̀dá lóṣù kọkànlá yìí. Ọlọ́run yóò mú ọ yán yọ bí màrìwò ẹ̀ láàrin ìgò bí àgbàdo inú ìgò ti ń yan lọ bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ̀rẹ́ yóò la kúnà la o. Ọlọ́run yóò fún ọ nísinmi lóṣù yìí bìrì pé bìrì lóyún ọkọ̀ omi ọkọ̀ yíyí àníyàn yìí kan ẹ̀kọ́ ní ẹ̀kọ́ ẹsẹ̀ o. Ìkànnì Western Television ló ń rè fún ọ pé ìran ọwọ́ kan ìrìnàjò ẹnu àìbọ̀ o. Ìran ẹsẹ̀ kì í torí bẹ́ẹ̀ kú láì jáde. Òdò ìdè lóṣù yìí àlọ́ ire àbọ̀ ire nígbà tó ṣùgbọ́n kò bá rí ẹ̀rín àti ayọ̀ ni ọ̀rọ̀ yóò já sí. Àmín 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 àṣẹ Ìdùmarè. Ìwúre oṣù tuntun rèé o láti kàn ní Western Spring Television fún gbogbo ènìyàn.
Ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ nǹkan ló ń kojú àwọn ará àdúgbò, àwọn ará àwùjọ tí ohun ò dẹ̀ dókè. Ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ìnira, ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ìyà làwọn èèyàn ń kojú rẹ̀ ní àdúgbò. Ojú ọ̀nà tó kù díẹ̀ káàtó, iná ọba tó mẹ́ẹ̀ tó ń ṣe ségesège, àwọn tó ń hu ìwà àbàṣejẹ́ obì tí ń sun lẹ́rùn àti àwọn nǹkan tí ò tí ì dé tí gbọ́ ìjọba. Ṣé wọ́n ní etí ọba nílé etí ọba lóko, èèyàn náà ló ń jẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀. Òun náà ló jẹ́ kí ìkànnì Western Spring Television pé ètò tí ó jẹ́ kẹ́yìn ara lé ẹ̀yin ará àwùjọ kẹ́lẹ́ mọ́ sọ bí tí bàtà bá ti ń ta yín lẹ́sẹ̀ fún àwọn aláṣẹ ìjọba. Ohun tẹ́ ẹ ṣe ni wípé ẹ mú fóònù yín ẹ̀rọ ìbánisọ̀rọ̀ yín ẹ dábù rẹ̀ ẹ mọ̀ yá ní gbọ́rọ̀ ẹ dábù rẹ̀ ẹ ṣe àkàálẹ̀ ohun tó ń fẹ́ àmójútó ìjọba, ohun tó ń fẹ́ àmójútó àwọn aláṣẹ, ohun tó ń fẹ́ àmójútó àwọn elétò ìlera, àwọn elétò ààbò àti àwọn míì tí ọ̀rọ̀ kàn. Ẹ má jẹ́ kí fọ́nrán náà ìyẹn fídíò tẹ́ máa ṣe àkàálẹ̀ rẹ̀ kó mọ̀ ju ìṣẹ́jú 2 tàbí 3 lọ. Ẹ má fi ṣọwọ́ sí wa ní orí WhatsApp lórí ẹ̀rọ 0803 865 1049 0803 865 1049. Ẹ jẹ́ kí gbogbo àwọn fọ́nrán yín àwọn àwòrán yín kó máa wọlé. Orí ètò ojú ẹlẹ́rìí ẹ̀yin gangan lẹ jẹ́ ojú ẹlẹ́rìí. Ohun táwọn èèyàn nílò, ohun tó ń jẹ àwọn èèyàn láwùjọ níyà, ilé tí ò nílé ìgbọ̀nsẹ̀, ibi tí ò níbi tó ti ń dẹ ẹ̀gbin nù, tó wá jẹ́ pé ẹ̀gbin wọn ní àwọn ará àdúgbò, àwọn aráàlú lára, gbogbo ẹ̀ ẹ fi tó àwọn aláṣẹ létí. Ohun tí ẹ nílò ní agbègbè yín, ẹ jẹ́ kí àwọn aláṣẹ mọ̀. Orúkọ mi ni Adéyẹmí Ọlábọ̀dé, èmi ni atọ́kùn ètò ojú ẹlẹ́rìí lórí Western Spring Television ní 50 gbogbo ọjọ́ ajé láago 2:30 ọ̀sán.
Western Spring Television. Ours it is.
Ètò yìí tún ti dé o. Ètò ìgbìmọ̀ àjọrò ló tún gorí afẹ́. Tọmọdé tàgbà ẹ̀sùn mọ́ mi ẹ jẹ́ ká jọ sọ. Adéyẹmí Ọlábọ̀dé ló sọ wípé ohun abádìjọ́rò gígùn nígùn.
Ẹ ṣeun gbogbo ẹ̀yin èèyàn wa, gbogbo ibi tẹ́ bá ti ń darapọ̀ mọ́ wa
ìjókòó ilé ìgbìmọ̀ àjọrò náà lẹ́ ń gbọ́ lọ́wọ́ tẹ̀ ń wò lọ́wọ́ níkànnì Western Spring Television ìkànnì tó wà ní ìkànnì àádọ́wà channel 190 lórí Star Times DTT òun láwà tẹ́ tí ń wò wá kétékété ní orí Star Times ẹ̀yin tẹ́ bá dẹ̀ wà lórí ẹ̀rọ ayélujára bákan náà ẹ lè máa wò wá kétékété ní orí YouTube ẹ tẹ Western Spring Television ìjókòó ilé ìgbìmọ̀ àjọrò lẹ́ ń wò lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀yin tẹ́ bá ń wò wá fún ìgbà àkọ́kọ́ bá ṣe máa ń ṣeré ní gbogbo ọjọ́ ẹtì bí aago 3 bá ti lè rókogó lọ́sàn-án títí di aago 4 kù ìṣẹ́jú díẹ̀ gbogbo ẹ̀yin tẹ́ wá ń wò wá tẹ́ ń darapọ̀ mọ́ wa lẹ jẹ́ honourable ẹni àpọ́nlé ẹni àyẹ́sí wáyé ká máa sọ̀rọ̀ àlùfàǹsá ọ̀rọ̀ tó lè dáyánpọn yánrin sílẹ̀ tàbí tàbùkù ọmọ làkejì bẹ́ẹ̀ la gbọ́dọ̀ fi ààyè lẹ̀ fún ọ̀rọ̀ ẹlẹ́yàmẹ̀yà tàbí ọ̀rọ̀ ẹlẹ́sìnjẹsìn àbí ọ̀rọ̀ ẹgbẹ́ òṣèlú ẹ jẹ́ ká sọ òótọ́ ọ̀rọ̀ ká lọ sàn án wọ́n ní sàn láàrin ajẹ́nimu ní pẹ̀kọ̀rọ̀ o ẹ káàbọ̀ sí ìjókòó ilé ìgbìmọ̀ àjọrò tòní bẹ́ẹ̀ bá dẹ̀ gbàgbé yàtọ̀ sí ìjókòó ilé tó máa ń wáyé láàrin aago 3 sí aago 4 kù ìṣẹ́jú díẹ̀ ní gbogbo ọjọ́ ẹtì àtúntẹ̀ rẹ̀ máa ń wá sí ojú ìwòran yín tó bá di ọjọ́ ajé lálẹ́ níbẹ̀ náà lẹ́yìn honourable tí mo ń wò wá mọ nǹkan tí a gbé yẹ̀wò láàrin ọ̀sẹ̀ nínú ìjókòó ilé ìgbìmọ̀ àjọrò èmi tí mo jẹ́ abẹnugan fún ìjókòó ilé náà ni right honourable Adéyẹmí Ọlábọ̀dé mo kí yín o ẹ káàbọ̀ sínú ìjókòó ilé ìgbìmọ̀ àjọrò lónìí ẹ kúrò níbi ariwo wà ẹ kúrò níbi móhùnmáwòrán yín àti nǹkan míì tó bá lè dí wa lọ́wọ́ kó tó di pé ẹ nawọ́ sókè nínú ìjókòó ilé ìgbìmọ̀ àjọrò nínú ìjókòó ilé ìgbìmọ̀ àjọrò tó kọjá ọ̀rọ̀ tó ṣe pàtàkì náà látújọ fojú sùnùkùn wò ìyẹn tó ní í ṣe pẹ̀lú orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà Honourable Karim Wasiu láti ìlú Ẹdẹ ni wọ́n dá àbá kí a so ìjókòó ilé tó kọjá rọ̀ lẹ́yìn náà ni Honourable Eko Mary láti Àgùnbẹ́lẹ́wò kejì àbá tá a fi so ìjókòó ilé ìgbìmọ̀ àjọrò tó kọjá rọ̀ kí a tó bẹ̀rẹ̀ ìjókòó ilé tòní kí Honourable wa kan bá wa nawọ́ sókè dá àbá kí a bẹ̀rẹ̀ ìjókòó ilé lẹ́yìn àbá àkọ́kọ́ kí Honourable míì bá wa kejì àbá náà ọ̀dà Honourable Abusi Naira.
mo kí Mr. Speaker ẹ kú sẹ́kù ètò ẹ̀ ní dààmú
àmín
tòní ò tún wá ní jáse mọ́
àmín
èmi ni Honourable Ganiyu Akeem Abusi Naira láti ìlú Ìbà mo dábàá ká bẹ̀rẹ̀ ìgbìmọ̀ àjọrò tòní nísànsàn.
ọ̀dà Honourable Jamiu Semiu.
mo kí abẹnugan lé o mo kí akójanu lé mo sì kí akọ̀wé ilé náà ilé ìgbìmọ̀ àjọrò ní dàrú èmi ni Honourable Comrade Jamiu Semiu láti ìlú Ìnísà tí mo ń sojú odò ọ̀tìn south àti ọlọ́ọ̀dá lápapọ̀ local government tí mo tún jẹ́ mọ́mọ́ àgbà fún gbogbo ilé ìgbìmọ̀ àjọrò yìí pátápátá mo kéjì àbá ká bẹ̀rẹ̀ ìjókòó lè tò ní nísànsàn kọ́lọ́hún ọba láàánú kọ́lọ́hún ràn wá lọ́wọ́ o.
àmín ẹ ṣé lẹ́yìn àbá látẹnu Honourable Ganiyu Akeem Abusi Naira láti ìlú Ìbà tí Honourable Jamiu Semiu láti ìlú Ìníṣà kejì àbá náà ní èmi abẹnugan lè ń bẹ̀rẹ̀ ìjókòó ilé tòní.
ètò yìí tún ti dé o. ètò ìgbìmọ̀ àjọrò ló tún gorí afẹ́fẹ́ tọmọdé tàgbà ẹ súnmọ́ mi ẹ jẹ́ ká jọ sọ Adéyẹmí Ọlábọ̀dé ló sọ wípé ohun abádìjọ́rò ìgúnnigún.
ẹ ṣeun ṣe wọ̀nyí Honourable ìlẹ̀kẹ̀ mọ̀já lé mọ̀já oko ibì kan nílẹ̀kẹ̀ ó padà já sí bẹ́ẹ̀ sì rèé Yorùbá ló ní kángun oníṣàì kángun síbì kan lẹ́yìn ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ oṣù tí ẹnu ti ń kun àwọn kan lára mínísítà tó wà lára ikọ̀ àṣejọba ààrẹ Bọ́lá Tinubu wípé níṣe ni wọ́n fi wọ́n joyè àwòdì tí wọ́n lè gbádìẹ ìjẹta òde yìí ni ààrẹ Bọ́lá Tinubu fi ọwọ́ òsì júwe lé fún àwọn 5 lára àwọn mínísítà rẹ̀ tó sì yan àwọn 7 tuntun míì sípò nínú àlàyé iléeṣẹ́ ààrẹ wọ́n ní ìgbésẹ̀ náà jẹ́ ara ìgbésẹ̀ mímú àtúntò bá àwọn ọmọ ikọ̀ àṣejọba ààrẹ Bọ́lá Tinubu kí múṣemúṣe wọn lè dá múṣemúṣe sí kí awọ wọn lè kájú ìlú ó di mímọ̀ wípé ààrẹ mú ìṣípòpadà bá àwọn mínísítà 10 nípa gbígbé wọn lọ sí ẹnu iṣẹ́ tuntun míì
lára àwọn tí ààrẹ na ìka ilé fún ni Uju Ken Ohaneye tó jẹ́ mínísítà fún ọ̀rọ̀ àwọn obìnrin, Lọ́lá Adéjọ́n mínísítà fún ọ̀rọ̀ afẹ́, Tahir Mamman tó jẹ́ mínísítà fún ètò ẹ̀kọ́ tẹ́lẹ̀ rí, Abdullahi Gwarzo mínísítà kejì fọ́rọ̀ ilégbèé àti ìlú ńlá, àti Jamaila Ibrahim gẹ́gẹ́ bí mínísítà fún ọ̀rọ̀ ìdàgbàsókè àwọn ọ̀dọ́. Yàtọ̀ fún àwọn mínísítà márùn-ún tó di dídádúró àti àwọn mẹ́wàá tí ìṣípò padà dé bá náà, bákan náà ni ààrẹ tún yí orúkọ iléeṣẹ́ tó wà fún ìdàgbàsókè ẹkùn Niger Delta padà sí iléeṣẹ́ tó wà fún ọ̀rọ̀ ìdàgbàsókè ẹlẹ́kùnjẹkùn, tó fi mọ́ wíwọ́gi iléeṣẹ́ tó wà fún ọ̀rọ̀ ìdàgbàsókè eré ìdárayá. Bákan náà ló dá iléeṣẹ́ tó wà fún ọ̀rọ̀ iṣẹ́ ọ̀rọ̀ afẹ́ àti iṣẹ́ ọnà, tó fi mọ́ ti àṣà papọ̀ láti lè di iléeṣẹ́ fún ọ̀rọ̀ iṣẹ́ ọnà, àṣà, afẹ́ àti ọ̀rọ̀ ajé nípa iṣẹ́ ọpọlọ. Bí àwọn òǹwòye àti ẹgbẹ́ òṣèlú alátakò ṣe ń fi ìwòye hàn lórí ìgbésẹ̀ ààrẹ Tinubu náà, ní ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ọmọ ilẹ̀ yìí ń ṣe ààyè. Látìgbà tí ààrẹ ti kéde mímú àtúntò bá àwọn ọmọ ikọ̀ aṣèjọba rẹ̀, lọ́pọ̀lọpọ̀ ti ń kọminú bí àwọn kan ṣe ń sọ pé áwù ó ṣe jẹ́ pé láti ìpínlẹ̀ Ògùn nìkan mínísítà 4 ni ó di yíyàn ń bẹ̀. Wọ́n ń pe ẹnu ọ̀bọ nìkọ́kọ́ lè wùrà tí dùn, bàbá fún akitì jẹ́ kíní ti ṣe. Bẹ́ẹ̀ sì rèé, ìbí òjù bí bá a ṣe bẹ̀rù labọ́mọ̀. Wọ́n pé ojúṣàájú máa ń wà nínú àwọn èèyàn sípò tí ààrẹ Bọ́lá Tinubu ń ṣe. Bẹ́ẹ̀ náà ni àwọn òwòye míì sọ pé níwọ̀n gbó jẹ́ pé àlàkalẹ̀ ìlànà tí wọ́n fi ń yànyàn sẹ́nu iṣẹ́ ìjọba, pàápàá jùlọ ipò mínísítà, fi lélẹ̀ wípé kí ìpínlẹ̀ kan ó kéré tán kí mínísítà kan wá láti ìpínlẹ̀ kan. ń bó sì jẹ́ pé ààrẹ Tinubu ti kógo já nípa àlàkalẹ̀ yìí, wọ́n ní kí ló burú ń bẹ̀. Ṣebí kí wọ́n ti rí àwọn tí awọ wọn kájú ìlú le. Èyí ló bí àwọn ìbéèrè 4 tó ń tawọ́tasẹ̀ nínú ìjókòó ilé ìgbìmọ̀ àjọrò. Torí bá a bá wo àwọn mínísítà tó di kíkéde náà, àwọn 4 ọ̀tọ̀ọ̀tọ̀ ló wá láti ìpínlẹ̀ Ògùn. Jùmọ̀kẹ́ Odùwọlé tó jẹ́ mínísítà fọ́rọ̀ iléeṣẹ́ okòwò àti ìdókòwò, Adékúnlé Sàlàkọ́ tó jẹ́ mínísítà kejì fọ́rọ̀ àyíká, Bọ̀sún Tìjání tó jẹ́ mínísítà fọ́rọ̀ ìmọ̀ ètò ìbánisọ̀rọ̀, ìmọ̀ ìjìnlẹ̀ ìgbàlódé àti ayélujára, tó fi mọ́ Wálé Ẹ̀dùn tó jẹ́ mínísítà fún ètò ìṣúná. Èyí lọ́pọ̀lọpọ̀ ń sọ pé áwù ó ṣe jẹ́ pé ìpínlẹ̀ kan nìkan ni ó dá kó àwọn ipò 4 lára àyè mínísítà tó sílẹ̀. Làwọn míì sọ pé kókó ọ̀rọ̀ ọbẹ̀ ni kí ààrẹ ó ti mọ àwọn tí awọ wọn kájú ìlú, pé kò yẹ ká fi ti ọ̀rọ̀ ti àlàkalẹ̀ nìkan ṣe. Torí àlàkalẹ̀ wà ń bẹ̀, ṣùgbọ́n òfin náà tún fi lélẹ̀ pé ààrẹ tún lè lo àròjinlẹ̀ rẹ̀ láti yan àwọn tó rò wípé awọ wọn kúnjú òṣùwọ̀n jù nínú àwọn tí yóò lè bá ṣiṣẹ́. Àwọn ìbéèrè mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta tó wá ń tawọ́ tasẹ̀ nínú ìjókòó ilé ìgbìmọ̀ àjọrò lónìí. Alákọ̀ọ́kọ́, ṣé lóòótọ́ ni pé ààrẹ Tinubu ń ṣe ojúṣàájú nínú èèyàn sípò àwọn ọmọ ìgbìmọ̀ àṣejọba rẹ̀, pàápàá jùlọ èèyàn sípò àwọn mínísítà tó wáyé lẹ́nu lọ́ọ́lọ́ yìí? Ìbéèrè kejì, kí ló burú nínú kí àwọn mínísítà 4 ó wá láti ìpínlẹ̀ kan bí ààrẹ bá rí i pé àwọn ní awọ wọn kájú ìlú láti lè ṣe iṣẹ́ tí yóò gbé fún wọn? Ìbéèrè kẹta, kí ni ìrètí yín, kí lẹ̀ ń fọkàn sí láti ọ̀dọ̀ àwọn mínísítà tí ààrẹ ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ yàn sípò, àwọn tí ìṣípò padà dé bá náà? Ọ̀rọ̀ rẹ o gbogbo ẹ̀yin honorable nínú ìjókòó ilé ìgbìmọ̀ àjọrò lọ́jọ́ tòní. Ẹ jẹ́ ká máa sọ fẹ́yìn tẹ́ ń wò wá nú ilé, ẹ̀yin náà lè dá sí ohun tá à ń gbé yẹ̀wò lọ́wọ́ o, torí ọ̀rọ̀ kanlẹ̀ kan baálé, ohun tó bá kan orógùn ó kan ìgbákọ. Ohun tó bá kan orógùn àwọn honorable tó wà nù kùlù ní àyè, ó kan ìgbákọ ẹ̀yin honorable tẹ́ wà nú ilé, tẹ́ ń wò wá nú ilé, yálà lórí móhùnmáwòrán tàbí lórí ẹ̀rọ ayélujára. Àwọn ojú òpó tá ń lò ní ẹ̀ lò. Ojú òpó àkọ́kọ́ ni 0913-259-9000 tàbí 0816 4664844. ẹ kúrò níbi tí mò ń máwòrán yín wà kí a lè gbọ́ra wa gbádùn. Honorable Adékúnlé Adékéwúyọ̀ mo rí pé tí ń nawọ́ sókè ó yá o.
ẹ kú ètò ọlọ́mọ fún iṣẹ́ o.
Àmín.
ìmáyọ̀ níjọba o.
Àmín.
gbèsè oníbàjẹ́.
Àmín.
tòun ló sì ní jásí wọn lágbára Ọlọ́run.
Àmín o.
èmi ni Honorable Adékúnlé Adékéwúyọ̀ láti Housing Estate nílùú Òṣogbo. ntẹ́ni ká dá sí fún tèmi. n tí ààrẹ ṣe a lè sọ pé kò dáa nǹkan tó dáa náà ni ó kàn jẹ́ wípé ní nǹkan táwa aráàlú ẹ̀sìpẹ́tì nǹkan la bá torí wípé ní àwọn mínísítà tán láwọn yẹn ń sìn èmi ò tiẹ̀ gbókọ wọn rí gan nígbà tẹ sọ pé kinní kan Adékúnlé mo rò pé Adékéwúyọ̀ sí gan ni ọkàn mi ti ń balẹ̀ pé àwọn èèyàn mi tá a jọ ń ṣe ìgbìmọ̀ àjọrò àwọn kan ó ti mọ wọn mọ nọbẹ sọ́dọ̀ àwọn gbà tẹ Adékéwúyọ̀ sí Adékúnlé kinní kan lẹwà dárúkọ
bẹ́ẹ̀ni kò tí ì kan Adékéwúyọ̀
ni so kọlọ kó sànù wa now àwọn tó dárúkọ yìí àmọ́ wọn gẹ́gẹ́ bí mo ti sọ so tí ó yẹ káàrí ó ṣe òkóbó wọn tá ní kó bọ̀ kò bọ̀ ó wà ló lè bọ gbókìní nínú òkun kò yẹ kó rí bẹ́ẹ̀ àwọn táyàn ya àmọ́ wọn rárá àti rárá ó dà kan dá 5 dúró wọn fi èèyàn bíi 7 rọ́pò wọn so ń bọ́lá kó lọ bọ́lá ń kó bọ̀ báyìí sìn torí Ọlọ́run mínísítà fún ọ̀rọ̀ ṣe mọ̀nàmọ́ná tí gbogbo ẹ̀ ṣe mọ̀nàmọ́ná láti yẹ ọjọ́ yìí wá wọn ò dá dúró minister of petroleum wọn bó tẹ̀ jẹ́ pé àwọn náà ni wọ́n ẹ̀ǹdì ẹ̀ náà bọ̀ wọ́n sàtún ní àwọn nǹkan tán fi support minister fún ìkejì ìrànlọ́wọ́ ààrẹ yẹn so wọn ò rí nǹkan kan ṣe sí so èmi kàn rò pé bóyá ó dà pé ọ̀rọ̀ òṣèlú náà ni tí wọ́n fi ṣe yìí torí pé èmi ń rò gẹ́gẹ́ bí ìròrí tèmi pé ní bóyá àwọn tí wọ́n ń ta wọ́n lẹ́nu nínú ìṣèjọba wọn ìpínlẹ̀ wọn tán jára wọn iná dá dúró ẹ rí i pé ní adìbò fáàrẹ mínísítà ẹni tó wu ààrẹ làárẹ yàn ẹ ti gẹ́ẹ̀tì báyẹn ẹni tó wu ààrẹ làárẹ yàn síbẹ̀ bóyá tó bá rò pé ń ta wọn lẹ́nu àbí kíní kankan so ni wọ́n dá dúró n táwọn expect lọ́wọ́ wọn kọ́ leléyìí o ìbádẹ́ ni Adébánà Àbẹ́lẹ́jọ́ títọ́ rọ̀ kọ́ so ìyẹn kọ́ ní solution o nítorí ṣe yìí gangan wọ́n dá gbogbo èèyàn dúró báyìí sìn àwọn náà ó kù púpọ̀ káàtó nínú ìṣèjọba wọn ta ló fẹ́ dá wọn dúró ta ló fẹ́ dá ààrẹ dúró gangan torí pé ní àfọlọ́run ló lè dá wọn dúró ẹni tọ́nà bá sì mú ẹni tọ́nà bá lè mú ọ̀nà ò ní dá kò sí ní dá ẹ ti ra stand níta ààrẹ ń ṣe ò dá o ẹnìkan tó ṣe lọ láǹlà ní òṣè dá àwọn náà tún wá bọ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ ó tún wá burúkú jáì ẹ ti gẹ́tì àwa lẹ́gbìmọ̀ àjọrò ká tó débi oníye tí kálukú wa ná débi báyìí ẹni tó wá láti ẹ̀dẹ̀ ẹni tó wá láti ibìkan ẹni tó oníye tá a ná èló ní tẹ́lẹ̀ ibi tá a tún wọkọ̀ 500 tẹ́lẹ̀ ó di ×3 ×4 lájọ tí mo ti rílé ayé mi bó ṣe lè yí kò lè bẹ́ẹ̀ rí láyé níṣẹ́ báyìí ṣe téèyàn pé bóyá ìbẹ́ lọ́ngàn ẹnu ò kánú lé mọ́ tí ó lè yẹ kó rí bẹ́ẹ̀ ọkọ̀ wa dọkọ̀ bá gẹ́ tẹ́ẹ̀ bá ti rówó fílẹ̀ ẹlẹ́ ìyàwó máa fi ìlà náà ìlú ẹ̀ lórí ni kọ́lọ́n kó sàkédé ṣèdùn mọ́ ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ọkùnrin àwa dọ̀lẹ́ ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ọkùnrin wa dọ̀lẹ́ tí ò yẹ kó rí bẹ́ẹ̀ so torí díẹ̀ yèmí rọ ààrẹ àwọn tó wá láwọn yàn láti àwọn 4 tí wọ́n yàn láti
ìpínlẹ̀
Ògùn state yẹn kò ń ṣe yẹn gangan ní ṣù bí ó ṣe pé ní kí wọ́n ṣiṣẹ́ tààrán wọn ṣé wọ́n kójú wọn sàn ojú òṣùyàn ṣé wọ́n lè ṣe iṣẹ́ tààrán gangan àti pé bí tá a fẹ́ kí ìjọba kọwọ́ bọ̀ ìjọba àpapọ̀ ní federal government ibẹ̀ kọ́ náà kọwọ́ bọ̀ yìí
ibo lẹ fẹ́ kí wọ́n tọwọ́ bọ̀
ibi tán wẹ́ kán kọwọ́ bọ̀ ẹ wo ṣe mẹ̀nàmọ́nà yẹn ẹni tán yàn ní mínísítà ní ìṣẹ̀mọ́nà Adélábù ó ní pé kódà iná dáadáa bọ́n bá ṣe ṣẹ́gi ilé kan náà ní ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ ni irọ́ ni kò dẹ̀ rí bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣé irú ẹni báyẹn ṣó yẹ kó wà ń bẹ̀ àwọn refineries wa àwọn tó mójútó NNPCL àwọn iṣẹ́ ìwọ̀nàgbà kò tórúkọ náà máa sọ̀rọ̀ àwọn tán lórí zero náà ni NNPC wọ́n tún fowókọ wọn wọ́n tún ní àwọn jẹ́ ní NNPCL kí tún wá tún kó tó wá ní ìtumọ̀ báyìí orúkọ yìí wọ́n àti ìtún dúró báyìí orúkọ yẹn ó tún lọ sí ní rẹ́rẹ́ ní o ìyẹn nísìnyí wọn ò rí gbéyẹ̀wò àwọn táwa mọ̀ tá àgbókọ wọn rí náà wá láwọn dá dúró kò yẹ kó lè rí bẹ́ẹ̀ náà èmi wá rọ̀ ìjọba àpapọ̀ ní wípé ní kí wọ́n gbáriwo aráàlú táriwo aráàlú ń pa bí wájú bá ṣe lọ mọ́ ẹ̀yìn mọ́ sí padà sí o òsàbọ̀ bá lè gbèmí dẹ̀ ni sèmi bọ́ sí bá mi owó epo wa ibi tí wọ́n bá kọ́ nìyẹn náà kán dára padà sí ibi tá a ti ń bọ̀ náà tá a bá rò pé nǹkan ó dẹrùn tó bá dẹ̀ yí wọn lọ́wọ́ ká jẹ́ kí wọ́n mọ̀ pé yí wọn lọ́wọ́ kí wọ́n dára padà sí bá a ti wà tẹ́lẹ̀ so kọ́lọ́ kó ràn wá lọ iléeṣẹ́ ò ní bàjẹ́ o ẹ kú ètò.
ẹ ṣé gan-an ni adúpẹ́ Honorable Adékúnlé Adékéwúyọ̀ Honorable wa ti ẹ bá fún wọn gbọ̀ngbọ̀n tí wọ́n wájú.
Èmi ni Honorable Karim Wasiu, Comrade Photo láti ìlú Ẹdẹ. Mo kí abẹnuganlé, mo sì kí akójànà mo kí gbogbo ọmọdé. Ilé ìgbìmọ̀ àjọrò tó ní kò ní jẹ́ àṣemọ. Ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ ní àpẹ̀kẹ́lù ní ọ̀sán yìí ọ̀rọ̀ tó ṣe kókó gan ni. Sẹ́ẹ̀rì ààrẹ wa ní tó kàkọ́ náà ń ṣe. Torí táwọn ọmọ Nàìjíríà expect kọ́ ni ìtẹ́ ń ṣe. Tó bá jẹ́ pé ní ààrẹ bá fẹ́ ṣe tí ọmọ Nàìjíríà ò dùn sí tí owó máa jó tá máa yọ̀. Irú nísìn bóyá irú epo rìfẹ́nárì wa nísìn. Ààrẹ láwọn ti ṣe o, àwọn ti yọrí o, epo ti di 200 naira o, inú ọmọ Nàìjíríà ò dùn. Ṣùgbọ́n à ń yọ àwọn mínísítà kan, à ń fi kan rọ́pò rẹ̀. Ṣèbá àwọn náà fà wọ́n ti bẹ̀ tẹ́lẹ̀. Àbí ẹni tí wọ́n bá rí pé kò ká tébù kò yẹ kán fi síbẹ̀. Kíyàn jẹ́ mọ́kálíkì nísìn ká lọ́ máa gbéṣẹ́ fọ̀gálẹ́sà fún. Sójọra wọn ni. Kò yẹ kó rí bẹ́ẹ̀ náà. Ẹ wo irú mínísítà ọ̀kan nígbà kan, mínísítà Ọ̀ṣun Ọ̀nàbà Arẹ́gbẹ́ṣọlá. Ó ní iṣẹ́ tó ń tán yàn sí mínísítà gbà náà. Ó ní tán yàn fún gbà yẹn. Ó ní òun kàn kà lónìí pépà ni. O ò mọ̀ ń pa ẹ̀ rárá. Sẹ́yìn iṣẹ́ tí wọ́n bá gbé fún yàn yóò jẹ́ kí iṣẹ́ tó ti ní experience nípa rẹ̀. Kò ní já sí pé iṣẹ́ tí yóò mọ̀ òun náà ń gbé fún yàn. Irú àwọn tí wọ́n yọ ohun. Irú àwọn tó yẹ kán yọ kọ́ náà tọ́mọ Nàìjíríà respect kọ́ ní ayọ̀. Àwọn tọ́mọ Nàìjíríà respect pé mo yọ kọ́ ní ayọ̀. Bóyá irú ẹni tó jẹ́ mínísítà tó wà fẹ́ tó ọrọ̀ ajé nìsín tí wọ́n bá yọ bí gbogbo nǹkan ṣe wọ́n ẹ̀yàn hàn ó deserve ẹ̀ kan yọ nínú ọmọ Nàìjíríà ó dùn pé bóyá ara àwọn tí mo jẹ́ kúrò èdè kó túbànú ara wọn náà yọ dànù. Irú àwọn tí wọ́n fà kalẹ̀ fún mínísítà petroleum nìsín petroleum tí wọ́n bá yọ náà nínú ọmọ Nàìjíríà ó dùn.
Mínísítà fún ọ̀rọ̀ epo pẹtiróòlù.
Tí ààrẹ fà kalẹ̀.
Ààrẹ gangan ni mínísítà kejì.
Ṣé ẹ mọ̀ pé irú ẹni báwọn tí wọ́n bá yọ inú ọmọ Nàìjíríà ó dùn pé bóyá àwọn tí mo jẹ́ káàrẹ fẹ́ rí ìjọba ṣẹnu inú wọn ó dùn. Tí mo tún wá fẹ́ dá sí ni pé bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe wá yan mínísítà 4 ní Ògùn state bí kan náà kò yẹ kó rí bẹ́ẹ̀. Ó yẹ kán mọ̀ ká ni. Mo ṣàkíyèsí ìjọba wa yìí ọ̀nà tó ń gbà ṣèjọba ọ̀nà pé lágbájá ṣiṣẹ́ fún mi èmi náà fẹ́ fipò san lẹ́san òun náà ń lò kò dé yẹ kó rí bẹ́ẹ̀ ẹni tí ò ṣiṣẹ́ fún ọ rárá tó bá rí pé tó ti sáà fipò báyìí ni ká gbé sí i sẹ́mọ̀ ní òjò kó lè dé wa yìí lóye kó tó ni pé ilé ìgbìmọ̀ àjọyọ̀ tó ní kò ní jẹ́ àṣemọ́ Ọlọ́run ní bọ́ lè dé wa yìí jẹ́ ayọ̀ àtàláfíà ní gbogbo ẹ̀ ò bá lé ẹ ṣe gan pé tó.
Ẹ ṣe gan ni o Honourable Taiwo Hassan Elejire.
Honourable Speaker Honourable Taiwo Hassan Elejire láti ìlú Ẹdẹ ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ mà ní apẹ́ka ìlú lónìí ọ̀rọ̀ gidi mà ní. Ó wà mí lójú tì fún ààrẹ wa wàláì mo máa ń pa lówe o wípé ẹni tó kú sóko ìlànà òkú rẹ̀ ẹni tó wà lù òkú kọ́ lé kí wà rẹ̀. Ó jí fún ààrẹ wa wípé ní ńgbà tí ẹ yànyàn tẹ́ ẹ tún ní òṣè dáadáa tẹ́ ẹ yọ tẹ́ ẹ wá lọ mú àwọn mi rọ̀pò ṣé wọn ò rí ẹ̀ wípé àwọn eléyìí ò ṣe dáadáa. Irú ọ̀rọ̀ fún mínísítà fọ́rọ̀ epo tí ẹ ní ààrẹ wa náà ni wọ́n fi ra wọn síbẹ̀ amúgbálẹ́gbẹ̀ẹ́ wọn tó jẹ́ igbákejì wọn irú eléyìí ló yẹ ká kọ́kọ́ gbọ̀n dànù torí ọ̀rọ̀ epo gangan ni wọ́n ń dá wàhálà lẹ̀ Nàìjíríà irú wàhálà yẹn ń bẹ lọ́rùn tèmi náà tí mò ń sọ̀rọ̀ yìí o ó tún ti ṣẹlẹ̀ sí mi lónìí o tí mo dé ọjà òjè bó ní ṣe jẹ́ ọjà Ẹdẹ mo fẹ́ ra iṣu ẹyọ 3 mo bá ná iṣu kéékèèké wọ́n bá pè ní 4,500 mo kàn yín ọrùn padà ní láì sáde ńkọ́lí wọ́n bá ní Elejire ìwọ́kọ́ yọ máa tún kinní ná báyìí mo ní sáà ń fowó mi gbowó báǹkì ni tí wọ́n fi máa fowó ọ̀rọ̀ wọn ra ọjà wọn wọ́n lọ́rọ̀ epo ní ibi tọ́rọ̀ epo bá wa dé lórílẹ̀‐èdè yìí kò yẹ kó lè rí bẹ́ẹ̀ ní tí ààrẹ wa bá wa sọ nìkan ni fún wa kéde ìfọ̀pọ̀ wa mẹ́rin kí wọ́n ṣe kó ṣiṣẹ́ eléyìí kì bá mú nǹkan rọrùn dá nígbà tí wọ́n tún wá bùṣe gà wọ́n tún bọ́ sípínlẹ̀ Ògùn wọ́n tún lọ mú mínísítà 4 tí ò sípínlẹ̀ míì lẹ̀ ni tógùn nìkan ló ṣiṣẹ́ fún wa ni kò yẹ kó lè rí bẹ́ẹ̀ o tí wọ́n sì ń ṣe wípé ní ẹni ọmọ ẹni èsèdì bẹ́ẹ̀ rẹ̀ káfílẹ̀ tẹ̀sídìí ọmọ ẹlòmíì ẹni ìtumọ̀ rẹ̀ wípé ní pé lágbájá ṣiṣẹ́ fún mi èmi náà san lẹ́san ẹ tí ọba máa ń pa nǹkan tí wọ́n bá gbé síbẹ̀ kò lè sí bí ó ṣe ṣe dáadáa ní ìsìn bí mo ṣe jẹ́ káfíńtà kan léyìí kan wá lọ gbélé iṣẹ́ télọ̀ fún mi ṣé mo mọ machine tẹ̀ ní.
iṣẹ́ Honourable Adékéwì Ọ̀jọ́rin mọ́rin.
àbí iṣẹ́ wẹ́dà Ọ̀jọ́rin mọ́rin ṣé mo mọ ibi tí n ó jò ń bẹ́ àbí mo mọ tí n yé jò nǹkan kò yẹ kó lè rí bẹ́ẹ̀ àwọn tó bá kájú òṣùwọ̀n ló yẹ ká máa yàn ṣùgbọ́n pàápàá jùlọ àmọ̀ràn mi fún ààrẹ wa ni wípé ní wọ́n ṣàánú àwa mẹ̀kúnnù bí wọ́n ṣe da àgbàdo sí wa níwájú láì sádìẹ tí wọ́n ní a máa yánnú agbada kò dá tó àwa mẹ̀kúnnù yìí kí wọ́n ṣàánú wa ṣùgbọ́n èmi máa sọ kínní kan wípé ní Ọlọ́run ọba tó dá wọn ìlú ọ̀dà wà mẹ̀kúnnù iléeṣẹ́ yóò ní bàjẹ́ kú ètò.
sọ ẹ ṣe ọba tó dá Rájí Eléwé kọ́hún Rábí Aláṣọ ẹ ṣe ẹ bá fún Honorable Jamiu Semiu àwọn tí náwó ṣáájú yín ẹ ṣe.
mo kí abẹnugan lílẹ̀ kan sí
ẹ ṣe o.
mo kí akójanu lé mo sì kí akọ̀wé ilé náà ilé ìgbìmọ̀ àjọrò ní dàrú o mo kí àwọn ojúgbà mi tí wọ́n ti ń sọ̀rọ̀ látàárọ̀ ọlọ́run ọba aláàánú kò ní kúrò lákàyè yín o. èmi ní Honorable Comrade Jamiu Semiu láti ìlú Òṣogbo nílùú Nisa tí mò ń sojú
ṣé Nisa lẹ́ ń sojú ní àbójú
Nisa mò ń sojú tí mò ń sojú Odòtì àti Ọlọ́ndà alápapọ̀ local government local government méjì náà ni àtòṣogbo àti Odòtì gbogbo ẹni. abẹnuganlé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ mú wá lónìí ọ̀rọ̀ tó níye lórí tó sì ṣe pàtàkì ni tó jẹ́ wípé kì í ṣe tí àwa ilé ìgbìmọ̀ àjọrò ta nílérò pé n tó yẹ kó ṣẹlẹ̀ ní ìsìn ni mo sì mọ̀ wípé níjọ́ kan ó jọ́ kan tá a gbé ààrẹ wá sí bí sí gbàgede náà bí láti wá sọ ti ẹnu wọn torí pé bí wọ́n ṣe ń ṣèjọba àwa náà ilé ìgbìmọ̀ àjọrò yìí náà a ní ọpọlọ kan tàbí méjì táwa náà fi lè darí tó jẹ́ wípé iná kúrú yìí náà a sàn darí nǹkan bẹ̀ tọ́lọ́run sì ń gbàkóso ṣe rí ntí ààrẹ ntí wọ́n mú wá yẹn wọ́n kàn mú wá lójijì ni bóyá ń gbọ́n lọ sinmi ọ̀sẹ̀ méjì yẹn ní wàá rò ó pé ń gbọ́n wá dé pé kí ni ló kú tó kù táwọn ó ṣe ju pé àwọn mínísítà kan wà tó jẹ́ wípé ẹtì ẹ̀já yọ wọ́n nítorí wípé wọ́n ti sọ ọ̀rọ̀ ìjọba wọn di olóṣèlú pé ìjọba yìí mo sọ nínú ilé ìgbìmọ̀ àjọrò lánàá náà pé ìjọba yìí wọ́n ti sọ di wípé ìjọba dùn mọ́ bọ̀ wá jẹ ni bọ́rọ̀ bí ó ṣe rí lójú tèmi nìyẹn o torí ńgbà tẹ́ yọ mínísítà 5 tẹ́ fi 2 rọ́pò rẹ̀ ṣebí 5 tí wọ́n yọ yẹn náà ló yẹ wọ́n fi rọ́pò wọ́n wá da àwọn iléeṣẹ́ kọ̀ọ̀kan náà wọ́n dà pọ̀ mọ́ra wọn wọ́n tún fi mí lọ́lẹ̀ lérí ara wọn ṣe rárá wọn tí wọ́n ṣe yẹn mo mọ̀ wípé tọ̀ Ọlọ́run padà fi ojú àánú àwa mẹ̀kúnnù àti tálíkà yóò padà fi àánú wa yóò padà fi sí wọn lójú lágbára lọ́wọ́lọ́ láìpẹ́ láì jìnnà torí wípé orílẹ̀-èdè yìí ti dàrú inú ilé gan ti ń dàrú torí wípé nǹkan ti burú jáì jù ní tá à ń rò kọ́ là ń bá ní tá à ń ṣe ń fọkàn sí ni wípé káàrí ó mọ̀ wò pé ó dáná o mínísítà fọ́rọ̀ ètò ara jẹ́ gẹ́gẹ́ bí Honorable mi kan sọ wàá gbalé rẹ̀ lọ torí wípé ó ti ń bàjọba mi jẹ́ nǹkan wọn bó ló sì jẹ́ tí nǹkan fi wọ́n ṣe bíbi tá a fi ọ́ sí nì ó yẹ kí mínísítà yẹn ó mójútó epo wọn bó lè po ṣe wọ́n mọ́ ọ lọ́wọ́ aláyọ sọ́bsidì àgbé sí 500 naira ń di 1.2 máa lọ́wọ́ ń di 1.5 máa lọ́wọ́ bó ló ṣe jẹ́ àjẹpọ̀ mọ́sẹ̀ rẹ̀ ń sẹ́ wàá mọ̀ gbalé rẹ̀ lọ kínú wa máa dùn yọ ká máa yọ ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ nínú àwọn tá a ní wọ́n yọ yìí mò ń gbọ́ pé iléeṣẹ́ kan wà nínú àwọn mínísítà tí wọ́n yọ tó jẹ́ pé inú wọn gan dùn níbi iléeṣẹ́ yẹn pé wọ́n yọ wọ́n tí wọ́n gbàlù tí wọ́n gbàjó nínú iléeṣẹ́ yẹn àbí mo parọ́ Mr. Speaker nínú àwọn mínísítà tí wọ́n yọ tí wọ́n ní pé mínísítà yẹn náà kájú òṣùwọ̀n àwọn tí wọ́n bá ṣiṣẹ́ gan inú wọn gan dùn pé wàá mọ̀ gbalẹ̀ ẹ̀ lọ ṣùgbọ́n mi ò mọ tí wọ́n rí bẹ́ẹ̀ èyí ò kàn wá nínú ilé ìgbìmọ̀ àjọrò ń bì ṣùgbọ́n eléyìí tó kàn wá tó kàn gbogbo àwọn aráàlú tó ráráàlú là wá ìní wípé ètò ọrọ̀ ajé wo kò mọ́yán lórí ètò ọrọ̀ epo kò mọ́yán lórí ètò ààbò kò mọ́yán lórí nípa agbára iná kò mọ́yán lórí lórílẹ̀‐èdè yìí ṣẹ́rí nǹkan mẹ́rẹ̀ẹ̀rin kókó mẹ́rin yẹn ó yẹ kí ààrẹ ó bá a mójútó ìló yẹ káwọn mínísítà tó ń wà ń pa rẹ̀ tàbáwọn akọ̀wé àgbà tí wọ́n wà ń pa rẹ̀ kí wọ́n bá a mójútó kí gbogbo ẹ̀ ó lè dùn gẹ́gẹ́ bí Honorable Aríkéwì ọ̀sọ́ wàláì inú ilé tí ń dàrú ẹ̀yẹ wo iye tí wọ́n ní ra su ó yẹ kí gbogbo èyí kí ó ti bá a mójútó rẹ́ẹ̀sì 80,000 ó di 125 ó di 1 kìíní kan 105 110 150 ní rẹ́ẹ̀sì àpò kan tí ò yẹ kó rí bẹ́ẹ̀ ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ wo jẹ ní ìsìn ká tó mọ̀ bọ̀ abíbà yìí oúnjẹ kan 010 fọ́múlà náà ni kálukú ń bá káàkiri tẹ́lẹ̀ là ń da oúnjẹ là á jẹ àjẹyó àtúndà yòókù fẹ́ràn ẹran gan mọ̀ wípé ìjọba tó wà lórí oyè ní ìsìn ó burú jáì torí kò rí àjẹkù yán àná jẹ mọ́ kò rí àmọ̀là àjẹkù àná jẹ mọ́ láti dà fẹ́ràn láti dà fún mùsù gbogbo rẹ̀ ò rí bẹ́ẹ̀ mọ́ gbogbo ẹ̀ wá dojú kejì mo kàn fẹ́ rọ ìjọba ni o èyí ìjọba orílẹ̀-èdè wa kí wọ́n dákun torí tọ́lọ́ ibi ń pa àwa mẹ̀kúnnù ibi ń pa àwa tá a wà ń bì kí wọ́n dákun abẹ̀ wọ́n torí tọ́lọ́ kí wọ́n láàánú wa lójú ebi ń pa wá ebi ó ń pa wá àríṣẹ́ sí mọ́ owó náà ò tó ná mọ́ kí wọ́n jọ̀ nítorí tọ́lọ́ ilé ìgbìmọ̀ àjọrò ní dàrú o ẹ ṣe pé tó.
ẹ ṣeun ẹ̀yin honorable wa ibikíbi tẹ́ bá ti ń darapọ̀ mọ́ wa ìjókòó ilé ìgbìmọ̀ àjọrò náà lẹ́ ń wò lọ́wọ́ níkànnì Western Spring Television níkànnì àádọ́wà channel 190 lórí Star Times DTT ní ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun bá a bá lọ sódì kejì tá a bá dé ìjókòó ilé ìgbìmọ̀ àjọrò yóò tẹ̀síwájú ẹ má gbé kúrò à ń bọ̀.
ètò yìí tún ti dé o. ètò ìgbìmọ̀ àjọrò ló tún gorí afẹ́fẹ́ tọmọdé tàgbà ẹ súnmọ́ bí ẹ jẹ́ ká jọ sọ Adéyẹmí Ọlábọ̀dé ló ń sọ wípé ohun abádìjọ́rò gígùn nígùn. ètò yìí tún ti dé o. ètò ìgbìmọ̀ àjọrò ló tún gorí afẹ́fẹ́.
Àbújá ni olú ìlú orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́. Ọjọ́ kejìlá oṣù kejìlá ọdún 1991 ni wọ́n gbé ibùjókòó agbára Nàìjíríà kúrò nílùú Èkó lọ sílùú Àbújá lásìkò ìṣèjọba ológun ọ̀gágun fẹ̀yìntì Ibrahim Babangida. Ìlú Àbújá ní ìlú kẹjọ tí èrò pọ̀ sí jùlọ nílẹ̀ Nàìjíríà. Ó sì jẹ́ ìlú olódi tó wà ní àárín gbùngbùn. Gbogbo àwọn ilé-iṣẹ́ àti àjọ ìjọba kọ̀ọ̀kan ló ní olú ọ́fíìsì wọn nílùú Àbújá. Gẹ́gẹ́ bó ṣe jẹ́ pé ibẹ̀ gan ní ibùjókòó agbára ìṣàkóso ilẹ̀ Nàìjíríà. Lọ́dún 2003 ni àjọ Commonwealth gbé ìpàdé wọn wá síbẹ̀. Bẹ́ẹ̀ sì ni àjọ olókoòwò nílẹ̀ adúláwọ̀ ṣe lọ́dún 2014 kódà lọ́dún 2016. Àjọ tó ń rí sí ọ̀rọ̀ àwọn ọmọdé ìyẹn UNESCO gbà á gẹ́gẹ́ bí ibùdó ìkẹ́kọ̀ọ́ wọn. Díẹ̀ lára àwọn ibùdó tó gbajúgbajà nílùú Àbújá ni àpáta agbára Aso Rock, ilé aṣòfin àpapọ̀, ilé aṣojúṣòfin ilẹ̀ yìí, àpáta Zuma Rock, Millennium Park, báńkì àpapọ̀ ilẹ̀ Nàìjíríà CBN, mọ́ṣáláṣí àpapọ̀ àti ibùdó ilé ìjọsìn àpapọ̀ àwọn kìrìsìtẹ́nì. Ẹkùn ìdìbò 6 ló wà nílùú Àbújá: Abaji, Buhari, Gwagwalada, Kuje, Kwali àti Abuja Municipal. Kílìṣì tó jẹ́ ohun ìpanu tí wọ́n fi ẹran pèsè ló jẹ́ oúnjẹ tó wọ́pọ̀ tí gbogbo èèyàn sì nífẹ̀ẹ́ sí nílùú Àbújá. Ó jẹ́ ibùdó ìsinmi fún ọ̀pọ̀ àwọn arìnrìn-àjò láti ẹkùn kọ̀ọ̀kan nílẹ̀ Nàìjíríà nítorí pé àárín gbùngbùn ló wà. Ìlú Àbújá rèé o, ibùdó agbára ìṣàkóso ilẹ̀ Nàìjíríà, ògo ilẹ̀ adúláwọ̀.
gbẹ̀bíró ìlàwòrò ọ̀dẹ́mádìbò sí pásítọ̀ yìí kalẹ̀ láti lè jẹ́ kóníkálukú fi ṣe òdiwọ̀n ìdílé wọn. òtítọ́ pé ìdílé kan nípèníjà tiẹ̀ ṣùgbọ́n tẹ̀lẹ́wọ́ ẹni la fi ń pọ̀ ní ṣe kí mẹ́ka ti ìjà náà dé sọ bí ilé yóò ṣe gbèlò kápọ̀ lápáyà lọ́lọ́kan òjọ̀kan lórí ètò ibẹ̀ lọ́ máa fi bí ó tán kò béèrè wọn lálàfẹ́ kan pé méjì yóò wù sílẹ̀ nínú ìdílé bẹ́ẹ̀ sàwọn àlejò náà yóò máa bọ̀ tí wọ́n gbé bá wọn fi dàrú fi ń tò bí wọ́n máa ń wà bí ìdíbò àbújá bẹ́ẹ̀ yóò lànà sẹ̀ mú ìran Western Television wà lùsátà ìròtọ̀ yìí ní kò ní yàtọ̀ fọ́.
Gbégún ò bá jáde mọ̀rìnwó la kọ́kọ́ rí owó gẹ́gẹ́ ní ìwájú àtìwájú rìn ẹ̀ bá gbúrò wa a tún ti náà lórí ọ̀rẹ́ pẹ̀lú mi ọmọ yìí lólùfẹ́ yín ọ̀rẹ́ yín tún láti rẹ̀ kejì ẹ̀mí ní sùsùn àti àlọ́ ìdàrí gbogbo kan tẹ bá pè mí kò sí èyí tí mi ò jẹ́ bàkà àgbàtò ó máa ń bẹ̀ òní tẹ̀ lórí òní Western Television 190 ibẹ̀ ni ó ń bẹ̀ òní tẹ̀ pàkúrẹ́ tẹ̀dí kẹ́ ẹ máa gbádùn ètò àríyá wa.
mo sọ fún yín pé ẹ máa bọ́ ń bẹ̀ unlimited lórí Western Spring Television.
ètò yìí tún ti dé o. ètò ìgbìmọ̀ àjọrò ló tún gorí afẹ́fẹ́ tọmọdé tàgbà ẹ súnmọ́ bí ẹ jẹ́ ká jọ sọ Adéyẹmí Ọlábọ̀dé ló ń sọ wípé ohun abádìjọ́rò gígùn nígùn.
ẹ ṣeun àwọn àjẹsọ móhùnmáwòrán yìí àbẹ́yìn ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ ń darapọ̀ mọ́ wa lórí ẹ̀rọ ayélujára ìjókòó ilé ìgbìmọ̀ àjọrò náà ló ń lọ lọ́wọ́ ó ń dé sí ojú ìwòran yín lórí Western Spring Television ìkànnì àádọ́wà channel 190 lórí Star Times DTT ní ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun ni ẹ ti ń wò wá ẹ má gbàgbé bá a ṣe ń ṣe lọ́wọ́ tẹ̀ ń wò wá lórí móhùnmáwòrán ní orí ìtàkùn ayélujára a wà ní orí YouTube ẹ tẹ Western Spring Television kẹ́ subscribe sọ́dọ̀ wa bí ìjókòó ilé ìbá ṣe ń lọ gbogbo ẹ̀ pátá náà lẹ́ẹ̀mọ́ wò ní gbogbo ọjọ́ mẹ́jọ mẹ́jọ ẹ má wá gbàgbé o ẹ bá wa dọ̀rẹ́ lórí àwọn ìtàkùn ayélujára wa yòókù ní orí X ìyẹn tá a mọ̀ sí Twitter tẹ́lẹ̀ rí bákan náà ní orí Facebook tó fi mọ́ orí Instagram at Western Spring Television ni à ń lò ń bẹ̀. Nínú ìjókòó ilé lónìí ohun tí gbogbo àwọn honourable ń fi ojú sùnùkùn wò torí wọ́n ní ọ̀rọ̀ sùnùkùn ojú sùnùkùn la fi wò ó bẹ́ẹ̀ sì rèé akarawo ń pa ló kájú ẹ̀kọ́ gìrì ká fi yangan sán yangan ní dá yangan lára. Ìlẹ̀kẹ̀ mọ́jà lé mọ́jà oko ibì kan ni ìlẹ̀kẹ̀ ó padà já sí bẹ́ẹ̀ sì rèé kángun oníṣàì kángun síbì kan lẹ́yìn ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ oṣù tí ẹnu ti ń kun àwọn kan lára àwọn ọmọ ikọ̀ aṣèjọba ààrẹ Bọ́lá Tinubu pé níṣe ni wọ́n fi wọ́n joyè àwòdì tí wọ́n lè gbádìẹ wọ́n fi wọ́n jẹ ọkọ̀ Adégòkè àmọ́ wọ́n lè dágun àpótí lọ́ọ̀dẹ̀. Ìjẹta òde yìí ni ààrẹ Tinubu fi ọwọ́ òsì júwe ilé fún àwọn 5 lára àwọn mínísítà rẹ̀ tí ó sì yan àwọn 7 tuntun míì nínú àlàyé iléeṣẹ́ ààrẹ ilẹ̀ yìí wọ́n ní ìgbésẹ̀ náà jẹ́ ara ìgbésẹ̀ mímú àtúntò bá àwọn ọmọ ikọ̀ aṣèjọba ààrẹ Bọ́lá Tinubu kí múṣemúṣe iléeṣẹ́ ìjọba tí ọ̀rọ̀ kàn ó lè dá múṣemúṣe sí. Ó di mímọ̀ pé ààrẹ mú ìṣípò padà bá àwọn mínísítà 10 nípa gbígbé wọn lọ sí ẹnu iṣẹ́ tuntun míì. Lára àwọn tí ààrẹ na ìka ilé fún ni Uju Ken Ohanenye tó jẹ́ mínísítà tẹ́lẹ̀rí fọ́rọ̀ àwọn obìnrin, Lọ́lá Adé John tó jẹ́ mínísítà tẹ́lẹ̀rí fọ́rọ̀ afẹ́, Tahir Mamman tó jẹ́ mínísítà tẹ́lẹ̀rí fétò ẹ̀kọ́ tó fi mọ́ Abdullahi Gwarzo tó jẹ́ mínísítà kejì tẹ́lẹ̀rí fọ́rọ̀ ilégbèé àti ìdàgbàsókè ìlú ńlá àti Jamaila Ibrahim gẹ́gẹ́ bí mínísítà fọ́rọ̀ ìdàgbàsókè àwọn ọ̀dọ́ tẹ́lẹ̀rí. Yàtọ̀ fún àwọn mínísítà 5 tó di dídádúró àti àwọn 10 tí ìṣípò padà dé bá náà. Bákan náà ni ààrẹ tún yí orúkọ iléeṣẹ́ tó wà fún dàgbàsókè ẹkùn Niger Delta padà sí iléeṣẹ́ tó wà fún dàgbàsókè ọ̀rọ̀ ẹlẹ́kùnjẹkùn àti wíwọ́gilé iléeṣẹ́ fún ìdàgbàsókè eré ìdárayá. Bákan náà ló dá iléeṣẹ́ fún ọ̀rọ̀ afẹ́, iṣẹ́ ọnà, àṣà àti ọrọ̀ ajé iṣẹ́ ọpọlọ papọ̀. Bí àwọn òǹwòye àti ẹgbẹ́ òṣèlú alátakò ṣe ń fi ìwòye wọn hàn lórí ìgbésẹ̀ ààrẹ Tinubu náà lọ́pọ̀lọpọ̀ ń ṣe àhín. Ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ òǹwòye ló ń kọminú pé kí ló dé tó jẹ́ pé ní ìpínlẹ̀ Ògùn nìkan àwọn mínísítà 4 ló rè sí ìpínlẹ̀ náà. Àwọn 4 ló wá láti ìpínlẹ̀ yìí. Bẹ́ẹ̀ sì rèé ìlànà tí wọ́n ṣe àmúlò fún yíyan àwọn èèyàn sípò ìṣèjọba, yíyan àwọn èèyàn sípò mínísítà, ó là kalẹ̀ pé ó kéré tán o ìpínlẹ̀ kan gbọ́dọ̀ yọ̀ǹda ẹnì kọ̀ọ̀kan. Bí àwọn kan ṣe ń gbójú agan koro ojú sí ìgbésẹ̀ ààrẹ Tinubu yìí ni àwọn kan ń sọ pé kò sóhun tó burú ń bẹ o níwọ̀n ìgbà tó jẹ́ pé ààrẹ bá ti tẹ̀lé àlàkalẹ̀ tó ní ó kéré tán o ìpínlẹ̀ kọ̀ọ̀kan gbọ́dọ̀ ní aṣojú kọ̀ọ̀kan wípé ààrẹ ló mọ bí tí àwọn èèyàn yìí ti kájú ìlú. Èyí ló wá bí àwọn ìbéèrè tó ń ta wọ́tasẹ̀nú ìjókòó ilé ìgbìmọ̀ àjọrò torí bẹ́ẹ̀ bá gbàgbé àwọn 4 tó wá láti ìpínlẹ̀ Ògùn ni àwọn èèyàn yìí. Jùmọ̀kẹ́ Odùwọlé mínísítà fọ́rọ̀ iléeṣẹ́ okòwò àti ìdókòwò, Adékúnlé Sàlàkọ́ mínísítà kejì fọ́rọ̀ àyíká, Bọ̀sún Tìjàní mínísítà tó wà fétò ìbánisọ̀rọ̀, ìmọ̀ ẹ̀rọ ìgbàlódé àti ti ẹ̀rọ ayélujára, àti Wálé Ẹ̀dùn tó jẹ́ mínísítà fún ètò ìṣúná nílẹ̀ yìí. Àwọn 4 yìí ló wá láti ìpínlẹ̀ Ògùn tọ́pọ̀lọpọ̀ sì ń kọminú nípa wọn. Bẹ́ẹ̀ làwọn kan ń sọ pé ṣé báàrẹ ló mọ bí tí àwọn èèyàn ti kájú ìlú kí wọ́n ṣàti lè ṣiṣẹ́ tí wọ́n fún wọn dójú àmì. Àwọn ìbéèrè wájú wa alákọ̀ọ́kọ́ ṣé lóòótọ́ ni pé ààrẹ Tinubu ń ṣe ojúṣàájú pẹ̀lú ìyànsípò rẹ̀ pàápàá jùlọ ìyànsípò àwọn mínísítà rẹ̀? Ìbéèrè kejì, kí ló burú nínú kí àwọn mínísítà 4 ó wá láti ìpínlẹ̀ kan bí ààrẹ bá rí pé wọn kájú ìlú wọ́n lè ṣe iṣẹ́ tóun fẹ́ yàn wọ́n sí? Ìbéèrè kẹta, kí ni ẹ̀ ń retí láti ọ̀dọ̀ àwọn mínísítà tuntun yìí? Kí ni ẹ̀ ń fi ọkàn sí nípa iṣẹ́ tí wọ́n gbélé wọn lọ́wọ́ náà? Àwọn ìbéèrè yìí ló ń fẹ́ ìdáhùn nínú ìjókòó ilé ìgbìmọ̀ àjọrò. Ọ̀rọ̀ sùnùkùn ojú sùnùkùn la fi wò ó. ẹ̀yin tẹ̀ ń wò wá nú ilé ẹ mọ̀ dáadáa àwa honourable tá a wà nú kulu nìkan ẹ̀yin náà lè dá sí ohun tá à ń gbé yẹ̀wò ẹ ṣáà rí i pé ẹ kúrò nídìí móhùnmáwòrán yín ká lè gbọ́ra wa lágbọ̀gbádùn ojú òpó tí à ń lò ní 09132599000 tàbí 0816-466-4844 0816-466-4844 ó yá o ẹ̀yin honourable tẹ̀ wá mi bí honourable Ganiyu Akeem. ẹ ṣé o.
ẹ kú tẹ ẹ kú ètò.
ẹ
ní dààmú.
àmì o.
òní ò tún wá ní dàsí wọn.
àmì o.
èmi ni honourable Ganiyu Akeem Abusi Naira láti ìlú Ìbà. ojú tèmi fi wo ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ ní ká gbé yẹ̀wò tẹ́ rí ọ̀rọ̀ sùnùkùn ojú sùnùkùn náà láà fi wò ó torí tá a bá lè ràyàn lẹ́rù àtún nídìkùn. sẹ́rin tá a rẹ̀ ṣe yìí kì í ṣe pé kò dáa o nǹkan ṣe dáa torí àwa tá à ń ṣiṣẹ́ ọwọ́ ẹ̀ gan tá a bá mú yàn lọ bí iṣẹ́ kan lónìí tá a bá rí i pé kò ṣe dáadáa àníjó wá bí iṣẹ́ yẹn mọ́jọ́ kejì.
ká mọ̀ mọ́ a máa rò pé ìlú kan náà láti jọ wá.
bẹ́ẹ̀ ni torí pé yóò gba owó rẹ̀ tí ó pé iye tí ó sì gbà láwọn yòókù náà gbà àmọ́ gbà tí ò ti iṣẹ́ tó tẹ́ alọ́rùn yẹn eléyìí ó mọ mú gbèsè wá ni àníjó wájọ́ kejì nǹkan ṣe yìí dáa àmọ́ tá a ní kòkòbó wọn ó bọ̀ kọ́ ni wọ́n ń bọ̀ torí pé ìyá jẹ ará àkọjá agbo yọ mínísítà káàkiri yìí àwọn eléyìí kò tó kàn pẹ̀lú ọyàn mínísítà lẹ́yìn kan polówó òṣèlú ni èmi ka gbogbo eléyìí kùn torí pé ẹni tó ṣe tẹ́lẹ̀ la ní òṣèlú ẹni tá a tún wá ní òun náà tún débẹ̀ ó tún ti jẹ gan tún wá fẹ́ tún ti tẹ́lẹ̀ gan tún fẹ́ tún bẹ́tà ètò tún wá wà ń bẹ̀ lẹ́yìn ká kún fàdúrà àwọn ọmọ Nàìjíríà àdúrà lọ́wọ́ wá bá báyìí
tàǹdí la ní òmò ìjọ
bẹ́ẹ̀ ni torí bá a ṣe wà ní Nàìjíríà ní ìsìn báyìí níjọ́ mo ti délé ayé wọn tí sòṣèlú báyìí sojú mi rí wọ́n dẹ̀ ti ń sòṣèlú ńgbà tó jẹ́ pé ńgbà tá a délé ayé ẹgbẹ́ méjì péré gan ló wà ńgbà náà òṣèlú sì dáa nígbà yẹn ìgbà yẹn NRC and SDP ẹgbẹ́ méjì péré ni wọ́n sọ pé ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́sì àwọn ẹgbẹ́ méjì yẹn tán bá yẹ láwọn ṣe nǹkan fáráàlú nínú àdéhùn tán bá ṣe wọ́n mú àdéhùn ṣẹ tán bá ti wọlé gbàrà ni àwọn eléyìí pé ó tiẹ̀ kọ́kọ́ wọlé pàṣẹ kọ́kọ́ dìbò àṣẹ kọ́ dúpẹ́ pé Ọlọ́run fún aláṣeyọrí ìbò ààrẹ wa ní tó kọ́kọ́ yọ lórí wa òun ló kọ́kọ́ bà nǹkan jẹ́ jù torí pé à ń máléjì tẹ́lẹ̀ pé káwọn jọ yí mọ́ra kọ́lọ́n fi yẹn ni tí yóò tètè láàánú wa lójú tí ó débẹ̀ ni àmọ́ pé kátúnṣe tún kún fàdúrà ni so àdúrà ni gbogbo ẹ bábà torí èmi ò yí han kò wọn bẹ̀rẹ̀ tẹ́ mọ̀ tó yé wọn ni pé à ń yọ mínísítà òṣèlú náà fi láàrin ara wọn èyí ò sì kà wá ó yẹ pé wá ní ó kan kódà ó kan arọ tí ń fi kẹrìn torí pé nígbà bá kẹ̀kẹ́ débi kan tí ò bá ráwọn èèyàn kan kọjá yìí bó o ṣe fún lówó ẹni tí ó dẹ̀ kọjá yóò wakọ̀ débẹ̀ tàbí ó gọ̀kadà débẹ̀ ni arọgùn òrówó pamọ́ nìsín wọ́n tún wá ní kọ́ mọ́ kọ́ àwọn bára sọ̀rọ̀ bára la ta ló wù kó mọ́ gbowó ẹni tó dá pé gan ń tọrọ owó nìsín ká mọ̀ wá wí ẹni tí ń gun kẹ̀kẹ́ tí fi ń tọrọ owó èèyàn tó dá pé tí ń lọ báyìí mo rí ìyá kan jóni tó yẹ pé ntí mo rí ntó ṣe mi ò expect ẹ̀ torí pé mi ò rí nǹkan tó bàjẹ́ lára rẹ̀ n sì rí nǹkan tí ò dá lára rẹ̀ ó dẹ̀ bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí bẹ̀ mí pé kí n dákun òun fọlọ́n bẹ̀ mí ni kò sí nǹkan tó òun ó jẹ òun ò tí ì jẹ ní tì látàárọ̀ báyìí mo wá wò báyìí abiyamọ lélẹ̀ kì í sọ ọmọ gè kì í dẹ̀ sọ méke ìyáálé lé ni kò dẹ̀ sí tó ṣe nǹkan kò kọ́ lẹ́nu kò fẹsẹ̀ pa kò bó lórí kò sí nǹkan kan ṣé làwa sọ pé ok ẹni tó wá sọ pé bí ń pa òun ni sáwà sọ pé àní fún ni tàbá ní lọ́wọ́ ó kàn yẹ pé àwọn kan náà tún wà tó yẹ pé a tún ṣàánú ọlọ́mọ tún déyìn ó sì oore ṣe àwọn kan náà tún fún yàn lówó báyìí lọ́tún kábàámọ̀ sí.
afọwọ́ àtọmọdé lẹ́nu.
Hello, ẹ pé so.
ẹ ṣé gan ni o.
Hello.
Hello, à ń gbọ́ yín o.
ẹ pé so.
ẹ ṣé gan ni o.
Hello.
Hello, àwa ń gbọ́ yín ẹ máa bọ́rọ̀ yín lọ ẹ máa bọ́rọ̀ yín lọ bóyá kẹ́ ẹ padà náwó sókè.
kọ́lọ́n kó ṣàánú wa ní Nàìjíríà ni ààrẹ wa á bẹ̀ wọ́n ni kí wọ́n dákun ọ̀rọ̀ epo wa yìí àtọ̀rọ̀ ná nǹkan méjì tí a lè gbádùn lára wọn nù tá a fi lè mọ̀ pé wọ́n rántí àdéhùn tán ṣe fún wa torí inú àdéhùn tán ṣe mi ò sí ẹ̀ tí ì rí kankan tó yọrí inú gbogbo ẹ̀ mi ò tí ì rí kankan kánábàṣì ẹ̀ tí mú tepo yẹ kó ń bẹ ni wọn bá àti bọ́dà ẹni tí ò bá ti lè rọra dáko lẹ́yìn ìkúlé rẹ̀ kó mọ jẹ yòókù mọ́ra ọ̀lẹ́ ní dàlámúnú ṣùgbọ́n òkè bọ́dà nísìn ó wà ń bẹ dọ́là ó da gbogbo nǹkan rú epo náà tún wá da gbogbo ẹrú ó wá ń lọ bí nǹkan oríṣi mẹ́ta níjọ́ wọn ti délé ayé wọn rà rẹ́sì ní agolo wọn rà rẹ́sì agolo ní 400 naira rí sójú mi owó kóbí owó kan làwa fi ń ra agolo ẹyọ kan.
ẹ pé tó.
ṣé ń gbọ́ wa báyìí.
máa ti gbà.
ẹ kú rọ̀lẹ́ o.
ẹ ra ta o ẹ kú.
ẹ ṣé o.
lágbára bí ilé ìgbòho náà. mo kí gbogbo àwọn ojúṣe.
wọ́n ń dá yín lóhùn.
lágbára ọlọ́run ilé àtọ̀káwá kejì o.
àmì o.
èmi ni ọlọ́rẹ́bù láti ọlọ́jàbá láti tìyálẹ́.
ọlọ́rẹ́bù Lamid Sefiu.
láti lọ ọlọ́jàbá láti tìyálẹ́.
ṣé ẹ lè bá wa yí kúrò omi tẹ́ ẹ wà ohun bí ẹni kójú òpó òun ò fẹ́ jágere ẹ bọ́ sápá bòmíì ká lè gbọ́ yín dáadáa.
ẹ ti gbọ́ mi báyìí.
ẹ mọ bọ́rọ̀ yín lọ.
lórí ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ mú wa. tẹ yí orílẹ̀-èdè yẹn. torí because èèyàn ní láti tó kù ká. tó ti pọ̀ jù pẹ̀lú gbogbo mọ́tà ní orílẹ̀-èdè bí ìkẹ́kẹ́ owó tó yìí.
Honourable Lamid Sefiu àti àgbọ̀ yín dáadáa mọ́ a sì fẹ́ kẹ́ fowó yín ṣòfò bóyá kẹ́ ẹ padà nawọ́ sókè ẹ dákun.
sáré ṣe ní pápápá so mínísítà tán wá lọ yan mínísítà mẹ́rin ní stéètì kan ẹ dákun sẹ́yìn náà ṣé àánú mẹ̀kúnnù làwọn eléyìí náà bá wà ní. ẹ mọ̀ pé tara wọn ni eré ara olúkálukú wọn náà ń sá ẹni tí ó bá sì lù tó bá fẹ́ kí àwọn aráàlú mọ̀ pé iṣẹ́ aráàlú ló ń ṣe pé àwọn ọmọ Nàìjíríà ló fẹ́ tọ́jú láàrin ọdún kan tó bá dórí oyè á ti kọ́kọ́ rí yàtọ̀. ẹ̀yin náà wò ńgbà tí ààrẹ wa tó fẹ́ díje ìyàwó ààrẹ wa ń sọ pé àwọn ti lówó tàwọn lọ́wọ́ kì í sowó Nàìjíríà làwọn fẹ́ kó jẹ. àwa náà mọ̀ pé ààrẹ lówó rẹ lọ́wọ́ àwọn kan lówó wọn lọ́wọ́ àmàdé tí wọ́n ṣe irọ́ ní bẹ́ẹ̀dì ẹ̀ wọn àmàdé ṣe. tẹ́yà bá gbogbo táwa dẹ̀ ń gbélé ayé ṣe bá ṣe wà yìí ó yẹ kẹ́ni kọ̀ọ̀kan wá mọ̀ pé ẹnìkan ló dá wa sílé ayé èmi náà ṣèmi o ṣùgbọ́n ààrẹ náà àti gbogbo àwọn tán jọ ń ṣiṣẹ́ pọ̀ tó ìdórí gbogbo àwọn tán ṣèjọba lé a lórí olúkálukú jábọ̀ tó bá gbélé ayé sí fọ́lọ́. ẹ kú ètò.
ẹ ṣe wọn ni o a fún wọn náà tó náwó kí lápẹ́ yìí.
èmi ni Honourable Karim Rasheed mo kí gbogbo ìgbìmọ̀ àjọ
láti ìlú wo Ẹdẹ.
ìgbìmọ̀ àjọ rò ní dàrú.
àmín o.
ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ ká pẹ́ pẹ̀lú ní ìrọ̀lẹ́ ọ̀rọ̀ gidi ni mo sì kí gbogbo àwọn èèyàn mi tẹ́tí sọ̀rọ̀ látàárọ̀ ọpọlọ wọn ní dàrú. nínú òye tèmi kàn rí pẹ̀lú politics Nàìjíríà bí ọba ṣe gbìyànjú nígbà ìbò bá ń bọ̀ bóyá tẹ́tẹ̀ wọn á jẹ bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ́ọ́ ṣe query sínú politics. gbogbo àwọn tí Tinubu fún ní mínísítà yẹn àwọn náà ti ṣiṣẹ́ sẹ́yìn àmọ́ àsìkò tí pé kí ló lè compensate wọn pé bàbá gbogbo ìgbà tẹ́ mọ̀ sáré káàkiri pé ẹ mọ̀ sàrẹ́ mọ̀ sàrá náà mọ̀ ní donation kan táwa náà ṣe fẹ́ gbẹ́ reply pé mo ṣe nǹkan fẹ́ gbẹ́ ni tó fi reply wọn bí Nàìjíríà sì ṣe mọ́ lọ́nu tábà pé ẹ yóò change ẹ̀ àkàndánù ara wa dùn ni bí ó sì mọ́ lọ́nu lẹ́fín rí pé táìmù tí bóyá ààrẹ tàbí gómìnà ń ṣàkìtàkùn fẹ́ díje gbádàwó donation èmi náà gbé yemí náà báyìí kalẹ̀ mo support bàbá pé kí bàbá sáà lè débẹ̀ bó bá ti débẹ̀ báyìí àwọn yẹn náà ni wọ́n kọ́ fún nípò gbogbo àwọn tí wọ́n wà ní bóyá àwọn náà já àfitàn tí wọ́n àwọn òrówó gbé kalẹ̀ àwọn kan wọn wo tí lọ́nu lórí fíìdì ni kò lè kàn wọ́n pé bọ́ bá ṣe dájọ́ sí nínú òṣèlú bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ́ọ́ ṣe kó and then ààrẹ dẹ̀ ní gbogbo ẹ̀rí pé gbogbo àwọn mínísítà tó yàn yẹn appointment ni kì í dẹ̀ ṣe pé póòsì tí wọ́n fẹ́ gbé wọn sí kì í ṣe pé tán ti mọ̀ pé wọ́n gbá wọn síbẹ̀ script wọ́n gbélé lọ́wọ́ pé lọ ka ibi báyìí ibi báyìí ibi báyìí ibi tí wọ́n bá àwọn kan mọ̀ pé wọ́n fẹ́ lo àwọn fún mínísítà ni wọn ò lè tí ì mọ póòsì kọ̀ọ̀kan tí wọ́n gbé wọn sí ìgbọ̀n bá tó dénú ilé ní kálukú wọn ò tó gbé script ní kálukú lọ pé ibi báyìí o àti fẹ́ kí wọ́n lọ ṣiṣẹ́ o ó nímọ̀ nípa o kò nímọ̀ nípa o kò kà wọ́n ṣé àti ṣe ń tá a rán ọ ni àmọ́ ìjẹ́sí gbogbo mínísítà tó wá yan jẹ́ gbogbo náà ni wọ́n lè ṣe nǹkan tó fẹ́ kò kà rẹ́ǹtì ẹ̀ kẹ́sà àti káwọn náà sàti mọ́ gbowó ni àmọ́ ọmọ rẹ̀ gbogbo tí kan ń ṣẹlẹ̀ yẹn nínú ìjọba tí ń lọ yìí mẹ̀kúnnù náà ni mo forí fa torí ìjọba olówó ni kì í ṣèjọba tálíkà tí wọ́n bá fẹ́ ṣèjọba tálíkà mínísítà ò ní pọ̀ ìkọ̀ọ̀kan ti tó ìkọ̀ọ̀kan ti tó tí wọ́n bá ti lè divide post yẹn láti pé kí wọ́n lè sọ owó ná kó lè mọ́ àbẹ̀ tàráàlú owó tí wọ́n ń gbà ń tiwọn báwọn owó ńláńlá ni aráàlú gangan ní forí fa àwọn kan yọ ọkùn ní kódà àwọn mọ̀ pé bí ń pọmọ ẹnìkan ìtàwọn yẹn dẹ̀ tí wá ó da ìgbìmọ̀ àjọrò kò ní dàrú láláhùláwàlá kò wọ́tà ìlà abẹ́là nínú.
ẹ ṣe gan ni o ta ni ò tí ì sọ̀rọ̀ torí àsìkò wa tó sì fẹ́ sọ̀rọ̀ ẹ má jà kàn pa fẹ́nikẹ́ni láti sọ̀rọ̀ ẹ yá o ó yá.
mo kí abẹnuganlé mo kí akójanulé mo dẹ̀ kí akọ̀wélé orúkọ tèmi ni honourable Usman Akorede Adélu tí mo ń ṣojú Àgùnbẹ́lẹ́wò ní ìlú Òṣogbo. ohun tí ààrẹ ṣe ó dá lóòótọ́ pé ká ṣe àtúntò ká ṣe àyẹ̀wò ìgbìmọ̀ ikọ̀ tó ń bá wa ṣiṣẹ́ pé ṣé wọ́n ń ṣe dáadáa àbí bẹ́ẹ̀ kọ́ ohun tó dá lóòótọ́ ni tá a bá ní àwò ṣùgbọ́n ṣé ọ̀nà tó gbà ṣe ṣọ́nà tó dáa ni. gẹ́gẹ́ bí àwọn honourable tó wà nínú ilé ìgbìmọ̀ àjọrò tòní ti sọ ẹ jẹ́ wo àwọn ọ́fíìsì tá ààrẹ ní kó lọ máa lọ lé ṣé àwọn ọ́fíìsì tó kan àwọn aráàlú ní ṣá. àkọ́kọ́ women affairs ẹ jọ̀ọ́ ṣé ìyá minister of women affairs ń jẹ àwọn aráàlú lásìkò yìí ni. ẹlẹ́ẹ̀kejì wọ́n ní minister of tourism kó máa lọ lé kí ló kan àwọn ará ìlú pẹ̀lú tourism lásìkò tá a wà yìí. ṣé bẹ́ẹ̀ ni tó bá lówó ń lọ síbi ìgbafẹ́ ṣé ẹni tó bí ń pa máa ń lọ síbi ìgbafẹ́ ni. kí ló kan aráàlú pẹ̀lú tourism tí ààrẹ fi wá wò pé minister of tourism ìwọ gangan ó yá máa lọ lé kí ló ṣe gangan. àǹfààní wo ló ṣe kó ṣe fáráàlú tí ò ṣe fáráàlú tó jẹ́ pé òun gangan ni ìjúwe ilé kan. ẹlẹ́ẹ̀kẹta minister of education tá a bá wò lápá kan a lè sọ pé bóyá àbí nǹkan kan ṣùgbọ́n tá a bá tún wà rò láròjinlẹ̀ ṣé ẹjọ́ minister of education ní ṣá pẹ̀lú bí ètò ẹ̀kọ́ ṣe rí ní Nàìjíríà yìí tá a bá ní àrò láròjinlẹ̀ gangan ṣé minister of education gan ló yẹ ká dá lẹ́bi gangan ṣá ṣùgbọ́n lórí ìyẹn a sì lè wò pé àwọn lè sọ pé bóyá lórí ìyẹn ẹlẹ́ẹ̀kẹrin tọ́ni ó máa lọlé state of housing àti urban development ẹ jọ̀ọ́ ṣé yẹn ló kan àwọn èèyàn ni. ẹlẹ́ẹ̀karùn-ún youth development kí ni nǹkan tó ṣe ṣé ọ̀dọ́ tí ò sí ètò ẹ̀kọ́ tó jíire àbí iṣẹ́ gan fọ́ọ̀dọ́ tó bá parí ilé ẹ̀kọ́ development ló fẹ́ bá ọ̀dọ́ yẹn tẹ́wá ní mínísítà yẹn gangan ló kọ̀ láti máa lọlé ìyẹn ni pé àwọn ibi tí wọ́n yọ ibẹ̀ kọ́ ló yẹ kí ààrẹ yọ o torí ibi tí ẹ̀gún ti gún wa lẹ́sẹ̀ kọ́ láàrẹ yọ ibi tó yẹ ká fojú sí àfojú síbẹ̀ ibi tó yẹ ká fojú sí là ń fojú sí. ẹlẹ́ẹ̀kejì àwọn mínísítà mẹ́rin ní ìpínlẹ̀ Ògùn tá a bá ní aṣọ tọrọ ó pọ̀ jù. ààrẹ orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà ni kò kí ń ṣe ààrẹ ilẹ̀ Yorùbá. a ní ìpínlẹ̀ mẹ́rìndínlógójì àtolúlù lóde ti Nàìjíríà. ṣé ohun táàrẹ ń gbìyànjú àti sọ fún wa ni pé láwọn ìpínlẹ̀ tó kù àbáwọn ẹkùn káàkiri ìpínlẹ̀ yẹn ṣé kò sí àwọn tí wọ́n dángájíá tí wọ́n káàtó láti ṣe ohun tí ààrẹ fẹ́. a rí i pé ààrẹ kò kù lápá bẹ́ẹ̀.
ó dá ṣeun gbogbo ẹ̀yin honorable àdúpẹ́ gidigidi fún ìwòye yín ìmọ̀ràn yín àbátẹ́ẹ̀dá lóníranran lórí ọ̀rọ̀ tí a gbé yẹ̀wò nínú ìjókòó ilé ìgbìmọ̀ àjọrò lónìí. àwọn honorable tó sọ̀rọ̀ wọ́n jẹ́ mẹ́jọ ẹ ṣé gan ni pẹ̀lú èrò ọ̀tọ̀ọ̀tọ̀ tẹ́ ẹ fi hàn nínú ìjókòó ilé ìgbìmọ̀ àjọrò àdúpẹ́ gidigidi ní ọwọ́ yín o. a nígbàgbọ́ wípé èrò tí ó jẹ́ èrò ọkàn ẹ̀yin honorable èrò ọkàn àwọn aráàlú àwọn aláṣẹ ìjọba náà ti gbọ́ wọ́n dẹ̀ ti mọ nǹkan tí àwọn èèyàn ń fẹ́ àbí nǹkan tí wọ́n ò fẹ́ nípa ìgbésẹ̀ ìjọba àti àwọn ìlànà tí wọ́n ń gbé kalẹ̀ kí ìlú yìí ó lè tẹ̀síwájú ẹ ṣé àdúpẹ́ púpọ̀. ẹ jẹ́ kí honorable wa kan bá wa dá àbá kí a sòjókòó lérò lẹ́yìn àbá àkọ́kọ́ kí honorable mi bá kéjì àbá náà. ó dà báwo láyé ṣe àmú ẹ̀kan ní ìlà àkọ́kọ́ ẹ̀kan ní ìlà kejì. honorable ìkómìnrin ẹ̀ sọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀ dábàá nǹkan kan kò sí nǹkan kan kí ló dé wọn àgbé wá lónìí. ó dà honorable Adékúnlé Adékéwìyọ ẹ bá gbé gbòǹgbò fún wọn.
mo kí gbogbo ilé kan sí o tòní ò ní já sí mi lágbára Ọlọ́run Èmi ni Honorable Adékúnlé Aríkéóyọ̀ láti Housing Estate nílùú Òṣogbo tí mò ń dábàá ká sòpàdé onírọ̀ fún ọ̀sẹ̀ tó ń bọ̀ kọ́lọ́n kó ràn án lọ.
Ọ̀dà ẹ bá gbé fún Honorable wo obìnrin.
Mo kí Mr. Speaker. Mo kí gbogbo àwọn ojúgbà mi tó ti ń sọ̀rọ̀ àtẹ̀kùn ọgbọ́n àtìmọ̀ àtòyè yóò máa fi lórúkọ Jésù. Àdẹ̀kùn àṣeyọrí tòní náà tòní òní já sí mọ́ lórúkọ Jésù. Èmi ni Honorable Ekome láti Àgùnbẹ́léwò. Mo ké jàbá ká sọ̀rọ̀ di ọ̀sẹ̀ tó ń bọ̀.
Ẹ ṣeun àdúpẹ́ gidigidi ní ọwọ́ yín. Mo dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ àwọn amójú ẹ̀rọ tá a jọ ṣiṣẹ́ papọ̀ ní ìjókòó ilé ìgbìmọ̀ àjọrò, àwọn ayàwòrán àti gbogbo ikọ̀ ìjókòó ilé ìgbìmọ̀ àjọrò. Ọpẹ́ ẹ̀mí pàtàkì lọ sí ọ̀dọ̀ olóòtú àgbà fún ìjókòó ilé Ìfẹ́mi Adéfìlà. Èmi tí mo jẹ́ abẹnugan fún ìjókòó ilé ni Right Honourable Adéyẹmí Ọlábọ̀dé. Lẹ́yìn àbá látẹnu Honourable Adékúnlé Aríkéóyọ̀ láti ìlú Òṣogbo tí Honourable Ekome láti Àgùnbẹ́léwò kejì àbá náà ni mo ń so ìjókòó ilé rọ̀ títí di ọjọ́ Ẹtì ọ̀sẹ̀ tó ń bọ̀.
Ètò yìí tún ti dé o. Ètò ìgbìmọ̀ àjọrò ló tún gorí afẹ́fẹ́. Tọmọdé tàgbà ẹ súnmọ́ bí ẹ jẹ́ ká jọ sọ. Adéyẹmí Ọlábọ̀dé ló sọ wípé ohun abádìjọ́rò gígùn nígùn.
Ìlú Abẹ́òkúta gẹ́gẹ́ bí orúkọ rẹ̀ ìlú tí a tẹ̀dó sábẹ́ Olúmọ ó jẹ́ ibùgbé àwọn ẹ̀yà Ẹ̀gbá àti Òwu tó jàǹgbara lọ́wọ́ Aláàfin Ọ̀yọ́ àtijọ́. Láàrin ọdún 1775 sí 1780 ni akọni Lísàbí Àgbòǹgbò Àkàlà léwájú wọn láti dáwọ́ sísan ìṣákọ́lẹ̀ fún Aláàfin dúró. Ìdí nìyí tí àwọn ọmọ Abẹ́òkúta ṣe ń pe ara wọn ní ọmọ Ẹ̀gbá mọ Lísàbí Àkàlà tàbí ìlú àti afẹ́. Ọ̀pọ̀ àwọn òyìnbó aláwọ̀ funfun ló fi bẹ̀ ṣe ìlú pàápàá lásìkò ìjọba amúnisìn. Ṣọ́ọ̀ṣì àkọ́kọ́ nílẹ̀ Nàìjíríà ní St. Peters tó wà ní Aké. Ilé ìwòsàn àkọ́kọ́ nílẹ̀ Nàìjíríà Sacred Heart Hospital ìlú Abẹ́òkúta ló wà. Aláké lorúkọ oyè ọba ìlú Ẹ̀gbá. Bẹ́ẹ̀ sì ni Olúmọ wà níbùdó tó tẹ́jú láti lè fi rí gbogbo ìlú Abẹ́òkúta ní orí òkè náà. Àwọn ọ̀jọ̀gbọ́n àti onímọ̀ púpọ̀ ló jẹ́ ọmọ bíbí ìlú Abẹ́òkúta. Àwọn bíi ọ̀jọ̀gbọ́n Wọlé Ṣóyínká, ọ̀jìnmí akọni obìnrin ní Fúnmiláyọ̀ Ransom Kuti àtọ̀pọ̀ àwọn míì. Iṣẹ́ àgbẹ̀ àti àdìrẹ níṣẹ́ tó gbayì nílùú Abẹ́òkúta. Ẹ̀gbá mọ Lísàbí.
Ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ nǹkan ló ń kojú àwọn ará àdúgbò, àwọn ará àwùjọ tí ohun ò dẹ̀ dókè. Ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ìnira, ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ìyà làwọn èèyàn ń kojú rẹ̀ ní àdúgbò. Ojú ọ̀nà tó kù díẹ̀ káàtó, iná ọba tó mẹ́ẹ̀ tó ń ṣe ségesège. Àwọn tó ń hu ìwà àbàṣejẹ́ obì tí ń sun lẹ́rùn àti àwọn nǹkan tí ò tí ì dé tí gbọ́ ìjọba. Ṣé wọ́n ní etí ọba nílé etí ọba lóko, èèyàn náà ló ń jẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀. Òun náà ló jẹ́ kí ìkànnì Western Spring Television pé ètò tí ó jẹ́ kẹ́yìn ara lé ẹ̀yin ará àwùjọ kẹ́lẹ́ mọ́ sọ bí tí bàtà bá ti ń ta yín lẹ́sẹ̀ fún àwọn aláṣẹ ìjọba. Ohun tẹ́ ẹ ṣe ni wípé ẹ mú fóònù yín ẹ̀rọ ìbánisọ̀rọ̀ yín ẹ dàbù rẹ̀ ẹ mọ̀ yá ní gbọ́rọ̀ ẹ dàbù rẹ̀ ẹ ṣe àkàálẹ̀ ohun tó ń fẹ́ àmójútó ìjọba, ohun tó ń fẹ́ àmójútó àwọn aláṣẹ, ohun tó ń fẹ́ àmójútó àwọn elétò ìlera, àwọn elétò ààbò àti àwọn míì tí ọ̀rọ̀ kàn. Ẹ má jẹ́ kí fọ́nrán náà ìyẹn fídíò tẹ́ máa ṣe àkàálẹ̀ rẹ̀ kó mọ̀ ju ìṣẹ́jú 2 tàbí 3 lọ. Ẹ má fi ṣọwọ́ sí wa ní orí WhatsApp lórí ẹ̀rọ 0803 85 1049 0803 865 1049. Ẹ jẹ́ kí gbogbo àwọn fọ́nrán yín àwọn àwòrán yín kó wọlé. Orí ètò Ojú Ẹlẹ́rìí ẹ̀yin gangan lẹ́jẹ́ ojú ẹlẹ́rìí. Ohun táwọn èèyàn nílò, ohun tó ń jẹ àwọn èèyàn láwùjọ níyà, ilé tí ò nílé ìgbọ̀nsẹ̀, ibi tí ò níbi tó ti ń dẹ ẹ̀gbin nù tó wá jẹ́ pé ẹ̀gbin wọn ní àwọn ará àdúgbò, àwọn aráàlú lára. Gbogbo ìlú ẹ fi tó àwọn aláṣẹ létí ohun tẹ́ ẹ nílò ní agbègbè yín, ẹ jẹ́ kí àwọn aláṣẹ mọ̀. Orúkọ mi ni Adéyẹmí Ọlábọ̀dé, èmi ni atọ́kùn ètò Ojú Ẹlẹ́rìí ní Western Television, ìkànnì 50 ní ìbùjẹ́ tó méjì àbọ̀sán.
Àbújá lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ ọjọ́ 12 oṣù 12 ọdún 1991 ni wọ́n gbé ibùjókòó agbára Nàìjíríà kúrò nílùú Èkó lọ sílùú Àbújá lásìkò ìṣèjọba ológun ọ̀gágun fẹ̀yìntì Ibrahim Babangida. Ìlú Àbújá ní ìlú kẹjọ tí èrò pọ̀ sí jùlọ nílẹ̀ Nàìjíríà, ó sì jẹ́ ìlú olódi tó wà ní àárín gbùngbùn. Gbogbo àwọn ilé-iṣẹ́ àti àjọ ìjọba kọ̀ọ̀kan ló ní olú ọ́fíìsì wọn nílùú Àbújá, gẹ́gẹ́ bó ṣe jẹ́ pé ibẹ̀ gan ni ibùjókòó agbára ìṣàkóso ilẹ̀ Nàìjíríà. Lọ́dún 2003 ni àjọ Commonwealth gbé ìpàdé wọn wá síbẹ̀, bẹ́ẹ̀ sì ni àjọ olókoòwò nílẹ̀ adúláwọ̀ ṣe lọ́dún 2014. Kódà lọ́dún 2016 àjọ tó ń rí sí ọ̀rọ̀ àwọn ọmọdé ìyẹn UNESCO gbà á gẹ́gẹ́ bí ibùdó ìkẹ́kọ̀ọ́ wọn. Díẹ̀ lára àwọn ibùdó tó gbajúgbajà nílùú Àbújá ni àpáta agbára Aso Rock, ilé aṣòfin àpapọ̀, ilé aṣojúṣòfin ilẹ̀ yìí, àpáta Zuma Rock, Millennium Park, báńkì àpapọ̀ ilẹ̀ Nàìjíríà CBN, mọ́ṣáláṣí àpapọ̀ àti ibùdó ilé ìjọsìn àpapọ̀ àwọn Kìrìsìtẹ́nì. Ẹkùn ìdìbò 6 ló wà nílùú Àbújá: Abaji, Buhari, Gwagwalada, Kuje, Kwali àti Abuja Municipal. Kílìṣì tó jẹ́ ohun ìpanu tí wọ́n fi ẹran pèsè ló jẹ́ oúnjẹ tó wọ́pọ̀ tí gbogbo èèyàn sì nífẹ̀ẹ́ sí nílùú Àbújá. Ó jẹ́ ibùdó ìsinmi fún ọ̀pọ̀ àwọn arìnrìn-àjò láti ẹkùn kọ̀ọ̀kan nílẹ̀ Nàìjíríà nítorí pé àárín gbùngbùn ló wà. Ìlú Àbújá rèé o, ibùdó agbára ìṣàkóso ilẹ̀ Nàìjíríà, ògo ilẹ̀ adúláwọ̀.
bẹ́ẹ̀ ni ẹ ṣeun tẹ́ darapọ̀ mọ́ wa amọrírì yín tẹ́ tún wò wá lọ́jọ́ tòní.
àdúpẹ́ o.
ojúmọ́ kì í mọ́ kẹ́ni ni ó mọ̀ ni. òní ló jẹ́ ọjọ́ kìíní. àwọn ní so àwọn tí ní ẹ̀wọ̀n tó lówó pọ̀. àwọn tó ti lówó kan ó lówó méjì. àwọn tó nílé kan ó nílé méjì. àwọn tó lọ́mọ kan ó lọ́mọ méjì àbí jù bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ. àwọn tó wá níyàwó kan bíi tiẹ̀ náà ní sùúrù.
àwọn tó ti ní ju méjì lọ wọn ò ní ìbejì lọ́nà méjì.
àwọn yẹn tó nílò rẹ̀ ń ṣe àmì.
ìwọ ń kọ́.
àwọn tó nílò rẹ̀ ń ṣe àmì.
àpèmọ́ra là ń pè
tí. mo sì wá jẹ́ parí àdúrà tí mò ń bá bọ̀ o.
mo kàn ní bá ọ fi kún ni.
mo ṣe wọn fi kún.
bá ọ fi kún ìbejì la pé.
àwọn yẹn ti ṣàmì àwọn tó nílò rẹ̀ ti ṣàmì inú ilé.
ọba ọmọ.
irú àsìkò olúwa rẹ̀ ọmọ gbàdúrà ìbejì léraléra.
kí ni fi ń ṣe yẹn.
púpọ̀ ni fi ń ṣe yẹn.
ṣé bí pé nǹkan ní di méjì.
bí ìbejì léraléra lásìkò tá a wà yìí ìjọba tá a wà yìí.
ìbùkún ni ẹ̀bùn pátá lọ́mọ.
lọ bíbí ọ̀dà.
ẹ̀bùn ni.
àdúrà tèmi náà wá ń gbà ní pé àwọn tó ti níyàwó kan bíi tiẹ̀ náà báyìí.
ìyàwó kan
ọlọ́wọ́ àti méjì sáà.
ìyàwó mo fi hàn ọ́. ṣé mo fi kàn ọ́ mọ́mọ́ kò ń bá.
ara àkóbábò ẹ ṣeun ṣe gbogbo ẹ̀yẹ̀ yẹn wa akíwa oṣù yóò pé wa ní ṣọ́ọ̀tì èrè lọ́mọ ọlọ́jà jẹ́ o èrè ní ọ̀jẹ̀ tiwa lóṣù yìí àwa tá a rí oṣù 11 náà láàrin oṣù 12 oṣù tó kẹ́yìn nínú ọdún ìlágbára Ọlọ́run ẹ kú ojúmọ́ ẹ kú ojúmọ́ ẹ kú ojúmọ́ mọ́ eléyìí la fi ń kéye káàbọ̀ sórí ètò yín ètò wa tá a pè ní àtótó arére.
kò ṣe máa gbọ́ ìròyìn.
kò ṣe máa gbọ́ ìròyìn.
àtótó arére ni.
kò sóhun méjì tí ètò yìí wà fún ju ká fún yín ní ọ̀rẹ́ kíniwín àwọn ìròyìn. ìròyìn tó wà nínú àwọn ìwé ìròyìn ojoojúmọ́ ilẹ̀ wa. àwọn ọmọ ṣíláwa wẹ́ àmọ́ tún ìtú rẹ̀ dé ìsàlẹ̀ kòkò. àdẹ̀gbádùn ara wa láàárọ̀ tòní. Adéyẹmí Ọlábọ̀dé ló kọ tí. ó kí yín o kò jùmọ̀ àmójúbò kan.
àìjá tó kí yín pé a kú oṣù tuntun oṣù November láṣẹ Ọlọ́run bá mi aláwòrábí November yóò fẹ́ ṣe ayọ̀ ìdùnnú àṣeyọrí yóò wá kálukú. gbóhùn tá à ń retí pé a ṣe lọ́dún yìí tó kù náà kọ́dún yìí ó parí yóò ṣeéṣe o ẹ̀yẹn ṣáà ní ìgbàgbọ́ àti ìrètí nínú bá a ṣẹ̀. bá a tí kì í dojú tì ní ọdún dúró ti nígbà lẹ̀ bá rọ ẹ̀yin yóò padà ṣe tiwa fún wa o. irú Ayẹmí sìn ìgbà January 1 dé gbogbo àwọn ní resolution tó kọ kalẹ̀
àwọn àfojúsùn mi
àìtí ẹ̀mọ́ ètò ẹ̀ ti nínú gbogbo ẹ̀.
nínú gbogbo nǹkan ti kọ́lẹ̀ ọpẹ́ tọ́pọ̀ lọ́pẹ́ mi Nàìjíríà tá a wà yìí.
nínú tó kọjá ń délẹ̀ nínú tó kọ pé Ọlọ́run mi o nínú ọdún yìí
mọ̀mọ́ tamilọ́rẹ̀ ìbejì
sọ́ra rẹ̀ ó mọ̀ pé yín òkè lọ́kọ̀ wù ìbejì tó ń tẹnu mọ́ lórí ètò yìí sọ́ra rẹ̀ ó mọ̀ pé yín òkè lọ́kọ̀ wù.
sẹ́rù ń bà wọ́n ni.
ara ẹ̀rù ń bà mí àyà gan fò mí fájọ́ ọ̀run oníjẹ́ bá sì tá a wà yìí.
kátàlùkù wa bá mi òkè yóò kú bá wa gbé. àti kó dé bí ìṣe wa àwa vendor yín àti kó àwọn ìròyìn tó lákàkì àwọn ìròyìn tí ò sí gbẹnu sọ̀hún bẹ̀ àwọn ìròyìn tẹ́sẹ̀ wọn halẹ̀ tó dúró rè àti kó wọn dé bí ìṣe títí wa o. olùgbò lè pọ́n mọ́ wọn wàwà ó kọ́ mi ì tí ì yí padà o. Usman Akorede Adelu ló kọ tèmi kó olùgbò kan pé òun ò mú wọn wà kọ́ fi yín kọ́ pé olùgbò ai olùgbò.
ọgbọ́dọ̀ mọ́ ni ó dá ẹ̀kọ́ lẹ́yìn kan sí ẹ̀sìn kábọ̀ sórí ètò náà nìkan mọ́ ń kí a torí Adébíṣe àgbọ̀n ní bíṣẹ́ bàṣìpẹ́ ní ẹ̀kan ìpẹ́ ọwọ́ mi jẹ́ láàárọ̀ tòní bóyá torí ó jẹ́ oṣù tuntun ni.
lọ́jọ́ oṣù tuntun ni.
bẹ́ẹ̀ ni mo ní àwọn ìwé ìròyìn mẹ́rin ìwé ìròyìn Daily Trust tó jáde lónìí The Nation, The Sun àti The Punch tòní.
ó dá mẹ́ta ń lè mí ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ lè mí kó wá a gbọ́dọ̀ máa fún àwọn bàbá àbejì lọ́wọ́ àwọn bàbá àbejì tí ń bọ̀ lọ́nà.
ọ̀dà mo ti gbọ́.
Daily Post yìí ń bẹ lọ́wọ́ tèmi ń bí Punch àti The Nation.
àwọn kókó inú ìròyìn kó tó di pé a bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí fọ́ wọn sí wẹ́wẹ́ pẹ̀lú odó ẹnu wa láàárọ̀ tòní nínú ìwé ìròyìn The Punch tó jáde láàárọ̀ tòní bí Tàgìrì ò bá sí awo léwu
bẹ́ẹ̀ ni o
kò sí nǹkan tí Dáúdà ẹgbẹ́ Ipman lè dà kò sí pé wọ́n ń rí epo gbé o bí àjọ elépo pẹtiróòlù ilẹ̀ yìí NNPCL ò bá fún wọn ní ìjànlóǹtẹ̀ àti àṣẹ pé kí wọ́n lọ mọ́ gbépo ẹ̀bùn ìfọ́pọ̀ rọ̀bì ti Dangote ni wọ́n sọ̀rọ̀ sí gbangba wálíà ẹgbọ́n láàárọ̀ tó ní.
power ni
bẹ́ẹ̀ ni
agbára jagbára lọ. ó dáa inú Punch làkọ́ ilé eléyìí wà ẹgbẹ́ Afẹ́nifẹ́re wọ́n ti sọ̀rọ̀ wọ́n ní Tinubu ò ṣàfihàn ìtara o lórí bí nǹkan ti rí lórílẹ̀ Nàìjíríà pẹ̀lú gbogbo ohun tí ń fún wa lápẹ́ lásìkò àti ẹ̀rí ìtara kankan nínú ìṣàkóso ààrẹ Tinubu Afẹ́nifẹ́re ni wọ́n sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ kí ni wọ́n rí ẹgbọ́.
bó bá kọ̀ lógì níṣẹ́ là á fọ níkọ̀rọ̀ iléeṣẹ́ ààrẹ yóò jáwọ́ yóò náwó gan àwọn àbádòfin kan tó wà lórí àtúntò ìlànà tó fi ń gba owó orí sanwó orí nílẹ̀ yìí láti lè náwó gan nílé aṣòfin tó wà kí wọ́n lè gbé ìgbésẹ̀ lórí rẹ̀ torí àwọn awuyewuye tó ń wáyé nítorí àwọn àbádòfin náà ẹ gbọ́ nínú ìròyìn láàárọ̀.
ó dá ìròyìn lẹ́yìn ló pé ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ mọ̀ pé jọ́ta bá bímọ kọ́ ní padà rà o ìjọ yẹn náà kọ́ ní ó padà tá bá bímọ kan tí ń rìn tí sì ń rà níjà.
àyàn sà bàbá gan bẹ̀ dúgbò.
a ti ń súnmọ́ ìgbọ́ra ẹni yé pẹ̀lú ẹgbẹ́ SANU àti NASU ìyanṣẹ́lódì èyí tí wọ́n gùn lé wọn ó tó fi gígùn ẹ lọ fọkàn balẹ̀ ìjọba àpapọ̀ wọn ni wọ́n ń sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ lójúmọ́ òní.
àríṣe àríkà bàbá rẹ̀ gùn aláàtí tólótóló ti ń wọlé sórí fóònù àwọn ọmọ Nàìjíríà jẹ́ ti gbọ́ pé mílíọ̀nù mẹ́ẹ̀ẹ́dọ́gbọ̀n 25 million ọmọ Nàìjíríà ni wọ́n ti gba owó ẹgbẹ̀rún lọ́nà márùndínlọ́gbọ̀n 25,000 eléyìí ti jẹ́ owó tíjọba àpapọ̀ ń pín fún àwọn èèyàn tí ò rọ́wọ́ rí Ẹ̀dùn ló sọ̀rọ̀ ìyẹn Wálé Ẹ̀dùn ni ò kì í ṣèbejì o.
ọ̀rọ̀ bí ẹ̀dùn sàn jáde náà. ó dá lórí ọ̀rọ̀ owó náà lélẹ́yìí dá lé lórí ẹni tó jẹ́ mínísítà fún ọ̀rọ̀ agbára rẹ̀ ti Nàìjíríà Adébáyọ̀ Adélabú ló ti sọ̀rọ̀ ó ní ìjọba àpapọ̀ yóò ná owó tó tó ẹ̀ẹ́dẹ́gbẹ̀ta bílíọ̀nù náírà about 500 billion naira lórí àwọn iṣẹ́ àkànṣe èyí tí wọ́n ti pàtì lẹ́ka ilé iṣẹ́ agbára iná mọ̀nàmọ́ná ti Nàìjíríà Punch ló kọ́ ẹ̀gbọ́.
àkàrà wòǹpà ló kájú ẹ̀kọ́ gìrì káfíyangan sọyangan ní ìdá yangan lára. ǹjẹ́ ẹ ti gbọ́ pé àwọn gómìnà tẹ́lẹ̀rí mẹ́rin àti àwọn mínísítà tẹ́lẹ̀rí mẹ́ta ni wọ́n ń jó lamba òfin lọ́wọ́ níwájú àjọ EFCC. àjọ náà ló kí ẹnu bọ̀rọ̀ ní bó ṣe ń ṣe àlàyé àwọn èèyàn tí wọ́n ti fi lọ́lẹ̀ látìgbà tí wọ́n ti dórí àlééfà lọ́dún kan sẹ́yìn ẹ gbọ́ làbárè nínú ìròyìn.
ó dá lórí gbàgbós láàrin ẹgbẹ́ òṣèlú APC àti PDP ó tún ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ tẹ̀ síwájú ṣùgbọ́n lásìkò yìí ìpínlẹ̀ Ondo ni wọ́n kóra wọn lọ. ẹgbẹ́ òṣèlú títí PDP wọ́n ti ṣe kìlọ̀ fún àwọn olùgbé ìpínlẹ̀ Ondo wọ́n ní ẹ̀yin olùgbé ìpínlẹ̀ Ondo wọ́n ní ooo ẹ̀yin olùgbé ìpínlẹ̀ wọ́n tún ṣe ooo ẹ̀ẹ̀mẹ́ta lọ pé sọ ma pé àwọn ẹ̀ẹ̀mẹ́ta bó ti mọ̀ ń pe àwọn kan wọ́n ní ẹ mọ́ dìbò fún Ayédatiwa o tẹ́ ẹ bá dìbò fún Ayédàtiwa mistake ńlá ni ó padà jẹ́ àṣìṣe ńlá ni o torí pé ń ti ń ṣe àpapín àlùdé pètèpèrò nǹkan kan ṣùgbọ́n nǹkan tó ń pàtàkì pètèpèrò á sọ fún yín ẹ gbọ́ nígbà bá wọnú ìròyìn gangan.
omi làákọ́tẹ̀ ká tó tẹyìn rìn ilé aṣojúṣòfin ilẹ̀ yìí yiri rẹ̀ wò bóyá kí wọ́n bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí sọ pé kí àwọn lọ́kọláya tó wà lójú ọ̀nà you are my rodo you are my tomato you are the sugar in my tea bí Usman ṣe máa ń sọ fáwọn ọlọ́mọge àdúgbò wọn gbogbo àwọn tó wà lójú ọ̀nà tí wọ́n ń fẹ́ra wọn lójú ọ̀nà wọ́n ti sọ pé ó ṣeé ṣe kán máa kàn nípa kán máa béèrè ìwé àyẹ̀wò ẹ̀jẹ̀ láti mọ ẹ̀yà wọn bóyá SS ní àbí AS àbí AA ká tó máa yọ̀ǹda sabuké ìgbéyàwó marriage certificate fún àwọn lọ́kọláya ìròyìn bọ̀ lọ́nà lórí àwọn èròǹgbà náà.
Ọlọ́run ṣàmọ̀nà balẹ̀ rẹ̀ àwọn tá a jẹ́ woman spec báyìí ó wá fẹ́ mọ́ tánì sí méjì wa èmi tó yẹ pé mi lè sọ̀rọ̀ ẹnu mi tán bó bá bọ́ ń sín lẹ́nu ibẹ̀ ni ibẹ̀ ni ó ti padà kékeré pé ó dá lórí ọ̀rọ̀ ètò ìlera náà lélẹ́yìí bá dé. Àwọn òṣìṣẹ́ elétò ìlera wọ́n ti fi gígùn ìyanṣẹ́lódì oníkìlọ̀ ọlọ́jọ́ méje èyí tí wọ́n gùn lé tẹ́lẹ̀ wọ́n ti ní lásìkò yìí àti padà kó iṣẹ́ tá à ń wò níran òun àti padà kó lọ́wọ́ lásìkò Daily Post ló kọ ẹ gbọ́ nígbà tá a bá wọnú ẹ̀ tán.
ẹni mi ò ṣẹ́ni èèyàn mi ò ṣèyàn kò ṣeé fi wé aláàró lásán obìnrin kan ní ìlú Èkó ló bá gbé eyín ó gbélé alábàgbé rẹ̀ obìnrin àfi pàtì ó gé tàn láǹjẹ́lẹ̀ ní wàhálà bá bẹ́lẹ̀ o lórí kíni lórí ọ̀rọ̀ ó ṣeke omi ò ṣeke omi tí wọ́n ń pè ní bọ́kẹ̀tì nílé kọjú sí mi kí n gbọ́ lójú ìyẹn táwọn eléèbó ń pè ní face me I slap you ẹ gbọ́ làbárè nípa bí wọ́n ti géra wọn láǹjẹ nínú ìròyìn.
ó máa wù mí kí n rí íméèjì àwọn bóyá ó jọ ṣàwámà àbí písà ló ti lọ́ fi wò pé bóyá eléyìí ń fi hànú. ó dá Punch làkọ́lé eléyìí ń bẹ Gàdúnjè ó ti kìlọ̀ fún Ọ̀pẹ́bọlò láti yàgò fún ìtakùrọ̀sọ aáwọ̀ pẹ̀lú Ọbaṣẹ́kì ó pé àgbà tó bá ń lómi ní ń pariwo ó dẹ̀ mọ̀ pé ẹni abá náà lára ń ta ìwọ́n mọ́ da lóhùn jẹ́ ó mọ̀ ṣe bí ẹni mọ̀ gbó lápá abẹ yẹn mọ́ takùrọ̀sọ pẹ̀lú Ọbaṣẹ́kì. Gàdúnjè náà ń sọ̀rọ̀ ìyún fún Ọ̀pẹ́bọlò lójúmọ́ ní ẹgbọ́n gbàgbà wọnú ẹ̀ tán.
ọ̀rọ̀ ǹbárò máa rò fọ́ ẹ̀fọ́ ǹbárò máa jẹ̀kọ́ obìnrin kan rẹ̀ ológun ọkọ rẹ̀ baálé rẹ̀ lágùnpa tí ẹlẹ́kọ̀ọ́rùn fi polówó látàrí awuyewuye nípa àtìlẹ̀kùn yàrá ló bá rán baálé rẹ̀ lọ sí ọ̀run àrèmábọ̀.
ṣé èèyàn tún mọ́ ń jẹ̀bi pé security wà ní àtìlẹ̀kùn yàrá. ìròyìn lẹ́yìn náà kò dùn mọ́ ni nínú kọ́lọ́ọ̀bà mi òkè kó tún máa ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ fi ìṣọ́ ẹ̀ kó mọ̀ fi ṣọ́ wa ni. ṣùgbọ́n nínú gbogbo Adéyẹmí kásà mọ́ dúpẹ́ àjọ tí ń rí sí ìpè pàjáwìrì lédè ti Nàìjíríà èyí tí ń dáhùn sí pàjáwìrì àjọ NEMA wọ́n ti dóòlà ẹ̀mí àwọn èèyàn 5 níbi ilé kan tó dàwó ní ìlú Ìbàdàn ṣùgbọ́n tòun ti bẹ́ẹ̀ ni àwọn 10 náà ni wọ́n gbèkúrú jẹ lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀bọ̀ra. wọ̀nyí àti wọ̀nyí làwọn ìròyìn tá a mọ̀ dádọ̀bálẹ̀ tá a sì máa ohun nípa tiẹ̀ wá fún yín lójúmọ́ òní ṣùgbọ́n kó tó di pé àwòrán gangan lónìí sàn-án tá a bá mú àwòrán yẹn wá fún yín lẹ́yọ̀ kankan èjèèjì ẹja kọ́ dókè lọ́hùn náà Àbádéyẹmí bó wá ni.
bẹ́ẹ̀ ni tá a bá lọ tá a bá dé àwọnú ìròyìn náà.
tàbàlà ń bọ̀ náà.
ẹ ṣeun bíṣẹ́ bá ti ya ṣiṣẹ́ ńlá
ṣíṣe náà ni à ń ṣe o
kí ṣòkòtò kó mọ̀ tún ya gbani ṣòro
náà ni. ó yẹ ẹjẹ́ mi ó kọ́kọ́ mú ìròyìn yẹn lákọ̀ọ́kọ́ lápá bí ẹjẹ́ ń gbàbẹ̀ lọ sínú ìwé ìròyìn The Punch tó ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ jáde lójúmọ́ òní ìròyìn kan èyí tó súyọ tó lé téńté sínú ìwé ìròyìn Punch lórí ìṣàkóso ààrẹ Bọ́lá Tinubu òun náà ni ẹgbẹ́ kan ní tó gbajúmọ̀ dáadáa lápá ilẹ̀ Yorùbá wá ń bí tá a sì mọ̀ àti lóde Nàìjíríà ẹgbẹ́ Afẹ́nifẹ́re wọ́n ti sọ̀rọ̀ àwọn ni Tinubu ò tiẹ̀ ṣàfihàn ìtara kankan lórí tí ń pèsèlẹ̀ sáwọn Nàìjíríà lásìkò yìí ẹgbẹ́ Afẹ́nifẹ́re wọ́n sọ̀rọ̀ pé ṣẹ́rí ìṣàkóso tó wà lórí àlééfà lásìkò yìí lábẹ́ ìdarí ààrẹ Bọ́lá Tinubu kò tiẹ̀ ṣàfihàn ìtara kankan lórí gbogbo ohun tí ń fi àwọn Nàìjíríà lápè lásìkò yìí wọ́n sọ̀rọ̀ yìí níbi ìpàdé kan èyí tí wọ́n ṣe níbi ibùgbé jàre ìyẹn ọ̀kan lára àwọn àwòrán-ṣàṣà ẹgbẹ́ náà Pa Ayọ̀ Adébánjọ ní ìpínlẹ̀ Ògùn ìbára sọ pé sẹ́ẹ̀rí ìṣàkóso ààrẹ Bọ́lá Tinubu nígbà yẹ̀wò àti ẹ̀rí ìtara ajé kankan lórí pé bí ìwọ̀n gángan nǹkan ti lọ lórí ti Nàìjíríà pé gbogbo ẹ̀ ti wá gbówó sókè àti ẹ̀rí nǹkan ti ń lọ lásìkò yìí bákan náà ni pé sẹ́ẹ̀rí ètò ààbò kan tí ń wò pàkó títí fẹ̀gbọ́n wọlẹ̀ àti ebi ọ̀pàgbà ń fọwọ́ mẹ́kẹ́ kódà gẹ́gẹ́ bí ọ̀pọ̀ ọmọdé mọ́ wò bí ọmọléèwé tí ewúrẹ́ gba búrẹ́dì lọ́wọ́ rẹ̀ àti ẹ̀rí ìtara talking from experience àti ẹ̀rí ìtara ajé kankan lára ìgbìmọ̀ ìṣàkóso wọn ní wípé gbogbo ohun tí ààrẹ Bọ́lá Tinubu ìṣàkóso rẹ̀ yìí tí wọ́n bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní sàlóògùn wípé òfin kan rèé o ìlànà kan rèé o kò tẹ̀ tú kankan lára wọn kàkà kó rọ̀ lára ọmọ ìyá kìnìkan níṣẹ́ ló tún fi ojoojúmọ́ bí ọmọbìnrin ó pe àá ṣé gbogbo ohun tó wá ń ṣẹlẹ̀ lásìkò yìí kò wá tóun tá à ń pariwo lé lórí ni nínú àjáde tí wọ́n fi síta látọ̀dọ̀ àwọn tí wọ́n jẹ́ èèkàn tí wọ́n ní jọ̀bọ̀jọ̀bọ̀ lápá tí wọ́n sì lè dá samu kíọ̀kíọ̀ nínú ẹgbẹ́ náà ìyún Ọba Ọládípọ̀ Láìtàn àti ẹni tí ó porúkọ rẹ̀ ní Àlàdé Rótìmí Jọ̀nù tí wọ́n ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ fún àwọn oníròyìn lọ́jọ́ ọjọ́bọ̀ tọ́jọ́ pé sẹ́rí ẹgbẹ́ náà á ti wó sàkún ọ̀rọ̀ a ti wò ó sọ̀tún a ti wò ó sósìn a ti wò pé sẹ́rí ìkànnì pé ìlànà tí ààrẹ Tinubu tòun ti ṣàkóso rẹ̀ yìí tí wọ́n ń gbé kalẹ̀ yìí tá a sọ pé yóò mọ mú nǹkan rọrùn ṣé ká sòótọ́ ọ̀rọ̀ níṣẹ́ ní tún mú nǹkan lè sí lédè ti Nàìjíríà wọ́n pé àfi ká tún yẹ̀wò àfi ká gbọ́n yẹ̀wò ibo gan láti ṣe é ohun gangan ní nǹkan fọ́ lè sán mọ́ná ìyẹn lórí ti Nàìjíríà Afẹ́nifẹ́re ni wọ́n ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ sọ̀rọ̀ sí ìṣàkóso ààrẹ Bọ́lá Tinubu Punch ńlọkọ ẹ ṣèrí ẹ lójúmọ́ òní.
ó dáa níbi wọn ṣe bẹ̀rẹ̀ láti ọ̀dọ̀ ààrẹ ń bẹ̀rù èmi náà fẹ́ bẹ̀rẹ̀ látọ̀dọ̀ nǹkan tó kan gbogbo ọmọ ilẹ̀ Nàìjíríà ìyẹn ìpa ọ̀rọ̀ epo pẹtiróòlù náà ni o ìwé ìròyìn The Punch mo ti mú ròyìn náà kà láàárọ̀ tòní pẹ̀lú kókó jẹ̀rànjẹ̀ràn tó gbèrú tó ní a kì í ṣe òṣàlódò kí làbẹ́làbí ó mọ̀mọ̀ ẹgbẹ́ IPMAN ìyẹn ẹgbẹ́ àwọn tó jẹ́ alágbàtà epo pẹtiróòlù olómìnira wọn lè rí epo pẹtiróòlù gbé ní ẹbu ìfọ́pówá o láì jẹ́ pé ìjọ́lóǹtẹ̀ ìfiọwọ́sí wá láti ọ̀dọ̀ àjọ NNPCL ìròyìn pọ̀ ńbẹ̀ láàárọ̀ tòní ilé-iṣẹ́ tó jẹ́ ẹbu ìfọ́pó rọ̀bì ti Dangote ni wọ́n ti sọ pé àwọn ò tí ì gba àṣẹ tàbí ìjọ́lóǹtẹ̀ wípé kó mọ́ ló bẹ́ẹ̀ bí orin bàrí láti ọ̀dọ̀ iléeṣẹ́ elépo pẹtiróòlù ilẹ̀ Nàìjíríà NNPCL láti mọ yọ̀ǹda epo pẹtiróòlù yẹn kán mọ́ sọ̀pùláì rẹ̀ tí ń fún àwọn tó jẹ́ ọmọ ẹgbẹ́ alágbàtà epo pẹtiróòlù tó jẹ́ olómìnira nílẹ̀ yìí tá a mọ̀ sí IPMAN wọ́n kéde ọ̀rọ̀ ní ọjọ́bọ̀ níbi àwọn tó jẹ́ alágbàtà epo lábẹ́ orúkọ kan tí wọ́n ń pè ní Petroleum Retail Outlet Owners Association of Nigeria ìyẹn gbé àwọn tó ní ibùdó ìtepo lórílẹ̀‐èdè Nàìjíríà ni wọ́n ti béèrè fún pé kí ẹbu ìfọ́pò rọ̀bì náà kó jẹ́ kí wọ́n máa rí epo bẹtiróòlù yẹn PMS kí wọ́n kàn tiẹ̀ rí iye tí wọ́n mọ̀ tà á látọ̀dọ̀ àjọ náà pẹ̀lú àtẹnumọ́ wípé bí wọ́n ṣe gbé àgbọ̀ndò lọ́wọ́ láì ṣe òtí òkè lu ètè ìsàlẹ̀ lórí ọ̀rọ̀ náà ó jẹ́ nǹkan tó ń kọni lóminú toró ti ń pẹ́ jù bẹ́ẹ̀ sì rèé a kì í pẹ́ lórí mi bá a bá pẹ́ lórí mi ìṣìkèṣì àmọ́ bá níbẹ̀ tá a bá gbàgbé tá a bá rántí ní ọjọ́rú ọ̀sẹ̀ yìí ní ààrẹ àpapọ̀ fún ẹgbẹ́ IPMAN ẹgbẹ́ àwọn alágbàtà epo tó jẹ́ olómìnira ara wọn náà Abubakar Maingande sọ pé àwọn ọmọ ẹgbẹ́ wọn ni wọ́n ti lọ sí ẹbu ìfọ́pò rọ̀bì tọ́kalẹ̀ sí Lẹ́kì ní ìpínlẹ̀ Èkó náà láti lè gbé epo pẹtiróòlù fún odidi ọjọ́ 4 gbáko àmọ́ òfúùtù fẹ̀tẹ̀ àásà tí onìkan nú lọ̀rọ̀ bá bọ̀ fún wọn. Gẹ́gẹ́ bí Maingande ṣe sọ ó ń sọ̀rọ̀ láti fèsì sí ọ̀rọ̀ tó tẹnu ààrẹ iléeṣẹ́ Dangote tó ní ẹbu ìfọ́pò rọ̀bì Dangote Alhaji Aliko Dangote jáde wípé ẹ mọ̀jà tanra wa o ẹbu ìfọ́pò rọ̀bì wa ó ní jálẹ̀ epo tó lé dáadáa ní mílíọ̀nù lọ́nà 500 yẹn 500 million litres àmọ́ tí wọ́n rí eégún tí ń jẹ́ àjíkẹ́ àwọn alágbàtà epo àwọn sì lépo ńlẹ̀ o àmọ́ àwọn ò ráwọn tó jẹ́ alágbàtà náà ìlú wáyé kí Maingande kọ́ máa sọ̀rọ̀ wípé bó bá jẹ́ pé ẹbu ìfọ́pò rọ̀bì yìí ní iye jálẹ̀ epo mílíọ̀nù lọ́nà 500 500 million tí wọ́n sọ yìí lóòótọ́ o then gẹ́gẹ́ bí wọ́n ṣe sọ léèbó wọ́n ní dẹ́ẹ́ kò yẹ kó ní ìdí kan fún àwọn ọmọ ẹgbẹ́ wọn láti mọ́ lè rí epo gbé láti mọ́ lè rí epo pọn ní ẹbu ìfọpo rọ̀bì Dangote fún odidi ọjọ́ mẹ́rin wọ́n ní ó wù àwọn láti ra o àmọ́ nǹkan tí àwọn rí gẹ́gẹ́ bí àròkò ni pé àjọ elépo pẹtiróòlù ilẹ̀ yìí NNPCL ni ó sọ pé ó yá mo jàn lóun tẹ̀ mo fi àṣẹ sí pé ẹ máa tapo fún àwọn tó jẹ́ alágbàtà epo pẹtiróòlù tá a mọ̀ sí IPMAN ẹ lọ gba balance ìròyìn náà ó wà nínú ìwé ìròyìn The Punch tó jáde láàárọ̀ tòní.
ó ti dá it's okay ẹ̀yin jẹ́ kí n yá òyìnbó Adéyẹmí èyí wàá fi nǹkan kan kún wáyé tèmi and then inú ìwé ìròyìn The Nation ni mo ti mú ìròyìn eléyìí ọ̀rọ̀ lórí ìjọba àpapọ̀ àti ẹgbẹ́ àwọn tí ń ṣẹ́ ní fásitì ṣùgbọ́n tí wọn kì í ṣe olùkọ́ tá a mọ̀ sí NASU tó ń ti àwọn àgbà ọ̀jẹ̀ èyí nílé ẹ̀kọ́ fásitì tá a mọ̀ sí SANU lórí ọ̀rọ̀ wọn ni ìròyìn eléyìí dálé lórí o ìjọba àpapọ̀ ti sọ̀rọ̀ wọn ti ní iṣẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ kó mọ̀ pọ́jọ́ tá a bá bímọ kọ́ lọ mọ́ padà rìn o ìjọ tá a bá bímọ kọ́ lọ mọ́ padà sọ̀rọ̀ díẹ̀díẹ̀ lámàṣẹ ìjọba àpapọ̀ lánàá òde yìí ni wọ́n ti sọ̀rọ̀ lọ́sàlàyé ọ̀pàbíyàbí tẹ ìpàdé pẹ̀lú gbẹ́ NASU ti SANU láti ẹ pé wọ́n fi gígùn ìyanṣẹ́lódì wọ́n ti gbìn èèyàn lápò yìí ni ò bá gbàgbé tẹ bá sì dá ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ ká sáré ràn yín létí pé ní ọjọ́ ajé Monday làwọn ẹgbẹ́ méjì ọ̀hún sọ ẹ̀yin ọmọ ẹgbẹ́ wa o lẹ́yìn òṣọ́kà ẹ̀yàn sẹ́lódì ẹ bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ni máa wo sẹ́niran wọ́n pé kí ló dé kí ló ṣẹlẹ̀ wọ́n ní orí àjẹlẹ̀ owó oṣù mẹ́rin ọ̀tọ̀ọ̀tọ̀ èyí ìjọba àpapọ̀ ti jẹ àwọn ìyẹn nígbà wọn kọ́kọ́ yanjú lọ́dún tó lásìkò yìí ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ wọ́n ti ní oṣù mẹ́rin wọ́n wá san oṣù mẹ́rin tẹ́ àwa wá gọ̀ ni àbí àwa ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ àmọ́ tá à ń ṣe ni wọ́n pè rárá o àwọn onígbà á ṣe pàdé àti ẹ̀rí kankan mọ́ lóye ìjọba tí wọ́n sọ lẹ́yìn ìpàdé tí wọ́n ṣe pẹ̀lú àwọn ẹgbẹ́ ìjì pè ní Joint Action Committee yìí ń dáàkè ìyẹn ní ẹ̀ka iléeṣẹ́ ìjọba àpapọ̀ tó ń ọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀kọ́ Ministry of Education ní ìlú ti Àbújá ibẹ̀ ló sọ̀rọ̀ pé tẹ́rí ẹni tó jẹ́ mínísítà tẹ́lẹ̀ rí kejì fún ọ̀rọ̀ ètò ẹ̀kọ́ ọ̀mọ̀wé Kòsónú ẹni tó jẹ́ fún ètò ẹ̀ lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ lásìkò ìyún ọ̀mọ̀wé Túnjí Aláùsá tó pa á láti pé ìwọ ni ó lọ ṣe alága ibi ìpàdé náà ibẹ̀ ni Sùnú tí wọ́n sọ pé àṣẹ ò nǹkan dà sánmọ́ fún àwọn ẹgbẹ́ méjèèjì gbogbo àwọn tí wọ́n sì sọ̀rọ̀ ṣàyé pé ń jẹ àwọn ní àtàwọn fi yanṣẹ́lódì gbogbo ẹ̀ náà òun ni àti ń ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe kí nǹkan balẹ̀ padà bọ̀ sí ipò ṣùgbọ́n ẹni tó wá jẹ́ alága ìyẹn fún àgbáríjọpọ̀ ẹgbẹ́ méjèèjì ẹkùn ti NASU ìyún Azanu Mokolo ló sọ wípé ṣẹ́rí àgbáríjọpọ̀ ẹgbẹ́ méjèèjì àwọn adarí á ti padà forí oko àti fi sọ ọ̀ọ́dúnrún ṣẹ́rí gbogbo I promise àá ṣe léyìí àá ṣe tún àwọn ògbọ́n kankan wọ́n ti gé etí àyìn wa yìí lọ o àgbọ̀n kankan lásìkò yìí ohun tá a kọ̀ fẹ́ rí ni pé báwọn ọmọ ẹgbẹ́ wa bá ti pè wá pé maisha sáà mo ti padà rí tararan lórí aago mi o owó ti wọlé aláàtì ni ó padà mú wa kó iṣẹ́ tá à ń wò níran ni ó padà kó sọ́wọ́ padà SANU tó ti NASU ni wọ́n ń ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ sọ̀rọ̀ ṣàlàyé fún ìjọba àpapọ̀ lójúmọ́ òní Nation ló kọ́ ẹ̀ṣẹ̀rí ẹ̀ lápá bẹ́ẹ̀.
ọ̀dà bẹ́ẹ̀bì náà ṣe rí ìròyìn tó wà níwájú mi láàárọ̀ yìí ó gbé mi lọ sínú ìwé ìròyìn The Nation.
ó yá nìṣólẹ̀.
wọ́n ní àríṣe làríkà àríkà ń bàbá àrègùn jẹ́ ti gbọ́ o
pé kíni
pé mílíọ̀nù mẹ́ẹ̀ẹ́dọ́gbọ̀n 25 million ọmọ ilẹ̀ Nàìjíríà ni wọ́n ti gba ẹgbẹ̀rún lọ́nà márùndínlọ́gbọ̀n náírà ìyẹn 25,000 tí aláàtì ti ń wọlé torotoro látara ètò bántọ́ṣẹ́ bántọ́ṣì láti ọwọ́ ìjọba àpapọ̀ ẹ̀dùn ló ṣàlàyé ọ̀rọ̀ ìyẹn mínísítà ni ò kì í ṣe ẹ̀dùn ìbejì torí ọ̀tún máa wò mí báwọn.
ó dàbẹ́ ẹ̀bùn pàtàkì lọ́mọ sọ́ni ẹ̀dùn jọ bí gbogbo ẹ̀ náà lọ́mọ ara wọn
ọ̀fẹ́ dùn
tọ́lọ́ tí láti ń sọ lásìkò
yìí jàfárà rẹ
àmọ́ múlẹ̀ kan
jàfárà rẹ ó dára nípa ìròyìn tí mo fi kókó rẹ̀ hàn yín lọ́wọ́ òun ètò tí wọ́n pè ní bántọ́ṣẹ́ bántọ́ṣì eléyìí tí ó wà láti mú àdínkù bá ìnira àti ìrora tó ń kojú àwọn ọmọ Nàìjíríà tí wọ́n fún ní súná social investment program ni wọ́n ti nawọ́jà rẹ̀ dé ọ̀dọ̀ mílíọ̀nù márùndínlọ́gbọ̀n 25 million àwọn ọmọ Nàìjíríà tí ọ̀rọ̀ wọ́ rí àwọn tí ò rí jájẹ àyàfi pákó nínú àwọn mọ̀lẹ́bí tó pọ̀ lórílẹ̀‐èdè Nàìjíríà látòrí àwọn ìdílé mílíọ̀nù márùn-ún tí wọ́n fi ṣí sórí tẹ́lẹ̀ tó ti wá délé yìí tí wọ́n nawọ́jà rẹ̀ dáadáa báyìí tí ó fà kan gbogbo àwọn mọ̀lẹ́bí mílíọ̀nù márùndínlọ́gbọ̀n gẹ́gẹ́ bí ó ṣe di mímọ̀ látẹnu mínísítà fún ètò ìṣúná tó tún ń darí ètò ìṣúná ilẹ̀ Nàìjíríà Wálé Ẹdùn yìí tó sọ di mímọ̀ lánàá ètò náà nínú rẹ̀ láti rí mímọ́ fi owó ṣọwọ́ taari owó sínú àsùnwọ̀n àwọn ọmọ ilẹ̀ yìí lábẹ́ àwọn orúkọ tí wọ́n ti kọ lẹ̀ ìyẹn social register tí wọ́n ti ṣe àyẹ̀wò wọn gẹ́gẹ́ bí wọ́n ṣe sọ wọ́n ní wọ́n ṣe àyẹ̀wò aláǹtẹ̀ka àyẹ̀wò ilé ìfowópamọ́ àti àyẹ̀wò ọkọ̀ wọn gangan láti mọ̀ pé bóyá lóòótọ́ ọmọ Nàìjíríà ni wọ́n àti pé ṣó lóòótọ́ wọ́n lẹ́tọ̀ọ́ láti gbowó tó wà láti mú àdínkù bá ìnira tó wà lójú ọjọ́ lásìkò tá a wà yìí ilé tí wọ́n ní wọ́n sì ti torí bẹ́ẹ̀ san àwọn owó ìsínú àsùnwọ̀n àwọn ọmọ ilẹ̀ Nàìjíríà tí wọ́n forúkọ sílẹ̀ fún gẹ́gẹ́ bí ẹ̀dùn ṣe sọ ẹni tó sọ̀rọ̀ pẹ̀lú àwọn oníròyìn nílé ìjọba tó wà nílùú Àbújá níbi ìpàdé ẹlẹ́ẹ̀karùndínláàádọ́jọ irú rẹ̀ tó wà fún ìgbìmọ̀ tó ga jù tó ń rí sí ètò ọrọ̀ ajé ilẹ̀ Nàìjíríà tó sì sọ wípé wọ́n ti sanwó yìí fún àwọn tí ọ̀rọ̀ kàn ọ̀lànà kótó ó ní àwọn owó yìí là ń san láti inú àsùnwọ̀n ìjọba tólótólótóló sínú àsùnwọ̀n àwọn olóríjorí lórílẹ̀‐èdè Nàìjíríà tí wọ́n ti fọ́kọ́ lẹ̀ pẹ̀lú àwọn ọkọ̀ tó wà nínú àká torílẹ̀‐èdè Nàìjíríà tí wọ́n sì jẹ́ pé ìjọba lẹ́lẹ́kàǹkà ló ṣe àkójọpọ̀ àwọn orúkọ náà tí wọ́n sì ṣe àyẹ̀wò rẹ̀ fínífíní. ẹ lọ gba balance òun ìwé ìròyìn The Nation tó jáde láàárọ̀ tòní.
ó dá ọ̀rọ̀ lórí owó náà lílé náà bá dé lásìkò yìí ẹni tó jẹ́ mínísítà fún ọ̀rọ̀ agbára lóde ti Nàìjíríà Adébáyọ̀ Adélabú ló ti sọ̀rọ̀ ó ní ìjọba àpapọ̀ àti ń gbé ìgbésẹ̀ a sì ti gbà á lérò pé a ná owó tó tó $500 bílíọ̀nù about 500 billion naira lórí àwọn iṣẹ́ àkànṣe tó ti pàtì lẹ́ka ti agbára ẹni tó jẹ́ mínísítà ọ̀hún ló sọ wípé sẹ́rí àwọn iṣẹ́ àkànṣe kankan èjèèjì tó sọ pé lásìkò yìí wọ́n ń padà wò ó níran wọ́n ti padà pàtì gbogbo ẹ̀ lápadà túnṣe o mínísítà ọ̀hún ló ń sọ̀rọ̀ ní ọjọ́bọ̀ Thursday nígbà tó ṣe àbẹ̀wò báwo ni iṣẹ́ ti ń lọ sí ìyẹn ní ẹ̀ka ìpínnáká àwọn mọ̀nàmọ́ná wa ìyẹn ní ìpínlẹ̀ ti Kano nígbà tó sọ pé sẹ́rí iṣẹ́ ti ń lọ pẹ̀lú àwọn ìkànnì lẹ́ka ti agbára tóun ti iléeṣẹ́ amúnáwá pínáká ọ̀hún tí ń bẹ ní ìpínlẹ̀ Kano láti mọ ibo ni àwọn àbùdé wà gangan kí ni àwọn nǹkan èyí tí ń ṣe ìdíwọ́ tí iná mọ̀nàmọ́ná ò fi máa tàn yanranyanran tó ṣe pé ṣe ni mọ̀nàmọ́ná ti ní ṣe mọ̀nàmọ́ná lásìkò yìí ó wá ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ tẹ̀síwájú ló pàrọwà fún àwọn ọmọdé Nàìjíríà pàápàá jùlọ àwọn olùgbé apá àríwá lórí bí kò ti sin iná mọ̀nàmọ́ná iná ọba lọ́dọ̀ wọn tó yẹ pé gbogbo ẹ̀ ń ṣe ló dúdú lọ gbẹ́rẹ́ láti bí ọjọ́ 15 sẹ́yìn lásìkò yìí alábùsọ̀ wípé ẹ mọ̀ bínú kì í ṣe pé à ń gbè lẹ́yìn àwọn kan o nǹkan rí bákan lápá abẹ yẹn ni ìṣe ni kẹ́ ẹ mọ̀ bínú sọ wípé àwọn ìṣàkànṣe tó yẹ pé wọ́n ṣe láṣepá tì í ń gbà yẹ̀ ò ìparí rẹ̀ ó ti fẹ́ so ẹ̀dá 125 in 80 to 95%. èyí ẹ̀ wá wò ó ṣé irú àwọn iṣẹ́ àkànṣe báwọn ló yẹ ká wá ṣe ní àṣepàtì ìdíre o tí a fi mọ́ tẹ̀ síwájú lórí àwọn iṣẹ́ àkànṣe náà ó wá rọ ààrẹ Bọ́lá Tinubu pé ààrẹ o yẹ́sà nígbà yẹn bá fẹ́ ṣe ètò ìṣúná ọdún 2025 ẹ dákun ẹ fún wa ní owó tí ó tó ọ̀nà dárìn lórí àwọn iṣẹ́ àkànṣe tá a ní àlàkalẹ̀ lẹ́ka títí wà ń bèbà yìí wọ́n ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe kìlọ̀ fún gbogbo àwọn kọlọ̀rọ̀ sí ẹ̀dá ètò ṣe pé kí wọ́n mọ̀ jí àwọn ohun èròjà náà làwọn mú sàlóògùn ni wọ́n mú gẹ́gẹ́ bí iṣẹ́ pé bẹ́ẹ̀ báyìí tẹ̀síwájú ẹ rí i pé kò sí àyè fún ìyọ̀n mọ́lẹ̀dẹ̀ sí Nàìjíríà Punch olókọ̀rọ̀ ìyẹn ẹ ṣèrí ẹ̀ lápá abẹ́rẹ́ lójúmọ́ òní.
ó dáa bá àbá torí epo jẹṣu a sì torí iṣu jẹpo bẹ́ẹ̀ sì rèé èdè ohun sẹ́ni mèdè àyàn bí ẹni mú kọ̀ǹgọ́ rẹ̀ dání iléeṣẹ́ ààrẹ yóò já mi lórí àbádòfin tó ń pè fún kí àtúntò dé bá ìlànà tí wọ́n fi ń gba owó orí nílẹ̀ yìí eléyìí tí wọ́n ti kọ́kọ́ taari sílé aṣòfin àpapọ̀ ilẹ̀ yìí ní ìròyìn fi yé ni pé wọ́n padà náwó gan àwọn àbádòfin náà láti gbé ìgbésẹ̀ lórí rẹ̀ ìròyìn tó pé láàárọ̀ tòní ìwé ìròyìn Daily Trust ló wà bí ọ̀rọ̀ àná ò bá dé bá mi ìkójó tó mọ́ ó ti fi hàn wípé iléeṣẹ́ ààrẹ lábẹ́ ìdarí ààrẹ Bọ́lá Tinubu yóò mọ náwó gan àwọn ìwé tó jẹ́ ti àbádòfin eléyìí tí wọ́n ti kọ́kọ́ taari sílé aṣòfin àpapọ̀ orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà ní nǹkan bíi oṣù méjì sẹ́yìn láti ọwọ́ ààrẹ Bọ́lá Tinubu eléyìí ọmọ ṣẹ̀yìn àwọn awuyewuye gbọ́nmi sí omi òtó àti fàání fàlọ́hùn eléyìí tó ti ń ṣúyọ látara àwọn àbádòfin 4 gbáǹkọ náà eléyìí tó ti títari síwájú ilé aṣòfin láti ọwọ́ ààrẹ bọ́lá tinubu lọ́jọ́ kẹta oṣù kẹsàn-án ọdún tá a wà yìí ìwé ìròyìn daily trust ti rí gbọ́ wípé ní alẹ́ àná iléeṣẹ́ ààrẹ ti forí oko sọ̀ọ́dúnrún láti nawọ́ gán àwọn àbádòfin náà padà ìyẹn tẹ́lẹ̀ ìbò ń pè ní withdrawal kó lè kúrò níwájú ilé aṣòfin àpapọ̀ ilẹ̀ yìí àmọ́ àwọn orísun ìròyìn míì náà sọ wípé ó ṣeé ṣe kí ó jẹ́ pé àwọn àbádòfin tí wọ́n ń gbà lérò náà wọn yóò pè é nawọ́ gan wọn yóò wá mú àtúntò bá àwọn àbádòfin náà kí wọ́n tó padà wá taari rẹ̀ sílé aṣòfin orílẹ̀-èdè nàìjíríà ilé aṣòfin ló ti di mímọ̀ wípé wọ́n ti ń jíròrò lórí àbádòfin náà látìgbà díẹ̀ sẹ́yìn gẹ́gẹ́ bí ó ṣe ṣẹ́yọ níbi ìpàdé tó jẹ́ ti ẹlẹ́ẹ̀kẹrìnléní-ogóje irú rẹ̀ tí ìgbìmọ̀ tó jẹ́ ti elétò ọrọ̀ ajé nàìjíríà tí gbákejì ààrẹ ilẹ̀ yìí kashim shettima darí lánàá ló ti dábàá wò wípé kí wọ́n jáde lórí àwọn àbádòfin náà kí wọ́n nawọ́ gan padà kó lè kó ìwájú ilé aṣòfin ilẹ̀ yìí eléyìí tó jẹ́ àbá yìí ló ń wáyé lẹ́yìn tí àwọn gómìnà mọ́kàndínlógún láti àwọn ìpínlẹ̀ tó wà lápá àríwá ilẹ̀ yìí ṣe ìpàdé pọ̀ pẹ̀lú àwọn ìkàn jàǹkànjàǹkàn láti apá àríwá ilẹ̀ yìí nílùú Kaduna ní ọjọ́ ajé ibi wọ́n ti gbé fi ẹnu kò wípé àwọn ò faramọ́ àwọn ò tẹ́wọ́gbà ìyẹn àbádòfin tó ń pè fún kí àtúntò dé bá ìlànà owó orí àti ìlànà fún gbígba owó orí ti orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà gẹ́gẹ́ bí nǹkan tó di mímọ̀ nínú abala kan nù àwọn àbádòfin náà ó fi yé ni pé ìlànà bó o ṣe ọ̀jẹ́ ni àwọn ìpínlẹ̀ tí ọba máa gbà kán máa ta ọtí tàbí káwọn èèyàn wọn máa mutí kò ẹ́ kó máa bá wọn pín àwọn owó tí wọ́n ń rí látara owó orí tí àwọn èèyàn ń san láti ara àwọn ọtí tí wọ́n ń tà bẹ́ẹ̀ àti pé kó jẹ́ pé àwọn nǹkan tí àwọn ìpínlẹ̀ bá ń rí gẹ́gẹ́ bí burújí tí wọ́n ń rí pa wọlé sínú àsùnwọ̀n ìjọba náà ni yóò mọ sọ irú owó tí yóò mọ regún sí àsùnwọ̀n VAT fún wọn náà kan lè mọ rí nǹkan ṣaranidin torí bẹ́ẹ̀ ló wá jẹ́ kí ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ àwọn ìpínlẹ̀ ìyẹn àwọn ìpínlẹ̀ mọ́kàndínlógún lápá àríwá ilẹ̀ sọ pé àwọn faramọ́ àwọn ọgbà àwọn ọ̀fẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ ìjọba àpapọ̀ ti ṣe àlàyé ọ̀rọ̀ wọ́n ní ẹ̀sìn máa wo àtúntò tó fẹ́ dé bá ìlànà owó orí yìí yóò ṣe àǹfààní fún tolórí tẹlẹmù wáyé ó ti di mímọ̀ wípé iléeṣẹ́ ààrẹ ti ní kí wọ́n ṣẹ́nu kù kí wọ́n dáwọ́ dúró lórí àbádòfin náà torí pé àwọn ó gbé àwọn ìgbésẹ̀ nípa rẹ̀ ìròyìn wà dáadáa nínú ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ìwé ìròyìn tó jáde lónìí àmọ́ Daily Trust ni mo ti mú kà fún yín o.
ìṣókè
òun gan ni.
ó dà ìròyìn eléyìí jẹ́ nǹkan kọ́ fún yín ní fẹ́rẹ́fẹ́ kó tó di pa lọ sókè lọ́nà bá padà dé ń wàá bọ́ sínú ẹ̀ gangan lẹ́lẹ́kùnrẹ́rẹ́ ọ̀rọ̀ di gbàgbós tó ń tẹ̀síwájú láàrin ẹgbẹ́ òṣèlú APC àti PDP lórí wípé wọ́n ní bẹ́ẹ̀ báyìí dìbò fún Ayédàtiwà ní ìdìbò tí ó wáyé sípò gómìnà ní ìpínlẹ̀ Ondo nínú oṣù yìí bẹ́ẹ̀ ń pé àtọwọ́ ara wa bọ sọ̀ọ̀lọ̀ ni ọ̀ báwo ló ṣe jẹ́ kí ni nǹkan tí wọ́n rí kí ni nǹkan tí wọ́n fara sọ pé yóò padà ṣẹlẹ̀ nígbà bá lọ sókè lọ́hùn tá a bá wa padà dé ìwà fún yín ní ẹ̀kúnrẹ́rẹ́ ìròyìn yẹn àtótó àríire ni.
kó ṣe máa gbọ́ ìròyìn
ẹja dókè lọ́wọ́
à ń bọ̀.
gbẹ̀bíró bí mo da orúkọ ọ̀dẹ̀ mọ́dé sí ètò yìí kalẹ̀ láti lè jẹ́ kóníkálukú fi ṣe òdiwọ̀n ìdílé wọn. òtítọ́ kò sí ìdílé kan tí ò ní pèníjà tiẹ̀ ṣùgbọ́n àtẹ́lẹwọ́ ni láti máa ṣe ìyàtọ̀ ní kò bá sí ìpèníjà náà ìdílé yìí sọ bí ìdílé rí bí o káfinúkonú káfikùnlukùn pẹ̀lú àwọn lọ́kọláya lọ́lọ́kan òjọ̀kan lórí ètò ìlú máa fọ láti máa tàkù béèrè sí wọn láláì kan pín bẹ́ẹ̀ sílẹ̀ ní ìdílé àwọn àlẹ́ náà yóò jẹ́ ká mọ ọ̀nà tí wọ́n bá fi dàrú tí yóò gbọ́ fún ìbọ̀jú àbádá. láago mẹ́jọ òwúrọ̀ àtọ́sàáyọ̀ sí ní ìkànnì àwọn Western Spring nìkan ní àádọ́wà lórí Time. gbẹ́bíró tọ̀sẹ̀ yìí ó máa yàtọ̀ ní kò ní yàtọ̀ fọ́.
Èkó Lagọ́ọ̀sì Èkó akéte ìlú ọgbọ́n Èkó akéte ìlú ìmọ̀ ọmọ ọlọ́gbọ́n dorí ẹja mú àwọn òmùgọ̀ àdìmú nírù ẹni dẹ́kọ̀ tí ò gbọ́n ọgbọ́n rẹ̀ dọ̀run alákejì gẹ́gẹ́ bí àrọ́bá ẹni tó tẹ ìṣẹ́ridó tó sì kọ́kọ́ gbé ibẹ̀ lọ́dún 1699 ló jẹ́ ọdẹ tí orúkọ rẹ̀ ń jẹ́ Ògúnfúnminíre ọmọ ọba ìlú Ilé Ifẹ̀ ní í ṣe ó máa ń ṣọdẹ lọ síbẹ̀ láti Ifẹ̀ ó sì pàgọ́ tó ti máa ń sinmi ṣáájú kó tún tó lọ bẹ ilé rẹ̀ wò. Nígbà tó yá àwọn ọdẹ mìíràn wá darapọ̀ mọ́ láti ṣọdẹ. Nínú igbó yìí ni wọ́n bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní ṣọdẹ tí wọ́n sì ń pọ̀ sí i pẹ̀lú àwọn ènìyàn wọn. Báyìí ni wọ́n ṣe bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní tàn kálẹ̀ tó fi dé gbogbo ibi tí Èkó fẹ̀ dé lónìí. Ìlú Èkó, ìlú ńlá. Ìlú Èkó yìí ni ibùdó agbára ìṣàkóso ilẹ̀ Nàìjíríà wà tẹ́lẹ̀ rí, pàápàá lásìkò ìjọba amúnisìn. Ṣáájú ọdún 19 wọ́n gbé lọ sílùú Àbújá. Èkó àdèlé ọmọ agun àgẹ̀rẹ̀, Èkó fíjú wọjà arìn gbẹ́ndẹ́kẹ́, ọ̀bùn wọjà páṣíọ̀ṣíọ̀, ẹ̀yọ̀ ní bàbá Èkó, àríjó ṣe bí ọba. Èkó ọmọ odò tí ò ṣeé yájú sí, Èkó arómi sá lẹ̀gbẹ́lẹ̀gbẹ́.
bá jáde mọ̀rìnwó akọkọ tó gẹ́gẹ́ níwájú tí wọ́n tó rí àti gbòòrò tí ó ẹ̀ka àbò wọn bẹ̀rù ọmọ tó rí ọ̀rẹ́ tí ó tó gẹ́gẹ́ ẹ̀dùn sùsù láti nàbà tí ìtì nìyí ẹ̀ka àwọn ìkẹ́wàá bẹ̀rẹ̀ tó wà ń bẹ̀ lórí kọ́ni náà zero ó wà ń bẹ̀ òun náà pàpọ̀ rẹ̀ ẹ̀ máa dùn. ó wà ń bẹ̀ ọ̀rẹ́
ẹ ṣeun tẹ́ ẹ ṣe wà pẹ̀lú wa adúpẹ́ tẹ́ yan ìkànnì Western Spring Television tẹ́ yan láàyò adúpẹ́ gidigidi lọ́wọ́ yín ẹ má wàá gbàgbé báyẹn ṣe lórí móhùnmáwòrán tí ẹ ń wò wá ní orí ìkànnì àádọ́wà channel 190 lórí Star Times DTT ẹ tún lè máa wò wá lórí ìtàkùn ayélujára lórí YouTube ẹ tẹ Western Spring Television láti máa wo ọ̀kanòjọ̀kan ètò yìí àti mọ bó ṣe ń lọ lórí ìkànnì yín yìí ẹ má wàá gbàgbé bó ṣe ń lọ náà la ṣe ń fi tó yín létí bó ṣe ń rí gan la ṣe ń jẹ́ kẹ́ ẹ mọ̀ ẹ tún wá lè máa bá wa dọ̀rẹ́ lórí àwọn ìtàkùn ayélujára tó kù ní orí Facebook ẹ wá at Western Spring Television ní orí X tá a mọ̀ sí Twitter tẹ́lẹ̀ rí Western Spring Television ní kẹ́ẹ̀tẹ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ tẹ́ bá dórí Instagram ẹ tẹ Western Spring Television ẹ bá wa pàdé bẹ̀ akárí ilé kárí oko ó dá o ẹja gbéra pẹ̀lú àwọn ìròyìn tá à ń kà lọ.
wọ́n pẹ́ ibi abáròkọ tèsí
ibẹ̀ là ń fi àbọ̀ sí o
náà ni à ń fàbọ̀ sí lórí gbàgbós láàrin ẹgbẹ́ òṣèlú PDP àti APC àmọ́jọ́ tí ó tó dópin ṣùgbọ́n ní àsìkò yìí ìpínlẹ̀ Ondo ni wọ́n ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ ni ọ̀rọ̀ jáde lápá abẹ́ o ẹgbẹ́ òṣèlú People's Democratic Party PDP wọ́n sọ fún àwọn olùgbé ìpínlẹ̀ tí Ondo wọ́n ní ẹ̀yin olùgbé ìpínlẹ̀ Ondo àwọn pé ẹ̀ẹ̀mẹ́ta ni wọ́n ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ ni wọ́n sọ kinní ọ̀hún bí wọ́n ti sọ nà àwọn ẹ̀mí ni wọ́n gbé wá bí Adéyẹmí náà bí ṣe máa ń pè lẹ́ẹ̀.
ẹnu mi kọ́ ló ti gbọ́ ẹnu mi kọ́.
lẹ́ẹ̀mẹ́ta wọ́n pe sẹ́rí ẹ mọ́ dìbò fún ẹgbẹ́ òṣèlú APC ẹ mọ́ dìbò fún Ayédatiwa o ìyẹn nínú ìdìbò sí ipò gómìnà nínú oṣù kọkànlá ọdún yìí tí yóò wáyé níbi ọjọ́ bíi mélòó kan sí àsìkò tá a wà yìí àtẹ̀jáde èyí tí wọ́n fi síta láti ẹni tó jẹ́ agbẹnusọ fún ẹgbẹ́ òṣèlú PDP ní ìpínlẹ̀ ti Ondo Kennedy Perete ló sọ wípé ṣe rí Ayédatiwa ṣe tẹ́ ń wò ó bẹ́ẹ̀ tí ń wo gómìnà Ayédatiwa ẹ̀jẹ̀ ń já yín tán ẹ̀jẹ̀ ń gbé yín débẹ̀ ṣe rí ti ń pète pèrò láti fi owó kún owó ilé ẹ̀kọ́ Adékúnlé Ajásin tí ń bẹ ní Àkùngbá ìyẹn fásitì Adékúnlé Ajásin ó pé sẹ́rí gbogbo àwọn ètò rẹ̀ àwọn pílánù rẹ̀ tó sẹ́ pé àti fi owó kún owó ilé ẹ̀kọ́ ọ̀hún ìní tí ń pètèpèrò tẹ́ ẹ bá wá dìbò fún ṣe rí pé a ti fi ọwọ́ ara wa a ti fi tẹ ẹni tí ó fọwọ́ ara wa wọ ṣọ̀lọ̀ a ti fi tẹ̀ ẹ́ wọlé nù wọ́n pé sẹ́rí Ayédatiwa àtẹ̀gbẹ́ ìṣèlú APC ọgbọ́n tí wọ́n ń dá ni pé wọ́n mọ̀ pé ètò ìdìbò ìtì ń ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ ìtì ń súnmọ́lé lásìkò yìí táwọn bá wá fi owó kún owó ilé ẹ̀kọ́ Adékúnlé Ajásin yìí fásitì ọ̀hún ṣe rí i pé wọ́n ti mọ̀ pé àwọn èèyàn wọ́n kọ ẹ̀yìn sí wọn ni o gbogbo àwọn tí wọ́n ń ṣe yìí látàrí kí wọ́n bá lè wọlé ni wọ́n ti ṣe é síbẹ̀ o ṣùgbọ́n bí a ti ń yọ́ só ni à ń ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ ni à ń yọ́ gbọ́ o ṣe rí ohun tí wọ́n ń gbìyànjú àti ṣe láti fowó kún owó ilé ẹ̀kọ́ yẹn ni o tó bá ti lè wọlé báyìí pẹ́ẹ́nẹ́ ṣe rí owó tá à ń sọ pé à ń san lásìkò tó yẹ pé ń ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ ni wà lára níwọ̀nba bẹ́lẹ̀ ń jàun táwọn fọwọ́ ra àpò nǹkan ó padà rí bákan o torí pé yóò padà lọ sókè pẹ̀lú ìdá 100% ni yóò fẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe àfikún owó ilé ẹ̀kọ́ náà wọ́n sọ pé ẹ̀yin olùgbé ìpínlẹ̀ ti Ondo ẹ dákun ẹ jọ̀ọ́ ẹ jára yín ẹ mọ́ gọra yín nínú ayé o ẹ má tẹ̀lẹ́nu ẹ má tẹ̀lé dẹ̀mṣẹ́dẹ̀mṣẹ́ ẹ̀yin náà yẹ̀ wò kẹ́ bẹ̀ wò kí lè àwọn àṣeyọrí gan-an èyí tí ayédatiwa tòun ti ṣàkóso rẹ̀ àwọn àṣeyọrí wo gangan òun ni wọ́n ti ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ ni wọ́n ti ṣe ṣùgbọ́n ẹ ṣáà mọ̀ wípé wọn ò gbẹ́nu tiwọn náà fún alágbàfọ̀ ẹgbẹ́ òṣèlú APC náà ti wá dá ọ̀rọ̀ padà lẹ́yìn tó jẹ́ adarí fún ọ̀rọ̀ tó kan ìròyìn nínú ẹgbẹ́ òṣèlú APC ní ìpínlẹ̀ ti Ondo Steve Ọ̀tálóró ló sọ wípé sẹ́rí ẹgbẹ́ òṣèlú PDP wọ́n ń gbìyànjú láti kọ́ àwọn èèyàn sí wa ni wọ́n gbìyànjú láti kọ́ àwọn èèyàn láti kọ̀yìn wọn sí ìṣàkóso ìyún ayédatiwa ni ṣùgbọ́n gbogbo ìlérí tí wọ́n ń ṣe yìí lórí asán ni inú ń bewúrẹ́ ìwọ́n ń fi ẹsẹ̀ halẹ̀ ẹ dákun ẹ bá ń béèrè pé kí ni yóò padà fi olówó rẹ̀ ṣe àgbà tó bá sì lómi inú rẹ̀ kì í pariwo gbogbo tí wọ́n ń ṣe ẹ̀yìn ẹgbẹ́jú ń bẹ̀ o wọ́n ń dọ́gbọ́n gbìyànjú láti kọ̀yìn ẹ̀yìn aráàlú tá a nífẹ̀ẹ́ tẹ́yìn náà síbẹ̀ tẹ́ ẹ nífẹ̀ẹ́ wa wọ́n fẹ́ kọ̀yìn sí wa ni ẹ má dọ̀wọ́ lóhùn o ẹgbẹ́ òṣèlú APC ni wọ́n dá ẹgbẹ́ òṣèlú PDP bẹ́ẹ̀ lóhùn lójúmọ́ òní The Nation òun ló kọ ìròyìn ibẹ̀ lẹ́ti bá lójúmọ́ òní.
ó dá nínú ìwé ìròyìn The Sun tó jáde tó bọ́jọ́ yọ bí ìgbà tóòrùn àṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀yọ bá yọ jáde lójú ọjọ́ òun náà ló gbéròyìn jẹ̀rànjẹ̀ràn yìí o
kí ló ti wí o
àríṣe làríkà àríkà ń bàbá rẹ̀ gùn jẹ́ ti gbọ́ o pé àwọn gómìnà tẹ́lẹ̀rí mẹ́rin àti àwọn mínísítà tẹ́lẹ̀rí mẹ́ta ni wọ́n ń jó làǹbà lọ́wọ́ tí wọ́n ń ṣẹjọ́ pẹ̀lú àjọ EFCC níbi àjọ náà ṣe bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ka àwọn àṣeyọrí àti àwọn ẹ̀yùn tí wọ́n ti fi lọ́lẹ̀ ní ọdún kan sẹ́yìn ìwé ìròyìn The Sun ni mo ti rí ìròyìn náà tó lé téńté bí ẹran orí rẹ̀ sí láàárọ̀ tòní àjọ tó ń gbógun ti àwọn tó bá ń pawó aráàlú ní pọ́npọ́ àti àwọn ẹ̀sùn míì tó ní í ṣe pẹ̀lú ètò ìṣúná EFCC lánàá òde yìí ni wọ́n ṣíṣọ lójú eégún ọ̀rọ̀ wípé àjọ tó ń lébù àwọn tó ń pawó aráàlú mọ̀ká náà ní ọdún kan sẹ́yìn ni wọ́n ti wọ́ àwọn gómìnà tẹ́lẹ̀ rí mẹ́rin kan túrútú lọlé ẹjọ́ tí wọ́n sì ti jẹ́ kí àwọn mínísítà tẹ́lẹ̀ rí mẹ́ta kan ó jó làǹbà níwájú òfin lórí ẹ̀sùn ìwà àwòdìjẹun ìpèsára mímọ́ rẹ́wọ́ aráàlú mọ̀ká àti àwọn ìwà àbàjẹ́ míì eléyìí tí wọ́n fi ẹ̀sùn rẹ̀ kan àwọn gómìnà àti àwọn mínísítà tẹ́lẹ̀ rí náà ẹni tó jẹ́ adarí fún ètò ìbáràlú sọ̀rọ̀ nínú àjọ EFCC Wilson Uwujaren níbi ìpàdé oníròyìn kan lánàá tún mẹ́nuba àwọn àṣeyọrí àwọn èèyàn bẹ́bẹ́ tó kúrò ní bẹ́bẹ́ tí àjọ EFCC ti gbé ṣe látìgbà tí alága wọn lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ yìí Ọlá Olúkóyèdé ti gorí àlééfà ní gẹ́rẹ́gẹ́ ọdún kan sẹ́yìn ní orí ìṣèjọba nínú àjọ náà Olúkóyèdé ló di mímọ̀ wípé ní ọdún kan gẹ́rẹ́gẹ́ ló mọ̀ bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ṣe ìjọba nínú àjọ náà wọ́n ní bẹ̀rẹ̀ láti ọjọ́ 18 oṣù kẹwàá ọdún 2023 títí di ọjọ́ 18 oṣù kẹwàá ọdún 2024 wọ́n ní àjọ náà ti ṣe àṣeyọrí nípa fífi ojú àwọn gómìnà tẹ́lẹ̀rí mọ́ gbọ́ ò Yahaya Adoza Bello láti ìpínlẹ̀ Kogi Abdul Fattah Ahmed láti ìpínlẹ̀ Kwara Willie Obiano láti ìpínlẹ̀ Anambra àti Darius Dixon Ishaku láti ìpínlẹ̀ Taraba lọ síwájú ilé ẹjọ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ ni mẹ́rin ni gbogbo wọn lórí ẹ̀sùn ìwà àbàjẹ́ ìwà jẹgúdújẹrá ìwà àwòdìjẹun ìpèsára mímọ́ bànú aráàlú láìná ní gẹ́gẹ́ bí ó ṣe di mímọ̀ wọ́n ní Bello ni wọ́n wọlé ilé ẹjọ́ ní méjì ọ̀tọ̀ wọ́n ní ilé ẹjọ́ gíga ìjọba àpapọ̀ ilẹ̀ tó wà ní Maitama nílùú Àbújá níwájú onídàájọ́ Emeka Nwite lórí ẹ̀sùn ẹlẹ́ga 19 eléyìí tó ní ṣe pẹ̀lú ìpàsípàyọ owó aráàlú bákan náà ni wọ́n dárúkọ àwọn yòókù wọ́n ka àwọn gẹ́rẹ́gẹ́ àti àwọn mínísítà tẹ́lẹ̀ rí tí wọ́n ka orúkọ wọn kún àwọn orúkọ tí wọ́n ti fi ojú wọn balẹ̀ ẹjọ́ fi wọ́n jó lambo òfin lórí ẹ̀sùn ìwà àbàjẹ́ ìwà àjẹbánu tí wọ́n fi kà àwọn èèyàn náà ẹ lọ ka o ìwé ìròyìn tó gbé jáde láàárọ̀ tòní ló ń jẹ́ The Sun.
ó dáa jẹ́ kẹ́mi ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ padà sínú ìwé ìròyìn Punch tó jáde lójúmọ́ òní níbi tí Ganduje ti ń pa òwe ọ̀rọ̀ ìyún mọ́ Obaseki ó wá ń ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ gba èpò pébélò ní àmàrà ó pé òpébólò ṣé wo mọ̀ ní ìyẹn pé kí ni o bàbá ó ní wípé ṣé wo mọ̀ pé àjẹgbodò níṣẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ ni máa ń wá ẹni kúnra ni o ẹni abásìnà sì rèé ni ara ń tà torí Obaseki tó bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní takọ̀rọ̀sọ pẹ̀lú àwọn ìwọ gbójú ń bẹ̀ ìwọ défìlà mọ́wọ́bẹ̀ ojàre mọ́ takùrọ̀sọ pẹ̀lú Ọbaṣẹ́kì mọ́ wọ́ta kan gbọ̀n wọ́n mọ́ forí gbárí pẹ̀lú Ọbaṣẹ́kì ìṣàkóso rẹ̀ gángan ni kò ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ ni kò mójútó nígbà tí wọ́n bá ṣe ìbúra fún ẹgbẹ́ bíi gómìnà ìpínlẹ̀ ti Ondo Edo ojàre wọlé tán ẹni tó jẹ́ alága àpapọ̀ fún ẹgbẹ́ òṣèlú All Progressives Congress ọ̀mọ̀wé Abdullahi Ganduje lọ́jọ́ ọjọ́bọ̀ Thursday ló ti ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ pàrọwà sí gómìnà tọ́ṣẹ̀ dìbò yàn yẹn ní ìpínlẹ̀ ti Edo Monday Ọ̀pẹ́bọlò pé sórí ìṣàkóso rẹ̀ ni kò ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ ni kò gbájúmọ́ o ìwọ gbójú ń bẹ̀ níbi ìtakùrọ̀sọ àti gbẹ́dọ̀rọ̀sọ pẹ̀lú ẹni tó jẹ́ gómìnà tó tún ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ palẹ̀ mọ́ láti kúrò lórí àlééfà ní ìpínlẹ̀ ti Edo ìyún gómìnà Godwin Ọbaṣẹ́kì Ganduje sọ wípé ṣe é rí gbogbo ohun tí ń ṣe Ọbaṣẹ́kì ni wípé àjẹgbọdọ tí ń ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ wá ẹnu kúnra ni ènìyàn bá sì nà sí rèé ní àràǹtà Ganduje ló ń parọ́ wà yìí nígbà tí ó tẹ́wọ́ gba ikọ̀ kan nínú ẹgbẹ́ òṣèlú APC ti ìpínlẹ̀ Ondo èyí tí Ọpẹ́bọlò tó léwájú wọn láti ṣe ìkíni sí Ganduje pé bàbá aníyàwá kì í pé ẹ̀lẹ́bò ni ara ni o ìyẹn ní olú iléeṣẹ́ ẹgbẹ́ náà ti ń bẹ ní ìlú ti Àbújá tí ẹ̀yin ò bá gbàgbé nínú oṣù kẹsàn-án ọjọ́ 21 ọdún tá a wà nínú ẹ̀yẹ ní Ganduje ní Ọpẹ́bọlò jàre mo ti wá sọ Ganduje báyìí ní Ọpẹ́bọlò ni ó fi ẹ̀yìn àwọn akẹgbẹ́ rẹ̀ eyín Asu Ighodalo láti inú ẹgbẹ́ òṣèlú PDP tóun ti Olúmídé Àpáta nínú ẹgbẹ́ òṣèlú Labour Party ló fi wọ́n jọlẹ̀ tó sì ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ jáwé olúborí látọ̀dọ̀ ìkéde tí àjọ tí mo ti ń ṣe kò kárí ètò ìdìbò orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà yún INEC tí wọ́n kéde pé Ọpẹ́bọlò òun ló ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ ni ó wọlé ìdìbò wò Ganduje sọ pé sórí ohun tí wọ́n ń ṣe wọ́n ni pé ara ń ta wọ́n ni torí pàjẹ́ wọn pé àwa ni bàbá àwa ni sámpíọ̀nù tó sọ mọ̀ pé ẹni tó bá pè ní ọmọ ológo kò sí ni àwọn kan máa tara àwọn kan máa ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ bínú orí ń bínú orí ni o ìwọ wá ṣáṣù òfin hàn pé ìwọ jù ú lọ náà kẹwọ́ mọ́ takùrọ̀sọ gbójúmbẹ́ ọjàre ìwọ jù yẹn lọ má takùrọ̀sọ pẹ̀lú Ọbaṣẹ́kì Ganduje ní í ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ sọ̀rọ̀ fún Ọpẹ́bọlò lójúmọ́ ní Punch ló kọ́ ẹsẹ̀ rí ẹ̀ lápá bẹ́ẹ̀.
níbi wọn ti gbé ń sọ̀rọ̀ síra wọn tàkótó ọ̀rọ̀ síra wọn lórí ọ̀rọ̀ òṣèlú èmi náà ti lọ sí agboolé mi torí ń ṣe pẹ̀lú ẹ̀yin àpọ́n mo mọ̀ọ́mọ̀ kọnu sápọ̀ ọ̀dọ̀ rẹ ẹ̀yin àpọ́n
ohun tí sí finish
àwọn you are my rodo you are my sugar you are my cockroach gbogbo rẹ̀ pátá ẹ̀yin tẹ́ ń fẹ́ra yín lójú ọ̀nà ìròyìn ṣe pàtàkì sí yín o ìwé ìròyìn Daily Trust ní tẹ́tì rẹ̀ mọ́ gbọ́ mi Usman ilé aṣojúṣòfin
1-0 Adéyẹmí 1 Usman 0
ọ̀yà mọ̀ gbọ́ báyìí o lórí ọ̀rọ̀ ìgbésẹ̀ láti lè jẹ́ kí ó máa kan gbogbo àwọn tó jẹ́ àpọ́n tó wà lójú ọ̀nà láyálà ọkùnrin ni àbóbìnrin ilé aṣojúṣòfin ilẹ̀ yìí ń kàn nípa o kí wọ́n máa ṣe àyẹ̀wò ẹ̀yà ẹ̀jẹ̀ tá a mọ̀ sí genotype kó tó di pé wọn yóò máa yọ̀ǹda sabuké ìgbéyàwó ìyẹn marriage certificate fún àwọn tó bá jẹ́ lọ́kọláya ìwé ìròyìn Daily Trust ló gbé dáadáa láàárọ̀ tòní ilé aṣojú-ṣòfin lórílẹ̀‐èdè Nàìjíríà ni wọ́n ti ṣe àgbékalẹ̀ àbádòfin kan eléyìí tí yóò kàn nípa o láti jẹ́ kí àwọn tí yóò bá di tọkọtaya tí wọ́n bá di lọ́kùnrin àtobìnrin alájọgbé papọ̀ wọ́n gbọ́dọ̀ máa fi dandan lọ́mọ ṣe àyẹ̀wò ẹ̀jẹ̀ kán lè mọ ọmọ ẹ̀yà ẹ̀jẹ̀ wọn bóyá AA ní àbí AS àbí SS àbí AC èyí tó yẹ ẹ̀jẹ̀ tó bá jẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ ni irú yín kẹ́ lè mọ irú ẹ̀yà ẹ̀jẹ̀ tẹ́ ẹ ní kó tó di pé ẹ̀ mọ̀ kùn sọ́mọ ọlọ́mọ létí láàrin àdúgbò wọ́n ní gbogbo àwọn nǹkan wọ̀nyí ni wọ́n ń gbé ní ìgbésẹ̀ o kán mọ̀ kàn nípa pé o gbọ́dọ̀ pèsè àyẹ̀wò ẹ̀jẹ̀ pé ẹ̀yà báyìí lẹ̀jẹ̀ mi kó tó di pé wọ́n mọ̀ fún yín ní sabuké ìyẹn marriage certificate sabuké ìgbéyàwó ìgbésẹ̀ tí wọ́n ń gbà lérò náà ló wà láti lè mú àdínkù bá bí àwọn ọmọ fòníkú fọláǹdé ṣe ń wọ́pọ̀ láwùjọ wa lápájúlọ bó ṣe di àìsàn yẹ́ríyẹ́ àti àwọn àìsàn míì tó máa ní í ṣe pẹ̀lú bí àwọn ọkùnrin àtobìnrin ò ṣe máa ń ṣe ìwádìí tó yanran nípa ara wọn kó tó di pé wọ́n di ọ̀kan ṣoṣo tí wọ́n sì máa fi bẹ́ẹ̀ máa dá wàhálà lẹ̀ lórí ọjọ́ iwájú ara wọn. àbádòfin náà ti agbẹnusọlé aṣojúṣòfin náà Akin Rótìmí tó ń ṣojú ẹgbẹ́ òṣèlú APC láti ìpínlẹ̀ Èkìtì náwó rẹ̀ sókè ló ti la ìpele kíkà alákọ̀ọ́kọ́ kọjá nílé aṣòfin náà wọ́n ní àbádòfin náà ló wà láti lè jẹ́ kí àwọn méjì tán bá jọ ń nájà ìfẹ́ lójú ọ̀nà máa gbọ́ Usmanu wípé gbogbo àyẹ̀wò tó bá yẹ kí wọ́n ṣe ni wọ́n ń ṣe kó tó di pé wọ́n kó wọlé ara wọn gẹ́gẹ́ bí husband and wife.
ọlọ́mọ nọ́mbà lè.
àmín.
adéyẹmí sì farabalẹ̀ ẹ̀ ń tà mí nú ròyìn.
mọ́ bínú. torí irú yìí náà ni ìròyìn ṣe wà á gbọ́dọ̀ kà fún yìí.
ṣe public announcement.
wọ́n kà fún ọ náà nù.
ó dáa lónìí fẹ́rẹ́fẹ́ torí àkókò ti ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ kọ́ wa ní pàpàmọ́ra ẹ̀já kò mú wa lóròfé ìyẹn àwọn ọ̀rọ̀ yìí fún yín. Daily Post ni ó ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ kọ eléyìí. àwọn òṣìṣẹ́ elétò ìlera wọ́n ti kó iṣẹ́ tí wọ́n wò níran tẹ́lẹ̀ rí tí wọ́n ti kó padà kó sọ́wọ́ báyìí ìyẹn ìyanṣẹ́lódì olókìlọ̀ ọlọ́jọ́ méje tí wọ́n ṣe tẹ́lẹ̀ wọ́n ti padà kó iṣẹ́ sọ́wọ́ o. àjọ tí wọ́n pera wọn ní Joint Health Sector Unit JOHESU tó ń tẹ àjọ kan Assembly of Healthcare Professional Association ni wọ́n sọ pé lásìkò yìí ìyanṣẹ́lódì ìta sọ pé agùnlé oníkìlọ̀ àti padà figi gún lásìkò yìí. alága àpapọ̀ fún àjọ JOHESU arákùnrin Kabiru Minjibiru ni ó ń sọ̀rọ̀ ṣàlàyé bẹ́ẹ̀ fún àwọn oníròyìn lọ́jọ́ ọjọ́bọ̀ Thursday ní ìlú ti Àbújá. Daily Post ló kọ ẹ̀ṣẹ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ kí ẹ ṣẹ̀rí ìròyìn yẹn.
ó dáa tún lè ṣẹ̀rí ìròyìn eléyìí náà níwèé ìròyìn The Punch tó jáde láàárọ̀ tòní. èèmọ̀ lukutu pẹ́bẹ́ pẹ̀bẹ́ mo rí orí olóńgbò látẹ̀. obìnrin kan gé etí ó gé àwọn alábàágbé rẹ̀ lásìkò tí wọ́n ń fìjà pẹ́ta lórí ọ̀rọ̀ ṣeke kò ṣeke omi tẹ́lẹ̀ bó ń pè ní bucket. ìròyìn náà ó gbé àgbọ̀ndò lọ́wọ́ ló bá ń wa mi lójú bí egbére láàárọ̀ tòní o. níṣẹ́ ni ọ̀rọ̀ di ààhin fún àwọn olùgbé agbègbè Arìbísálà ní Ìgàndò nípínlẹ̀ Èkó tí wọ́n sì wà nínú ìdàrúdàpọ̀ lánàá lẹ́yìn tí obìnrin kan tí wọ́n pè ní Fatima gé ahọ́n alábàágbé rẹ̀ Mistura Fẹ́wú gẹ́gẹ́ bó ṣe wà nínú ìròyìn The Punch láàárọ̀ tòní. wọ́n ní ìṣẹ̀lẹ̀ náà ló ṣẹlẹ̀ nígbà tí àwọn obìnrin méjèèjì yìí ń fọṣọ nínú ọgbà kan náà tí wọ́n jọ ń gbé ìyẹn ilé kọjú sí mi kí n kọjú sí ọ. wọ́n ní wàhálà ìbẹ̀rẹ̀ sí rúgbó gbọ̀ nígbà tí Fatima ẹni tí ò tí ì le ju bí ẹni 30 ọdún lọ fi ẹ̀sùn kan Mistura wípé ó ṣe lè lo ike òun láì jẹ́ pé ó gba àṣẹ lọ́wọ́ òun tó sì ń gbójúlọ ìbéèrè lọ́wọ́ olójú. eléyìí ni wọ́n ní ó yọrí sí yánpọnyánrin o àti gbọ́nmi sí omi òtó tó sì yọrí sí aláǹfì ìjàpá ẹ̀ta. wọ́n ní àsìkò ìfìjàpá ẹ̀ta náà wọ́n ní Fatima ló bá gba obìnrin kejì lọ́rùn mú ìyẹn Mistura ló bá wà á lọ́rùn kankan kó tó di pé ó ráyè gbé ẹnu síbi ahọ́n rẹ̀ ló bá gé ahọ́n rẹ̀ tó yọ síta kúrò ńbẹ̀ fẹ́wú. nígbà tó ń sọ̀rọ̀ pẹ̀lú àwọn oníròyìn lẹ́yìn ìṣẹ̀lẹ̀ náà ẹni tó jẹ́ onílé ìyẹn Lárìnlédì tó nílé náà tó pera rẹ̀ ní Màmá Ìbàdàn sọ pé òun ti ṣáájú àsìkò yìí lòun ti yanjú ìjà láàrin àwọn obìnrin méjèèjì náà. ẹ wo ẹ fẹ́ mọ bí wọ́n ti gẹ́ra wọn láwọn jẹ dáadáa yìí ó wà nínú ìwé ìròyìn The Punch ló jáde lónìí.
onígẹ̀ àwọn làwọn jẹ́ ó dáa kẹ́ńkọ̀ sáré mélèé wá fún yín bíi kókó kankan kákọ̀jọ́mọ́. àjọ tí ń dáhùn sí ìpè pàjáwìrì NEMA ni wọ́n ti dóòlà ẹ̀mí àwọn èèyàn 5 nínú ilé kan tí ó dédé dà wó ní ìlú Ìbàdàn. Daily Post ló kọ ẹ̀ṣẹ̀rí ẹ̀ nínú ìròyìn. ó yá ẹja mọ́ lọ.
ká máa ta àtàpínsẹ̀ ní orí ètò lọ́jọ́ tòní nítorí bàbá gbalẹ̀bà àgbàtà àtàn ládàrí rẹ̀ tí ó bá sì bá ojú bá bọ́ imú àgbọ̀n ìsàlẹ̀ ládàrí rẹ̀ sí. ẹ ṣeun tẹ́ ẹ bá wa wò ó gbogbo ẹ̀yin tẹ́ ẹ wò ó lónìí yálà ẹ̀yin tẹ́ ẹ wò lórí móhùnmáwòrán àbẹ́yìn tẹ́ ẹ darapọ̀ mọ́ wa lórí ẹ̀rọ ayélujára YouTube. ẹ ṣeun àjọṣepọ̀ wa kò ní bàjẹ́ o. ẹ mọ̀ wá gbàgbé tó bá di aago 3 ní ọ̀sán òní àkọ́tún ìjókòó lé ìgbìmọ̀ àjọrò tó wáyé. ṣáàmù jẹ́ ọ̀pá àṣẹ ilé wa gbé lọ o bọ́ bá jẹ́ ọ̀pá àṣẹ ilé wa gbé lọ kò ní dá o.
tẹ́rẹ̀ ọ̀pá àṣẹ òun ẹ gbàgbé ẹ lọ́sàn yìí yóò wá kú bó ti jókòó.
dákun agbára wa nù. ẹ ṣeun ẹ̀yin tẹ́ bá wa wò wá dúpẹ́ gidi lẹ́ǹkan sí oṣù yóò pé wa o àní ṣòwò ṣọ́ọ̀tì lágbára Ọlọ́run. Adéyẹmí Ọlábọ̀dé ló ń kí wa pé àbáríkà Jímọ̀.
Usman Akorede Adélu ló ń kí wa pé assalamu alaikum.
ẹ káàbọ̀ sínú oṣù tuntun oṣù kọkànlá ìkànnì Western Spring Television.